from a field of thousands. Only 24 remain. You've come this far, but how far are you willing to go? $2 million on the line, and only they stand between you and your share. Everybody stumbles, but you must stand tall. Take aim and be the one.
Towards somebody.
No way!
Hold on. God goes low.
Oh my god!
Here comes a grenade to get the confirm. There you go, Team Queso! RRQ getting demolished as they step through. Ernie gets sprayed down as well. What? Ryzen anchors it for Bigetron.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. It is 2020, and now we have our 16 teams battling for a chance to take home some good amount of points here in our very first Super Weekend. I'm Jason Kapp, and I am your host here. Hopefully, I'll remain the host over the next few weeks, and then replace me with someone better looking. Let's be honest, not going to happen. We got Demon, and we got Max as well joining me on the desk to help break down all of the action, all of the games we have coming up. We've had a slight day off here yesterday. It was Thanksgiving. You know, obviously nice to have you all around for that one. But now coming into this, it's do or die time, Demon. These teams need to get as many points as possible to start to stack them up to maintain a top 16 placing to hit into the finals.
That's it. They had 2 days of league play and they're here. All of that counts for nothing. They've got 0 points going into this right now. This is where their global championships points start to accumulate. This is where they have to start having those big hot days.
Yeah, having 0 points, it reminds me of trying to play charades with Max. You're not going to get very many points. But Max, like, this has to be exciting, right? If you're Bigetron coming off the back of 3 chicken dinners in their second day of league play, you got a lot of other teams, Bluebees, who barely skated by trying to step up. But we have so many teams coming in from Southeast Asia that I feel it really shows how strong that region is as a whole.
I mean, we saw it during PMWL East, right? They're just such a strong region as a whole, and like they are showing on the international stage that they are still this dominant force. But when you see teams like Loop specifically, I got to talk about them doing so good into the league days. I want to see, can they perform in a similar fashion going into this first Super Weekend? If they can, like, I think it's not maybe like the regions in the East maybe becoming a little bit like weaker. I think it's just the other region in the world becoming just so much stronger, like Loops and like other teams from Americas as a whole. So I'm just so hyped for today. It's going to be cool.
It is amazing that obviously all 6 Southeast Asian teams have made it through already. Obviously, we've had teams fall in. Yes, the 2 Chinese teams are in there as well, but 6 Southeast Asian teams, all the qualified teams make it through.
We remember our interview we had with Hazelnuts, who's talking about he hopes that everyone, you know, put aside the rivalries, just kind of really push for Indonesia to do well. But now, if you're at home, you should be kind of hoping for the whole region to do well, because we have some special missions coming your way where you can get rewards based off how well the teams are doing. You can see there all 6 teams coming through from Southeast Asia, and based off where they place at the end of this Super Weekend, you'll be getting more and more rewards. So Max, I feel like everyone at home just kind of watching like, come on boys, please just have some good games here, get into top 3, let's get 2 teams in there, which honestly I think is very likely.
Yeah, it seems very likely. Like, it's cool because instead of just rooting for your team to actually, like, you know, make it through the big stages and getting those good positioning points, now you're rooting to actually get loot for yourself. No, we're all a little bit egotistical at the end.
Are we?
I mean, I am very, but like we can all just hope to get ourselves a little bit of loot and some good in-game content. Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, indeed. Let's actually look at the format. If you guys didn't join us throughout the first 2 days, you guys might have missed out on how we're actually running the entire show. So it's very reminiscent of the World League, where we have all of our teams separated into 3 different groups, so 8 teams per group, and they play 2 days of league play, and the top 16 teams will go on through into the Super Weekend. And Demon, what's so special about Super Weekends?
So this is where the points count. Obviously, anything you've gained in league play, they don't carry through. It's simply about getting into the top 16. We now have our top 16 for this Super Weekend. Obviously, it'll start again once we hit the ground running back on Tuesday. But all the points they accumulate will obviously add up towards their global championships, and that's where the big money is made.
And I feel like, Max, if you're one of those teams who didn't qualify on the very first Super Weekend, that just adds so much extra pressure to your shoulders to qualify next week.
I mean, you have to. At this point, like, if you have one Super Weekend that you haven't played entirely, that's 15 games that you just basically got 0 points on 15 games, when you think about it, like, in that sense. So you want to definitely try and keep that mindset. I was talking about it. This is an opportunity to also study these teams that are going to be playing in this Super Weekend, see how they're going to be doing in an actual, like, you know, professional setting, like a serious setting, and see how they're going to come back into the second and third and even fourth week. So it's not over just yet, but it's definitely going to make things harder.
Yeah, we need to remind you guys at home as well, how do teams even get into the Super Weekend? It's based off of points, right? It's based off of how much you get throughout those days of games. And of course, we have our 15 points for our chicken dinner, and of course, the 1 point per kill, which honestly, we have seen some teams here, Demon, like really favor kills over placement points. Some teams have been able to hammer home like 30, 40 kills. Other teams are playing for placements, like we saw specifically just yesterday alone.
And if you to think of, say, Zeus, who actually didn't make it and finished in 18th place, they had such low kill points. And if they'd had just 4 more kills, they'd be here in Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of a shame to look back at, right? 8 matches, 4 kills, that's all you needed, but it's all about the money. It's all about the smackaroos. I don't know what else we can use here. I don't know what they use in Europe to call a slang term for money necessarily.
Euros, mate.
Yeah, but I mean, like bucks, you know, smackaroos.
No, it's just euros.
Yeah,
actually, euros. That's how they say it.
Said in French, c'est la thune. And there you go.
What?
There you go.
There you go.
They can win $700,000 in total, 300 grand for first place, but you still at least get some money for getting to the stage, right? You get the extra $3,000, you know, for being here. And of course, you also have the MVP prize money of 10 grand, which, you know, I wouldn't complain about. Just like, hey, Demon, why don't you have 10 grand?
That's going to be a hotly contested 10 grand. That's for sure. Like, obviously, while the top prize is the big thing, the MVP is going to be hard.
Oh, yeah. And speaking about being difficult for some teams, maybe we can take a look at the difficulties that a team like Bluebees did have as we compare them and Bigetron. Both these teams in particular having a bad day, but then bouncing back, or I guess falling from grace if they had their good first day here.
I mean, but for Bigetron, obviously their bad day, it gave them 20 points. So while it was a bad day for them, probably not a bad day for some, but still, it left them in 20th place in the standings at the time. The fact is, they then had 90 points in their second day, which actually, to put that in perspective, equals Futbolist's third place finish with 90 points. So they had that in one day. But for the Bluebees, we were singing their praises. They got 41 points and they were looking great. I think they were in 4th place after day 1. And then they had 9 points, Max, from day 2, and almost didn't make it.
I mean, they really fell off on that second day. I was like a little bit stressed. 2 points difference with 17th position right below that was held by Na'Vi. It was so close. It was all coming down to that final game. And it really comes to show that if you have a bad day, if you're not a consistent team like Futbolist, like Loops, you have to make up for that bad day, right? And exactly like Bigetron, like 90 points in one day specifically is huge.
I mean, for Bluebees as well, if I was to think about, obviously, the win they had stolen away from them by Team Secret, you know, it would have certainly confirmed things a lot more. But yeah, they had a dreadful day. And the main thing we're trying to drive forward is the fact that we're now coming into Super Weekend. You can't afford to have those bad days. You need to have a consistent performance because, as you said, everybody who's not here is basically on 0 points. Well, if you are here, you need to make the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is your chance, right, to give yourself like a buffer if any other teams get into the top 16 and in league play, or you don't requalify for another Super Weekend, to just be safe. But, you know, the thing for me is I'm looking at, you know, Bluebees, we've had like Lufa step up. He's kind of like one of their main fraggers for the team. But on the other side, you could just say a name and you'd be right in terms of who's fragging right now.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Like Federal also doing pretty good. Korea was like the insane grenade also coming out on this side. Like there's so many just individual talent. You just pick one player like in this entire tournament, even of teams that haven't qualified, and you've got just so much talent. And I feel a little bit sad to see like we got 8 teams actually not making it through into this one, but we're gonna have, you know, a lot more opportunities to see them throughout the tournament, and hopefully they will be able to requalify. But it's just going to be fun to see how these top 16 teams are going to be facing up against each other like throughout these 15 games.
Well, we talked about Southeast Asia having a 100% participation now in our Super Week, and we got to talk about the other region that has 100% participation as well, with Nova XQF up against 4 Angry Men. Now, these two teams, Nova hitting the ground running when we saw on day 1 in the very first match, but there is a couple of things that really stand out here when comparing their statistics.
Yeah, and the story continues with Nova. Don't drop near them, they will kill you. And just look at that. Only 24 placement points. Ordinarily, you're looking at about a 50-50 split, like, for example, 4AM. It's pretty close to a 50-50 split. But look at that, they've got nearly double the points in from just kills alone. These guys will hunt you down if you go near them.
Yeah, they will always take an opportunity to take a fight like Like their team, they have a lot of intention to pick up those kill points, because even more important was now the rule set changes since, you know, PMWL East. So like definitely now you got to go for those kills, and we can see this was the very first game. You said it right. They hit the ground running, and they just had that huge fight versus Blue Bees just stumbling down. And like every single time, if a team comes close to you, in your words, D-Man, they will indeed kill you. They will turn your game from a battle royale into a TDM.
I mean, the big contrast is that obviously Nova have yet to get a chicken dinner and actually haven't really come that close to it, other than that very first game.
Yeah, they had like a third place finish, right?
And that was obviously when they came up against Loops, who were also having a very hot start. You know, outside of that, whereas 4AM obviously had that win on Sandhawk, the big win that went down to a pretty epic 1v1, and have been relatively consistently placing, but not popping off in kills. But they've also had quite a few 16th places, which is the worrying factor. Whereas Nova, they've been consistently getting 5-6 points every game.
Yeah.
And that's enough. Once you can build that up, if you can keep that consistency rolling through, it's going to accrue your points enough to get you through in a decent spot.
They're always good for, you know, like 5 kills a game, or like 4 or 5 kills a game, right?
Well, the fact is that we know they're going to get a win. And now the fact that they've got the kills to back it up, once they get that win, their points are going to shoot up.
Yeah, and we're talking about kills, and one thing that was standing out to me, Max, and I kind of want you to go into is the survival time, average survival time. There was a 2-minute difference, 19 down to 17 minutes for Nova XQF, and yet their placement points are so low. I think that kind of like stands out.
It is a little bit weird, to be honest, because normally the longer you survive, like the more the odds of you actually getting, you know, potentially chicken dinner or hitting top 3, top 5. So it is a little bit surprising to see that happen, but really positioning points and kills is 2 different play styles, and it seems like they are somewhat indeed leaning into it.
Yeah, well, so we talked about before, you know, MVPs. We talked about you can pretty much pick any player from any team, and they're generally doing well, but we got to take a look at our top 5, right? We have the $10,000 in place for whoever takes first at the end of the entire event, and right now, Dadeen, if we stopped, he'd be the winner. Look at that damage, Demon. He is popping off.
I mean, 1,000 damage ahead of Ryzen in second place. It's pretty impressive. Obviously, you know, I guess damage to kills ratio is certainly not there, but it shows that he's taking shots on everyone. It's funny that his survival time is obviously less when you think how well Loops have done over the last 2 league days. So it'd be very interesting to see how this continues. Obviously, we know that certainly for Bigetron, they had a great day. I know Zux is not too far away from this graphic as well. You High Boy, which is the interesting one from Secret, obviously the big standout man for them.
I mean, you remain consistent in like top 10 players of the tournament easily, and now even in the top 5 in 4th position, there was like so much damage, kills, and also that survival rate a little bit lower, you know, a little bit more, you know, pop off compared to the other ones, but he does go down a little bit quicker. But really, Team Secret was You High Boys, just like this staple man that's just able to push this team forward and just do so good.
Staple boy,
sorry.
if I'm not mistaken, that's almost 50% of Team Secret's damage that he's got.
Yeah, when we looked at it after day 1, it was, I don't know what the current numbers are.
Yeah, it was 1,700, and he had like more than some teams, like a total damage altogether. It was mental.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to me, and I'm really curious what would have happened if Bigetron played like they currently were. How different would those numbers have been? I mean, obviously, Ryzen, you saw #1 for Bigetron, but either way, and we'll see. Obviously, we go into today, right? We'll get our stats in there as we take a look at the teams and how they qualify to get into the Super Weekend. You know, most of the team that's already going to be playing, but we need to take a closer look at how it actually all did break down. As you said before, Damon, 90 points coming in for Bigetron on that last day, and Futbolist there in with third place have the 90.
Yeah, and for Futbolist, obviously, we were talking about how consistent they were throughout. You can see for them and Aerowolf Limax, no chicken dinners, but they got the placements and the kills, and you can see from placements and kills, it is generally a 50-50 split. That's what you're looking towards. Futbolists have actually got better placements throughout there. But Alpha 7, what a great performance from these guys. The Brazilians, obviously, a lot of their limelight has been on Loops, but Alpha 7, fantastic performance to get 5th place in their week league.
It's a good time to be a Brazilian fan, right? Like, if you support Alpha 7, if you support Loops, both teams made it up there in the top 8, so they can have definitely a lot of respect in the eyes of the fans. But overall, like, this is looking really good, and I love the difference of playstyles. We mentioned it, those pop-off games, and you have a bad day and also a good day, or just remaining consistent, and both styles do work. Like, Futbolist consistent in 3rd position was Aerowolf Limax, and also Bigetron a little bit more pop-off on that second day, taking #1 was 110 points. They're both viable options. It really depends what playstyle fits your team. Do you want to go for like one good day or just remain good over the entire tournament?
Yeah, I think I would want to remain good over the entire time.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot of Super Weekend days that we have over the course of the 4 weeks. Let's take a look, though, at the second page, right, and see where that cutoff number was. We had John, the stats man, in the studio predicting a 53-point bubble, and look at that, he was right.
And in fairness, a couple of these teams did make late charges, like Konina Power had a late charge, Abrupt Slayers had a late
Power
charge.
888
All
KPS.
picking
Very
up.
late.
Power 888, obviously in the last game, popping off and getting just enough. And we were actually shouting, like, confirm that last kill because it might cost them. And you can see how close it was, just 3 points away from Bluebees. And Bluebees themselves, they got 2 points. That was it in the last game, and that was enough to carry them over the line.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at, speaking of the line, let's see who was close enough to catch on to them or potentially just missed out on it. I believe it was around 51 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for Na'Vi.
It's going to be over to Na'Vi, so we're going to see the other teams who didn't qualify as well. But yeah, I like your positive thinking, Max. If you're one of those teams who haven't made it in, this is your study time. This is like to, bring out the notebooks, write down the notes, find everything you can do to fix your gameplay, and more importantly, I guess really solidify drop zones a little bit better for you and find out some new rotations you can go with.
Yeah, this is a time where the coaches and the analysts are going to be making their money onto this one, so they're going to have to put a lot of work and effort into what they're going to be doing. Of course, these are going to be our bottom 8 teams that unfortunately did not qualify into this first Super Weekend, but a lot to come up still.
And look what I was talking about, like teams that are getting the placements, like for example, look at Zeus, GODSENT, Archer, all these, well, Archer's a little harsh, but certainly from GODSENT and Zeus, look at that, the placement points are there, but the kills are lacking. If they'd have balance that with the kills, and generally that's what you see. For example, look at Na'Vi, 24-27. So they were pretty close. They were a nice 50-50 split, but if they'd have just got those couple of kills, it would have made such a big difference for them.
Yeah. Well, you look at Na'Vi, like that's just, it blows my mind, and I hate to see this for some teams where they have like a chicken dinner towards like the lower echelons of our leaderboards, and you can just see like how badly they've actually been performing outside of that one game.
Yeah.
And we did hammer home quite a bit that one game can get you into a Super
15
Weekend.
points from one win, then they had 24 placement points. Just tells a story.
That's 9.
Yes.
John, 9?
9 from 7 games in placement points. That's not enough.
I got the confirmation from John over there. That is going to be 9. But you guys at home who might have actually missed out on our little spiel we talked about of our Super Weekends, you're lucky. You don't have to hear us talk about it. We have a nice video to sum it up for you guys as we're getting underway here with our first match momentarily.
The Super Weekend is finally here. Here's how the PUBG Mobile Global Championship point system works. Our 4-week league stage runs from 24 November to 20 December. On every Tuesday and Wednesday, 24 teams will compete to qualify for 16 slots in that week's Super Weekend. And every week is a new round. On each Super Weekend, those 16 teams will compete to earn championship points on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the points accumulated over the 4 weeks of league play will decide the final championship ranking, where the 16 top-ranked teams will qualify for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals. So don't miss out on any Super Weekend games because every point matters.
And that's right. You guys better not miss out on any Super Weekend games. I know we won't. Hopefully none of us get sick and have to sit at home. And you guys better be watching because we, again, have the missions coming up for you so you have the opportunity to win out on some prizes if your teams do well. And speaking of doing well, we can see what matches are going to be playing on or what maps are going to be playing on here and our match order. We have Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sandhawk, and Erangel. So, Demon, we're back to the double Erangels. We're back to the tried and tested standard map pool here and map rotation. I'm just really curious who's going to win. I almost just want to start the day.
Well, that's it. And obviously, in terms of drops, now we have our 16 teams set in stone. I think we're going to start getting teams that solidify their drop spots. I don't think we're going to see so much contesting early on. Everybody's going to be sort of getting comfy now.
Yeah, I hope the Abrupt Slayers are not going to get too close to Nova in the gap area. I hope they're going to give it up because in the scrims they did drop there again. So hopefully they're going to find a new drop.
Well, you know what? We're going to find a new drop as we move here from the Analyst Lounge over to our casters with John, Allen, and Blaine to take our first match off.
We're just loving the vibes, aren't we? We're just having a great time here with the background music. Always good to get pumped up, ready for game number 1 of the Super Weekend. Here we are, ready to accrue those points to qualify for the final stages.
Top 16, making it through to the Super Weekend itself. So this is where we can start to get those points on board. Make sure you can make it to those finals next year, most likely. And the thing is that this is a really, really scary time. The guys on the desk definitely talked about it. It's like, this is when you need to be making those points. This is when you can get a little bit of a head start on all the other teams that maybe didn't make it in. Because I think there were a couple of teams in there in the bottom of that leaderboard that, I thought definitely had a chance to make it in. Obviously, Na'Vi missing out by just a couple of points there. They could definitely made it in. They looked like they were really starting to get into the groove of the things at the end of the league play. But obviously, there's only 2 days to get into league play, 3 days of Super Weekend. So that window to make your way in is very, very small. So a lot can happen in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's certainly shrinking. It's time waits for no man. We'll see if they're able to step up to the mark.
None of them!
Still, though, plenty of opportunities. And as I've highlighted before, it's going to be the teams that make it into 2 or 1 Super Weekend that really are going to struggle to look to get those qualifying points on board. So if they can just get into the rest of the Super Weekends, they should be all right. But you do want to be in every single one of them. That's going to see you really, really safe when it comes to those points.
Yeah, the thing is if you get into every single Super Weekend and you perform averagely, you are most likely going to be in that top 16 that make it to the finals. So just getting into the Super Weekend is already a massive boon in your favor. Unless you do absolutely atrociously and just get 0 points the entirety of all the weekends, which I doubt would happen for any of these teams in particular. I mean, there doesn't really seem to be almost a sore thumb that sticks out at the moment from these teams we've got on board. I mean, Power AAA, the guys on the desk were talking about it. Lee was over there. He was like, you know, they had that massive pop-off game at the end of the day. They also had that game on Miramar where Konina Power able to take the victory away from them, but they still did a damn good job.
Yeah, they did very, very well to be able to get those points on board, but we have more points on offer. And how are we going to find out how we're going to give them out, Blank? We're going to play a bit of Erangel.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to head into game number 1. The plane will once more take to the skies.
Yeah.
In the lovely grassy pastures.
Oh, obviously, you can see D-Man smiling over there, and that's because he's ready for his favourite team, Bigetron Aliens, to play on this map. I'm so ready for it. It's going to be a fantastic time as we head on in. And, you know, we actually really enjoy starting off at our angle. It feels quite comfortable for us, doesn't it, John?
Feels like home. Feels like old times. I smell the smell of freshly baked bread and apple pie on the windowsill cooling.
Wow, double whammy with the pastry.
Absolutely. Love a bit of pastry, I do. But we're going to be checking out the plane path here. Stalbert down to the west end of Sosnovka Island.
I mean, this is a really, really nice little plane path. No one's super unhappy about this. It just allows everyone to go where they'd like, depending on where the next circle goes. Like, pretty much everyone's in a good spot to move from it. We're going to look at TSJ, Team Secret Gym, actually heading up towards Severny. Execute on the way on that side too. We saw them holding around shooting range before. Now, Execute's a team that I want to talk about really quickly, just because from the previous days we've seen them, they seem to be able to get some really decent compounds, but they're not quite able to finish out games from there. It felt like there was a bit of panic coming through from them, especially in the league play. I think there was particularly that one game where they were playing up against Team Secret on Miramar, I believe it was, and they just left the compound, and it felt like a bit of a panic play to me, and they weren't able to make it happen. There is skill in that team, for sure, and I'm loving the rotation so far, but I just want to see a bit more of that oomph.
Bit more oomph there from Blank. That's what we want to see. First circle is going to pop, and it's a little bit more heavily on the northwestern edge, which means that the river will be a main feature moving forwards. North or south, the choice is theirs.
All right, so we're looking at teams like Aerowolf Limax, Futbolist. They might be in a bit of a struggle bus here. Obviously, Futbolist heading down towards Novo. Aerowolf Limax very much down towards Sosnovka at the moment. This is what they like to do. They send Super Una down towards the bridge side, make sure no one's going to come off across too quickly. And I kind of agree with this, especially when you got Nova XQF in this area. We know they like to take fights early. But let's have a quick conversation about that, John.
All right.
Because Nova XQF, we saw how prominent they were in terms of fighting capability during the league play, right? And they were just absolutely blasting anyone and everyone in their way. But do you think that's going to continue here in the Super Week? Do you think they're going to tone it back a little bit, wait to bring out that fighting prowess towards the end of games?
Well, that's the thing as well. You have to remember that the teams have been chopping and changing. You know, they haven't all played with each other a lot. So the fact that we're now gonna see 15 games on the trot with this specific lobby, I think this is where things will start to calm down. So potentially you could be right with that. They might just start to rein it in a little bit, maybe play a little bit more passive once everybody else seems to have figured out their rotations or something similar.
I mean, even just looking at the map right now, we know that Nova XQF like to mess around with Abrupt Slayers quite frequently towards Gatka. Abrupt Slayers a little bit more split here, thinking, you know what, if we're not all in the same place, then we can't be all killed at the same time by XQF. We can just cut our losses here instead. But Nova XQF, instead playing a little bit more of a split down underneath RRQ, who are currently in Pachinki, have claimed that area. But I think the major swap swath of teams is actually towards the eastern side with Bluebees, Loops. You've got your teams like Bigetron down here as well as Konina Power. There are a goddamn lot of teams on this area who need to make their way across the western side of the map. And to do this, they're going to have to do some pretty damn good scouting, because we've seen from other games, and Max did a beautiful little illustration on it as well for us, where Nova XQF were trying to get up towards Georgia Pole. Obviously, they wanted to get into the shooting range area where the circle was, but they were being gatekept by Na'Vi. And you saw XQF go up to Mount Everest, give that some good scouting ahead, and then change their position going forward. Here for these eastern teams, they're going to have to do that a whole lot more, because there isn't that many options available to them. XQF had 3 different rotational paths, and to be honest with you, on this eastern side, you're going to be much more constricted.
What's interesting about that as well is that Power AAA actually dropped a little bit further west, and they got cars and drove towards Milta Power, which means that they will have pre-scouted just a little bit. It means they'll be aware of which teams are where, which paths might be more open to them. The question in my mind is, do they know about Bluebees? Because if they do, then they can start to skirt, you know, they can plot their path past Prison, past Mansion, and try and swing around near Stalba potentially. Or they might just try and send it in through if they can loot up early. But I don't know if they're going to be able to, given that they rotated in there late.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting actually. Loops, we're seeing them actually push a little deeper into the eastern side with vehicles, so potentially getting ready to hold back some teams. I think that's a pretty decent way of stopping yourself being caught up in a load of crossfires. We just get rid of the teams on the east first before we start to make our way in. But let's take a quick look at Execute though. They're not on our screens right now, but they're up in Georgia Pole, and they've taken precedent of where Na'Vi likes to drop. So again, the guys over on the desk there doing the analysis. These guys have been crunching the numbers, they've been looking at the maps. They're saying, you know, these guys have to do that same kind of research in the meantime, and it feels like Execute, they've done their research. Like, look, this is free, we can take this, it's going to get nice and set up, and especially with this type of circle, they're in a really good position going forward, John.
Yeah, they'll be looking to try and get some valuable territory in the next few minutes. Of course, the early game, very, very valuable for setting yourself up, right? That's where you plan for success in these early circles.
We saw that graph at the beginning of the day as well, John, and we got Loops on our screen. Dardine, 1,000 damage ahead of everyone else in that top 5. That is incredible. And you know, we were talking about Dardine quite often when we were seeing him in fights where he was that kind of that off-angle specialist for them, where they sent him back and his job was just to pummel that damage into people. Sure, he might not have got a lot of kills that way, but what he was certainly doing is, you know, beating up the opponents, bruising them, battering them a little bit, just like putting them slightly down, not necessarily getting rid of them, but you know, he just continues to put in that work, and that is absolutely fantastic. That's what you want from your like off-angle specialist who's playing from long range.
You may come out victorious, but you will not emerge without becoming black and blue all over from a fight with this guy. He's absolutely insane when it comes to the gunplay. See if he's able to continue that here in the Super Weekend.
See that transition?
Parkour.
I mean, the observers literally transition from one dude like dropping down to another dude in the same animation. I love that.
Beautiful stuff. Alpha 7, currently, they are on the northern side of the river, just north of Rozhok there. They made their way up to the top side. They actually did drop on the south edge, so they have chosen to go up here, Blank, and we'll see if that pays off for them, see where the next circle shifts.
4am on the screen right now. Sook here from 4am. Now, this is a really good team, and we saw a little bit of their stats earlier today, doing some pretty decent work. Very different play style to Nova XQF, though, in the league play. At least they are just passing by Alpha 7. Very difficult to attack this compound once a team gets set up in it, especially with the 3-tiered building. But right now, Alpha 7 aren't within the compound. 4am just scouting it out, seeing what's happening, but now Loops are on the case as well.
Yeah, and they're currently playing in a 2-1-1 split. Loops on that rotation. They've left someone back towards shelter. There's someone who hasn't crossed the bridge just yet. Kajovski is the closest to the duo up front for Loops.
Dardine is far.
And Carrillo. Dardine is really far away over towards shelter. We'll see if Loops can slip by unnoticed. Well, they're not going to be so lucky. Alpha 7 have spotted them. They've got their number. Federal takes a lot of damage, but seems like he's just behind that ridgeline. 4 angry men, however, might hear this, stop, and try and capitalize on the chaos.
I think to be honest with you, 4am will probably just leave this. Like I said before, that is a really difficult compound to actually hit, especially with the amount of floors you have to cover. Because with other buildings where it's only 2-tiered, you can throw grenades into the top side, try and get a knock there, clear out the first floor, and go from there going forward. But with 3 tiers, there's so much more to clear, and it means you need so much more utility on board. And to be honest, this is still technically quite early game. You do not want to be giving up your smokes, you don't want to be giving up your grenades right now.
Need to keep those on board for later. But of course, the benefit, if you can capitalize on the use of those smokes, you can take the opponent's smokes, you can take their utility, because of course everybody's going to be looting up. It's a question of return on investment, right? So if you're looking at it purely from a numbers perspective, which I often like to do,
I know you do.
It's something that if you're confident you can win the fight, you should be taking it.
We're just going to see Futbolist trying their best to get through. This is pretty open ground here. You can see lots of shots coming through. Konina Power making their way out from Milta. They would love to get into this circle. Bluebees are already ahead. They waited for Loops to move first, but now they have pretty much clear pickings of the surrounding area. Look at this. There's a bit of car warfare.
Now on the road they go. Konina Power, though, getting the first knock. Solke traded off, though, as AXA takes a knee too. Lutz out in the blue. They have the pin on the position. They have the vehicles as well. This is an interesting ridgeline as Konina Power actually go aggressive here. Onto Solke. They want to finish off this kill. Black-White dominates the ridgeline, and they have the edge of the circle. Lutz trying to cross the road, but the rest of Futbol is trying to suppress as they go. Solke again. I think that was another knock. Rodini not quite landing the shot there from the Bolty. Not engaging in the one-tap dirt nap action.
And they will just leave. And I'm completely okay with this right now. Futbolist, they're down on the look. Konina Power just want to get out of here. They got one knock, they got 1 point, but there is more points to be had in this game, and those points will be had in the next circle, which they still need to make their way on over to. Here's Execute versus Team Secret Jin. This is pretty open ground. There's a nice little ridgeline there from play around. You can see there's Zute trying to get behind the tree and behind the hillside. Very well played, and Execute will just leave this fight.
Yeah, they have disengaged, managed to get to the compound. The question is, do Team Secret Gen try and follow this up, try and push on in?
Well, it's Mad Toy from across the map as well with that DP getting a knock onto 4AM Sook, but it looks like 4AM in a pretty okay position. Team Secret could push this. Right now we'll keep an eye on this fight between Execute as well as Team Secret Jin. Execute down one player already.
They are currently in the circle, just to the southwestern edge of shooting range, so they will be all right to maybe put a wait order on that one. However, there's teams coming in from the western edge, Blake.
Yeah, two teams in particular. You've got Abrupt Slayers as well as Digital Athletics. Both teams pretty damn good. Abrupt Slayers definitely went underneath the radar for us in league play, but looking back, they had a massive jump on day 2 to make sure they got here into the Super Weekend. And now the fights are starting to come off big time. Again, I've talked about this before, how the lobby is very central. That's 2 knocks onto Bluebees. Alpha 7 holding it down.
Chilling out for now. The Bluebees, they dropped all the way over in Lipovka, and they're coming in from the eastern side here. Divine will get smoked up. Aita-chan as well. A little bit further up, a little bit harder to get to. A nice nade. Is it far enough? Not quite. But Divine takes a lot of damage. Oh, Vitu2K trying to just hit those shots and confirm that kill. This might be good. That nade seemed to be on the ball a little bit long. Oh, and I think Divine's going to be able to get up off that one. Lufa gets the res. Aita-chan scouting all the way up to the wall on bended knee. Does get finally finished off by Swagwin. Senatexa tries to send on forwards. Lufa alone behind the truck. I think they got the off angle, and I think Divine went down in the meantime. Lufa falls.
That's it.
Disaster.
Great stuff from Alpha 7, though. They set themselves perfectly up for that fight. And I mean, they took advantage of just that immense amount of times that Bluebees invested into trying to get one of their players back up again. They do have one other player, Reiji, who is very far out of the way on the eastern side, just to the north of Rozhok. Execute still fairly happy in their position, though. Going back to talk about them really quick, they have Aerowolf Limax now coming up them, but Loops have made their way just underneath Severny towards the hillside, and that is where they'll stay for the time being. Team Secret, again, we saw that nice little knock coming through from Mad Toy with the DP, but now they're going against 4AM. 4AM currently have the high ground.
Dropping the nades downhill. Can be pretty good. Difficult to cook them right, but if you get it, oh my goodness me, is it delicious. Lands the nade and Rex goes down. There's no way they're going to be able to get that back either. Team Secret lose a player in unfortunate circumstances, with You High Boy going down earlier as well. They're down to 2.
Next circle comes through. And goddamn, we get this circle so often, don't we, John, where it's on the rivers, small island in between, really cuts up the amount of space you can actually play. And we've got 16 teams still in this lobby. It is certainly going to be one hefty little circle shift here in terms of kills as well as team wipes. But the entirety of the south side of the circle is completely free right now, John. Free real estate, as some might call it. And, you know, it's time to buy.
Goodness. Yeah, they're going to be snapping that up. The markets are are hot for buyers right now. Everybody made their way north of the river, so the teams now all have to try and push back down towards the northern coast, which will be such a hot spot. Nobody's on the south edge, nobody controls near Everest, nobody controls near ruins. So potentially if someone's able to get there early, they might be in luck. And guess who's made that move early? Raging from Blue Bees.
That one guy!
He's like, you know what?
The south side is mine.
I'm not going to find a snake spot on the northern shore. I go and control the entirety of the south. But Bigetron, they've also made this rotation down south.
I mean, Bigetron like to do this a lot, where they really do bide their time towards the early game. And that's why, I guess that's why they like to play farm so often, is because they don't have to immediately walk into the circle there, and they can do a lot of scouting going forwards. Right now, they're just passing through Rozok, looking for a position. We know they have taken up gas station frequently before, and it's a great spot as well. We have overlook onto the rivers as people try and swim across, but this is going to be difficult. Here's Nova XUF, though, just rocking up on Team Secret.
iShots is giving his last stand, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. They are eliminated. They do go down in 16th. Not the greatest start to their super weekend, but the Abrupt Slayers peppering away towards RRQ. As they see themselves to safety. Only 2 players in RRQ as well. We're dropping quite a few players, but not that many teams. A lot of solos, a lot of duos, or a single player going down from a lot of these squads.
That's Order actually leaving the game as well from Nova XQF. But now we've got another fight on our screen. Someone's saying things are going to start to get very, very spicy very quickly. Carrillo taking a huge amount of damage. Steps up for a second.
Has to fall it back. Power 888, 2 players standing right now. Maybe looking to go for the res, but it's a little bit far afield. No, that is going to get confirmed, and Loops pick it up. Loops with all 4 alive will be able to get that healing on, jump in those vehicles, and figure out where they want to go next, because of course they still have to push in.
This is a very interesting circle. You know what? Loops are actually going to head out of the blue.
Futbolists are in the way, though.
Rotate this way. Lovesin is actually going to move straight back into the circle. I remember Futbolists are down a player, so they really don't want to take too many fights right now unless they are coalesced. The next circle is going to pop soon. Bigetron could get very lucky with this one holding towards the west side of Rozok. Wow. But look at that. That is disgusting and raging. King of the South.
He is just chilling right now. He's big chilling, as
big
Dave would
chilling,
like to say, as Moustache Dave likes to say. RRQ made that move down south as well. They are in a prime location right now to try and control the 2 bridges that are available to move down south. Abrupt Slayers make the move very, very fast, and Nova XQF are guarding on the northern edge. It is such a difficult circle now, and this northern side is just chaos.
It is really bold that Nova XQF is going to stay here, though. They have easy access to this bridge. They could find a position, but again, you're uncertain whether there's another team in this area. Bigetron making that wide swing underneath, and there's a nice little shot there from Team Secret Jin to keep themselves in the game.
Lutz cooks a nade behind the plane wing, lobs it over. Is it good? A little bit far maybe, but it's got some damage on. An aid in response, and they've got the off angle as well. Lutz just tries to get anything he can. Such a difficult spot to play from. And as you said, Futbolist, they're down to 2 with one of them down on that wing. They're going to have to try and figure something out. You can see in the picture-in-picture as well, plenty of fights going on right now for Abrupt Slayers and RRQ. The res comes through for Futbolist as the crash comes in on the compound. Secret Jin disengage.
SQ making that quick decision there. That's Abrupt Slayers actually just completely running over RRQ's position. But Execute just currently playing on the bridge here versus Power 888. It is just KPS in the water here. Kill Switch looking for him, but Nova XUF still holding this position with Paraboy off playing long distance here. Again, I'm saying this is very confident. Nova XUF, even with 3 players, confident they can hold this position, or maybe just uncertain that there isn't that many teams on the south side, and this is their best bet at holding on to this game.
Well, they managed to find one. Of course, that's instant kill. There's no knocks in the water. Silas looking to swim towards the shoreline. They dropped the smokes out. As you can see, he's jumped in the car to be able to throw those nades from underwater. So he's able to cover that push up the shoreline. It's Fate not taking any chances, though, not leaving it up to Fate as he pushes in with that micro Uzi. Silas has managed to make the way up towards that shoreline. It's Fate dips into the water to get some locations. Ooh. And with that, they just point them straight out. Loop's got eliminated.
Federal naded Carrillo.
Uh-oh.
And they went out like that. What was that? I'd like to see a replay on that one. But very quickly, though, just amongst all this chaos, Reiji is still alive on the south side. BTR actually went straight past him. Now, there's absolutely no way that any team makes the southeast rotation to get into the circle. So if we get a southeast shift on this next circle, Reiji is going to be in a fantastic spot to start laddering up for Bluebees.
Get those placement points on, my boy. We'll see how much further he can go. But Zute's gone down. Execute. They looked like they had a strong spot, but with everybody pushing in from the north, creating so much pressure, it is difficult for them to play the way they want to. Klas Digital Athletics right now still have Silas alive. He's in the vehicle underwater, so safe for the moment. Execute. Only 2 players alive, and Zute will have to get rezzed. They're under pressure, as I said, though, from multiple fronts.
Perhaps this is what Nova XQF were worried about, is that making that bridge push too early could have led to them being tripped up on that bridge side, just like Execute have been there. It only took a few players from Power AAA, even though they weren't doing too much, just to cause a little stoppage in their rotation, after which Abrupt Slayers have started to do damage onto them. Digital Athletics started to involve themselves as well in that fight, but now Nova XQF in a decent position, but we do get another south shift. Now Reiji has to make some cheeky little maneuvers here. He can head down to the water, but look at these nades come over the top from Alpha 7.
Oh no! Oh, it's brutal. Oh, blank, please make it stop. Konina Power just getting bombarded right now, but fortunately, there are a lot of other players waiting in the wings. They just keep going. Okay, and another one, and another one, and another one. Let's see how many more have you got in the back pocket, Alpha 7. How much are you going to invest here, and how much are you going to get in
You
return?
are a bold man throwing that one in the smoke. Imagine if that just bounced back in and killed both Robdini and Black White. Robdini has a lot of faith in his teammate there, I'll tell you that now.
Just trying to be a little bit scary. They're like, we're a big scary team. Don't come anywhere near us.
Hands out wide.
Yeah, they're making themselves look big.
Come on then! I'll give it you!
And they really don't want this fight. It's 2 versus 4. They're trapped in the shack, and the nades just keep on going. Oh my goodness me!
That's the one.
I mean, if you throw 100 nades, one of them's going to land.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it was good moves from Konina Power to lay down the smokes to try and obscure that vision onto that tiny little slit in the side of that shack there to make sure they couldn't get the nades through. But like you said, it was just a matter of time if you've got that many nades on board. But while we can confidently say that Alpha 7 is down on utility, so if you see them later on. Now, Nova XQF currently in the water. We're going to quick replay on the screen.
Ah, this is the nade that threaded the needle, I believe. Oh no, this is the initial roll-up that caused them to go so low. Loop's just going down. Oh, he pushed in on top of his teammate's nade.
That is very upsetting.
That's unfortunate.
So it wasn't intentional. We can make it seem that way. Either way, it would have been accidental, right? But like it was one of those very unfortunate moments.
It certainly is. Nova XQF will have to push down south as I think. Yeah, the Bluebees did get eliminated.
I was going to say, where's Rage?
Yeah, he did go down in the midst of all that chaos. Bigetron now guarding out from the south edge. They made that push down south on the eastern side very, very early, if you remember. I mentioned it. Now they've managed to find a compound in towards ruins. They control so much of this circle, and the crossing is brutal for everybody else.
Now, Alpha 7 starting to take damage as well. That fight with Konina Power, although it went well, it took so much time to complete. Nova SQF currently in the water, and look at these fishermen just guarding on the bank of this side. Just got fishing nets out in the water, trying to see what kind of points they could reel back in.
They've been throwing the chump, and all the piranhas are like, ooh, let's take a position here on the shoreline. This will be good. But now they all have to fight off against each other as Nova XQF suffer pretty heavily there. Power Boy falls as well, and they get eliminated on the cross. Execute. They still have their Lone Ranger kill switch, but he's pinned down right now by 4 angry men.
Hasaki would love to get that headshot there, but it's Bigetron. Quite silent in this game. They had a nice little rotation, probably one of the smarter rotations in this lobby, just to wait it out, see where it goes. And we've seen them play this circle many times before, so they are 100% experienced with this at this point. Now they're in a pretty decent spot. IGL Zuxi has moved up into the circle itself as it heads up towards the northwest side. But 4 AM, they can get a nice firm position on the north side.
Don't forget about
Silas is getting into this.
Don't forget about Abrupt Slayers, though. All 4 of them are still alive, and they are really disengaged from a lot of these fights. They're starting to chime in now as Zuxi takes a drop there. Will get sprayed on as well, confirmed by Joker. They're starting to be a player now into the rest of these circles because they have the southwestern edge. They're going to look to push forwards to control so much of this ground because 4 angry men are trapped on this shoreline. And there's still a third party to come in as well. Klas Digital Athletics, they get eliminated, but they get a point for their trouble. Bigetron, in the meantime, they've only had 1 kill right now, Blank, but 4 Angry Men, 13.
Fantastic position from them. We saw similar things from them on Sandhawk. I believe it was day 2, where they'd got a really damn good position, cleared their angles effectively, and now they just have to hold this down. Obviously, Abrupt Slayers here, they're going to have to move, but right now, for the time being, they have a nice spot on the hillside ridge. 4am though, Hasaki is pretty close, so pretty far away from his team, and it's Svan over on this side with Sinhei actually just holding it down. Now, I'm very curious to see what 4am does next, because I know they want to get rid of Bigetron. That's how they're posturing right now.
But look at the high ground afforded to Abrupt Slayers right now. Such a difficult position to play around, unless you manage to get all these knocks coming on through. And of course, both of them have vested interest in making this happen. Hasaki has been spotted out now, lobs a Molotov towards the Rock of Horizon. Not going to be able to do any tick damage just yet. The Cook comes through, but he's spotted on the off angle. Oh, the MK14's just going to plink you down, Ryzen. Will fall, and 4 Angry Men, they're safer now.
It's such a good rotation from Bigetron, but if you go out here with only 1 kill in the pocket, it is horrendous. You really want this win. You invested a lot of patience into making this happen.
I mean, you say horrendous, but they've already guaranteed themselves 11 points on the game.
Oh, absolutely. But taking that rotation, not affording yourself any kills, to take such a strong position and not get at least that number 2 spot feels really bad.
It's not maximum payoff, certainly, but they have got a whole chunk of points, but really it's 4 Angry Men who've got so many more than everybody else at the moment. 14 points, almost as much as just the chicken dinner on its own for those placements, but they still have a little bit more to go. How much further can they get? Of course, there's 6 points still available, so they could potentially manage to get up to a 20-kill game on that chicken dinner.
Again, see, during the league play, I kept saying I was a big fan of how 4am were playing. It feels like they've really stepped it up here in our angle. And it's not a case of like they've changed anything. It just feels like they've elevated their already positive qualities. I'm really loving to see it. Nice rotations, great long-range fighting, and just very, very calculated moves around the map, especially in high-pressure situations like this, where you've got to deal with a river, you've got to deal with these awful little split, like crunch pushes where you've only got a bridge to rotate across from. Really well done. Now, Abrupt Slayers, they have to move down the hillside. Circle shifts away from them here. So really, you're wondering whether 4am and Bigetron might work together to try and take out this 4-man team. It would make sense in this situation.
I'll tell you who's happy about this spot, though, is the South Asia fans right now. The Abrupt Slayers obviously representing their region in those missions and starting things off very, very well, looking likely to unlock some of those rewards for our viewers, for our players as well in the South Asia region. So good job them so far, kicking things off well, but they have to go a little bit further if they want their chicken dinner.
Obviously, Bigetron repping it up for SEA2 here. That's Joker going down. This is exactly what I was talking about. It's like, for this time being, 4am and Bigetron can ignore one another. The big threat to both of them right now in not getting the top 2 spots is Abrupt Slayers.
And they're stopping them from getting into the circle. Abrupt Slayers keep moving forwards and keep taking ground. And at the moment, 4 Angry Men and Bigetron both have to move forwards to get into this next circle. Joker does get killed, does get flushed as well, so their high ground a little bit diminished there. Bigetron now can look to start to move in and get an extra kill point as well. That's very, very notable there.
So, Chari moving forward, just trying to scout out the terrain ahead. Nades now coming through from 4am as Abrupt Slayers get closer and closer to nade distance. And oh my god, Molotov into grenade. You are donezoed.
It's going to be that for them, but we'll see how much further they can get. 2 players now for the Abrupt Slayers. 5 kills still on the cards. A little bit of a standoff developing, Blank, but they get the shift. It goes on top of the Abrupt Slayers, and now 4 Angry Men and Bigetron have to fight.
Absolutely, they do. 4am needs to shift attention towards Bigetron. They cannot have a thorn in their side as they try to deal with these remaining 2 players from Abrupt Slayers. Abrupt Slayers not going to show their face not quickly at all here. You can see Leon going to drop that backpack, puts it back on again, but that kind of indicates they're going to go for the snaking position going forward, right? Leave 4am to deal with Bigetron, who is far closer to them. But nice little shift here on the circle goes towards Abrupt Slayers. Like you were saying, John, now they don't have to move.
They can chill. Unless they get spotted. Speaking of getting spotted, oh dear. Oh my goodness me, retribution from across the way. Bigetron get dethroned, 12 points, and that's the situation you said you didn't want to see.
Yeah, unfortunate for Bigetron there. 12 points though, nothing to scoff at, like you were saying, John. But now it is a 2v2. Make that a 2v1.
Goodness me, a knock found for 4 Angry Men, but Shinhei is spotted in the grass, Heaven around the edge, but he's low, and 4 Angry Men crawl their way through the river, across the way, get out, they dominate the shoreline, and they leverage that to move on forwards to get that chicken dinner here on our first Erangel of the Super Weekend.
That's a crushing victory there for the boys on 4am. How insane was that? I'm so used to where they have the terrain like that where it's very flat, that those go on forever. But 4am, they'd not been, they're sure they've been a little bit quiet, but they were taking notice of where everyone was in that little area on the map. They knew exactly where Heaven was, where Leon was hiding, and they just set up this beautiful crossfire. So as soon as they took the shot onto Leon, Heaven looks away, and out pops Shinhei to find that last kill. Wonderful stuff from 4am, and damn, what a game. You got a little selfie from your boy as well. He's like, yeah, just won this one, lads. Get in.
Yeah, man. Pop that on the socials. We'll take a look at that one later. Fantastic stuff coming in from 4 Angry Men, and it's a return to form. You know, we haven't seen too much of a pop-off coming through from them so far in the tournament, so I'm glad to see they start to step up.
I mean, well, like I said earlier, it's more like feels like an elevation of what they were already doing, and you have to do that in Super Weekend. You keep it chill, keep it calm. We're going to qualify for the Super Weekend, and then here's where you show truly how sharp your fangs are.
Absolutely, getting the points in the bag. A beautiful finish coming out from 4 Angry Men. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Well, I think that's got to be our highest kill game match we've had so far, if I'm not mistaken. 4 Angry Men just really taking their anger out on everyone in the lobby, which I feel kind of bad for them. But also, Abrupt Slayers, massive result for them, considering they're the only team coming in from South Asia.
Yeah, the only team from Nepal, so really happy with how they performed there. They had a really good emphasis on scouting from the Everest position after they took that big compound breach versus RRQ Athena. And after they did that, they were just like, well, scouting from Everest, get the information, then where all the teams were in the northern edge, and from there on, they just got themselves a good position next to that road and just kept on spraying on teams down below. Sure, they didn't get a lot of kills, but they got top 2 position because of that scouting. It really shows how important the role of scout actually is.
It was a very different story for the 3 teams we had in the standoff at the end there. We had Bigetron, who were very slow to rotate at the start, so they were late into Circle 1, so when it did shift down into this horrible 50-50 river split that obviously everybody was already in the north side, they just roll on into the south side. That's why they didn't really get any kills, but they were sitting comfy in the ruins. Whereas 4 Angry Men on your screens, they were in that north tussle, I think is the only thing I can call it. They all come over this river. They happened to be the furthest south. They were almost sort of, not quite at Rozhok, but by the little island by Rozhok, which is why they came over, and then they were just basically railing anyone that came out of the water, and there were so many teams up there.
Yeah.
And that's why they come out with 18 kills, a 33-point game. That is mega.
They got more points in that game than we had teams have in our league play across 8 matches. Like that's ridiculous out of them. But obviously looking down the rest of the leaderboard here, Nova XQF, we talked about it at the start of the day. They're always good for a certain amount of kills. This time it was 7, Max.
Yeah, but always remaining consistent because they're a really aggressive team, especially they have what I call like the River Goblin compound, next right up.
Cube, we call it.
The Cube normally, also could be another name, but like they were just holding that position, and all the teams that were just coming in their global vicinity, they just picked it one by one. There was a 4-man split that I was a little bit questioning. They did lose order because of that, but like afterwards, they just used that position so well and picked up so many kills because of it.
They had Power Boy out wide, just in case anybody wanted to crash the compound. Not that anyone was going to crash Nova. They had Power Boy out wide purposely over the road, that if they did, he would backstab them. But it effectively, it kind of cost them. They were there on purpose because they're a team that are hungry for kills, but it cost them in placement because the second the circle shifted, they were in a horrible position, just like everyone else.
Yeah, it was, but at least they got, 9 points at the end of that one. We'll take a look at our second page now and see where everyone else was. One team you don't notice on the first page is Loops, who had a little bit of an unfortunate nade play coming in from Federal onto Carrillo.
And they were up in shooting range, right? So when it did shift south, they were the furthest point. They were the furthest away from it. And actually, even worse so, is they first decided, okay, we're going to rotate over to the west. Ran into trouble and said, okay, let's go back east. Sort of tried to go back all the way around the edge of the circle. But the problem is that there were so many teams scrambling for position that they were all bumping into each other. I think the most important one for me is RRQ Athena. Look at this. Abrupt Slayers, second place. RRQ Athena, 16th-0. Abrupt Slayers crashed RRQ Athena's compound. They were in the little garage compound just out north of Everest. So, it's just dropped down the other side of the bridge, basically, from Nova. If they'd have come out on top in that, we may have seen them in second place, but 0.
I mean, to me, a couple of things that are going to stand out here as well, looking at our rankings, is that you've got not only Loops there, which, I mean, you can have a bad game. It's fine, but you're seeing Bluebees be consistently not performing now after day 2 in league play and going into our first match here. But also Team Secret, who had a phenomenal day 1 with the 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
And they fell off on day 2 as well, Max. So I'm getting a little bit worried for some of these teams.
Yeah, some teams really just not performing as we were expecting. And it's just the first game. They're just
I'm not worried.
they're trying to see.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all because it was a horrible circle. Like, that was when it shifts to a river like that and it's a full 50-50. And bearing in mind, you had 14 teams north of that river at the time. It's like, that is just actually 13 teams because Bigetron and RRQ and Abrupt Slayers, they were the only teams south of the river at the time. So you're always going to have people. And when you have a team like 4 Angry Men getting, 19 kills or whatever it was, it's gonna stack the points quite heavily, and which is why you had so many with just like 1 or 2 points there.
Then let me ask you a real quick follow-up question to that. At what point would you start to worry then? Because this is 5 matches straight for them.
Well, not game 1, that's for sure. I mean,
Okay.
you got 15 games to play. We saw Bigetron having some poor games and then a massive game. We saw the alternatives. So we know it's totally possible to have flip-flops. We know, for example, Loops, who just had 1 point in their game, can do big games.
Okay, well, speaking of big games, you take a look at our big players in that last match as well. Let's take a look at our top 4 from it. And we're going to have 4 Angry Men pretty much just taking full control of this, though Paraboy's going to sneak through because you know what? He looks damn good.
China #1 right there. Just 3 players of 4 Angry Men, 1 player Paraboy, full Nova X-Quest Def. Of course, they're dominating over here. I mean, especially like that northern rotation, early on from 4 Angry Men, able to just clear out the entire northern area. Like you said, it was a struggle, that circle shift going over the other side of the river in the south, like time and time again. And really, the team that capitalized on that opportunity was 4 Angry Men, and they were just backstabbing time and time again and finding so many opportunities to get those kills. Look at that back.
Yeah, no, you guys didn't see on camera.
Emotion.
It looks. One thing I will give, by the way, all the players that we saw, they know how to do poses. Those typical esports poses, just cross your arms, look at the camera. But no, they're styling. I love it. Let's take a look now a little bit further ahead at our do moments in that last match and start to break down maybe some of the plays that we did get to see, because there was a lot of kills nonetheless. And I mean, starting off right here, we did have Team Secret go out first, but they did get themselves the 1 kill at least to avoid 16th place overall.
The nade really coming in strong. Like they had also the first few knocks, and I thought that seemed like a fight that Team Secret was actually going to win, but they just got completely reversed engaged afterwards. And this is the fight that Loops. They had a little bit of a hard time too in the early stage. That was after they decided to go for the northern rotation, and they took a huge fight with Power AAA. But at the end of the day, that fight did go in favor of Power AAA as they decided to disengage and move that fight to later.
Yeah, and it was a hard fight. I mean, we're looking at obviously up the crash site there. All of these teams were effectively out of position in the end. They all had to make this run the gauntlet down south, and then you see as we get to the bridge, the river, this is where the carnage began. Bigetron, it's crazy, they only had 2 kills. Yeah. Because there was just nothing happening that side of the river because everyone was stuck in this horrible northern grind.
They're the only compound actually in the final circle there, and like it was just unfortunate, as you mentioned it. Like all the fighting was happening up north, and they couldn't get really involved.
There's nothing
in that
to
one.
shoot.
There was nothing to shoot. Exactly, you couldn't see anyone from that position. So unfortunately, not too many kills going their way. And once again, that was a scouting of Abrupt Slayers. They knew exactly how to push their way into the final circle. Bigetron did end up dying in 3rd, so they stole away that 2nd position. But still, Abrupt Slayers are the team that surprised me the most with 4 Angry Men going into this first game.
I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right? You don't need to really fully show up in league play. You don't have to throw all your strats. You don't have to play at 100%. You need to do that when it comes into the Super Weekends. And that makes me wonder now, could Abrupt Slayers be one of those big players, or was this potentially just a one-off game?
I mean, we hope so. They did have some pretty good games on the final day of in the week league. Week league? League play, if I can get my words out. So they started to step up, and that's when they started to have the big results. So we know they can do it. They were top of South Asia, so we know they absolutely could do it, and it's great to see them coming through. Like, we didn't get to see it there, but the most important thing for me was the straight wipe of RRQ Athena from that compound. It was brutal.
It was brutal, but also amazing to see. One thing I wanted to talk about here, with 4 Angry Men taking the victory, I wanted to talk about what we mentioned at the very start of the day, looking between them and Nova. But I want to look at them in that match versus themselves so far in league play, because this is really interesting, right? We talked about like their lack of kills, but they're really heavy in placements. But you can see here, 18 kills coming through. I mean, that's basically half what they had in 8 matches.
Close to 50% of kills. That is absolutely insane in one game. And, you know, I guess we said in league play, you know, you only need to make it, you don't need to pop off. And now is when it counts. And whew, did they deliver?
I mean, this game is going to be impactful for the entirety of these 4 weeks also. Like, this is going to give them such a huge leap forward. If they remain consistent throughout the entire tournament, it was like him maybe 10, 15 points a game. Like, these are the games that are actually going to be propulsing them high up in the standings and remaining in that top 16 for the final week. So overall, like, for argument, they know the importance of these games, and they took that one, I would even say, too seriously. They were like, wow, okay, calm down. You're just eliminating like almost the entire lobby. You guys got to chill.
I don't think they want to chill right now, Max, because there's $300,000 on the line. They have a lot that they can win, and you guys at home actually still have things you can win as well. We have a contest going on, an art contest. We're going to see you paint, draw, animate, whatever you want to be, as long as it's related to PUBG Mobile, and you tweet it to eSports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. And at the very end of the week, we'll be posting these over on Instagram, and people at home can vote for their favorites. And then obviously our top favorites will be getting some UC given to them. But also, don't worry, there's many ways you can win. Let's check out another way you can. And on the other side of that, we'll be getting you our second match to go.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC. Don't use the hashtag PMPL. Use the hashtag PMGC. Ignore me, but make sure you tweet to the right account. I want to remind you guys at home, we do have these missions going on, and as we saw Abrupt Slayers do extremely well, we're going to take a look at what you all over in South Asia can win. And since there's only one team representing the region here in the Super Weekend, if they can place top 6 at the end of the weekend, you'll be able to get yourself all 3 of those lovely prizes. And with the way they're playing right now, Max, they might be able to do it.
I mean, there's a big chance you're going to get all that juicy loot for yourself, you know, looking when you have one team there in the power node, the bannermen of the SA region so far in this first Super Weekend, get some loot.
I feel like we need some sort of contest on air, right? Like where our prediction makes it into top 3, then we get special exclusive rewards. Maybe get a Jason Kaplan outfit in the show or in the game.
Or big heads.
Maybe. Yeah, no, just a giant nose. Just a giant nose in game, which makes you very easily to be spotted. Hitbox. Yeah, a huge hitbox. Let's take a look at our schedule now. As you can see, our second match coming up, we've got Vikendi, Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel. Pretty standard. And of course, over these next 3 days, it's just going to be 5 matches a day. We have 6 in league play, so less matches to play overall, but that just means you got to scrape every single point you possibly can here.
Yeah, and obviously with it being so top-heavy, there's a lot of teams that actually didn't get a lot from that.
Yeah.
So they're going to be looking towards Vikendi and thinking, how can we challenge, how can we change this? Maybe we'll see 4 Angry Men challenged. They drop in Loops' area in coal mine. Maybe Loops will say, you know what? No, we are going to take it back. But I guess we'll see. I mean, I think we're going to start to see more teams solidify their positions. We saw Nova adjusting, actually, in that previous matchup. They went down to the sort of yellow spread down the south of the island, as opposed to dropping on Abrupt Slayers, who came out second. Maybe they'll change that. Right? Maybe they'll change it, and Abrupt Slayers will get costly again. So we don't really know. Obviously, we've had 24 teams rotating through, so drops have been very different. But now we're on Vikendi. It could start to get proper spots.
Proper spots. There you go. Now
English is hard sometimes.
I know. I mean, I'm
Try
French. Maybe not. I don't think it's the time to do that. Maybe on Instagram. But like so far going into this one team I want to see performs really good is going to be Futbolist. They showed us on the scrims the other day some really interesting ways to not really breach but defend compounds. Like they would just surround the entire compound. Was a 4-man split, and the moment the team rotates out, they're just completely unaware and they'll just shoot down the entire team. So I'm going to be looking down for Futbolist on this
We had
weekend.
an epic scrim on Vikendi yesterday.
Really
so
fun.
if we match what we had yesterday in the scrims, it's going to be a fantastic game.
I think it's at minimum going to be happening here as we head over to our commentators now to kick it off. It's going to be John, Allen, and Blank. Take it away, boys.
We might be going for a bit of a takeaway, but it's going to be cold, unfortunately, because it is Vikendi. You don't want it delivered cold normally, but this is time for the ice. We're going over to the frozen tundra.
I would actually order cold pizza.
Really?
Yeah, if there was an option to order cold pizza, I would order cold pizza.
That's very weird.
I don't think so.
No?
You guys on Instagram, do a poll and we can find out.
Yeah, okay, so it's going to be 1 vote for cold pizza, ordering
Me.
him, and everybody else is going to vote for hot pizza.
Well,
I have no idea.
No, just as an option.
Do you know what the great thing about hot pizza is?
It becomes cold.
It becomes cold pizza.
I don't want to wait.
Okay.
For the game, I don't want to wait either. I want to get right into this one. Looking at Vikendi here, we're going to have some interesting movements because we know this is a... Stop looking at me so angry. Look, you go to Vikendi, you're getting cold pizza whether you like it or not.
I'm fuming.
I'm absolutely furious.
I'm furious right now.
This is going to be very central based though. Very central based. Just like the pizza, the circle is not going to move too much.
The center is the best bit,
The
right?
center... Look, you're really pulling some weird things out now. Do you eat the center of the pizza? You just cut it out with a cookie cutter?
No, but you start... Okay, look, let's not keep going on this because we will go too deep on it. But it's you want to get to the center of the circle. Those compounds are super, super valuable, right? You have to get towards the center to avoid having to rotate later.
Do it!
And it's going to be it's such a valuable spot, right? Because the less you rotate on Vikendi, the less you're going to get shot at from the other compounds that are getting occupied, and that is going to be less damage, less meds, less armor that you have to invest in using just in these early stages.
Just less overall.
Just less fuss.
Exactly. It's not good. I mean, I am pretty happy with what we've seen so far in Vikendi purely because we do actually see some good fighting. And it's not been a case where we just had it really, really, very passive. We see passive too often on Vikendi, guys. Come on. I like it when I see people crashing buildings, taking positions. And so far, for a lot of the PMPLs that we've watched before, we've seen teams where, honestly, what they'll do is they'll just head on. They'll head on into Vikendi. Whoever gets center, it's like, well, they pulled the good straw here. They pulled the long straw. They can have the center. We won't do anything about it, and we'll take subpar compounds. Here at PMGC, that doesn't happen. There's got people who just fly into those compounds. I like that compound. I would like it regardless whether I pulled the short straw or not, which is exactly how I play that game too.
You get the right compound, you're going to have more power, which is exactly what you have with, a OnePlus phone, for instance. That's
OnePlus 8T.
Oh, 5G. Oh, lovely.
But all the stuff. When you're talking about how everything is less, everything is more with the OnePlus 8T.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gotta love it, gotta love it. But of course, Vikendi, as we said, is going to be a little bit slower at the start. So towards the end, what we're looking at is compound crashes, right? So we're looking for the teams who are coordinated in those fights to take those late game advantages and run with them.
Compound confidence, that's what you need. I know that this is an area that I can take. I have scouted out frequently, and I know that this area is relatively free to take. And a lot of that will happen in early game, though, because you wait too long. Suddenly, when you crash a compound, you've got two other guys in buildings across from you like this. I'm going to take your helmet off now with my car 98K. I'm very sorry about that.
The entire theme of Vikendi, you know, it's like an exponential growth, right? It's compound interest is what we're going to be looking at for the rest of this game. But we're going to be getting underway as the plane does take to the skies once more. So, who are we thinking for this one? Are you gonna make a prediction? Who's going to win it right from the start?
Yes, I will actually. I will predict that, in fact, this is going to be an Alpha 7 game.
The analysts are representative of your brain right now. They're having a big think. They're just trying to chill out and, you know, biting on those thumbs because they know that it's they don't want to say any silly predictions. That's what they.
Wait, what are you trying to say about my prediction? Oh, I like how it says it's third person. There's that hint that there might be first person.
No. Oh. Plane path going to be going from the northwest down to the southeast, cutting off a little bit of places like Winery maybe is going to be accessible, but I'm expecting, you know, Bigetron might just be able to send down there anyway. Milner, though, maybe off the cards.
Yeah, to be fair, Peshkova seems to be a pretty popular spot for a lot of teams, just providing those rotational paths to get straight back onto the road on the east side. You can fly up downwards towards Hot Springs or fly upwards towards Cosmodrome and Port. You know, I'm pretty happy with most of the teams, but see, this is the one thing with Vikendi is the circle pops very, very quickly. So quickly, in fact, that if you're a team who's dropping out towards 3/4 through the flight path, you could actually make a decision whilst you're in the air where to drop. So I find it a little bit interesting. And RRQ, just like how they are central, they're over on Erangel, on Pachinki, they are once again central here in Goroka. Power AAA up towards the northwest side, which is a good position for them actually towards the coast. And you can isolate at least a couple of angles there. That 180 looking out to the river. Oh, looking out to... That's not a river. That's very much not a river. Looking out to the ocean, you are nice and safe from.
Our ocean's just big rivers.
Our oceans... I would say they're more like big lakes. I think a river cuts straight through something, right?
Does the water surround the land, or does the land surround the water?
The water definitely surrounds the land. I would say because we have more water, because it's 70-30 ratio, if I remember correctly. That's not the exact numbers, by the way, guys. That's not the exact numbers. I think it's a 70-30 ratio. I would say that the water envelops the land.
All right, well, there you go. Good. We got that out of the way. Northwestern circle, though, and as you said, the teams on the northern coast are going to be pretty happy with that. Futbolist, Power 888, maybe an Execute as well in Dobro Mesto.
Execute, look, I won't lie. Execute do get pretty lucky with these circles. I mean, they've been pretty lucky during the league play as well, which was fairly interesting to see. They do try and do a lot with it, and I just don't think that Execute have necessarily been doing badly. Because I mean, if we take a look at the leaderboards right now, they're currently in 7th place, and this is where they kind of place themselves quite frequently, where they were getting like 7 or 8 points per game, which is absolutely fine. It's like this is what we're talking about. You do averagely during the Super Weekend, you're going to come out in the finals. And we know that's what the boys in Execute want. These guys are just constantly hungry for the next tournament.
What is the player from Alpha 7 doing? Just rotating completely away from everybody else. Yeah,
why are they
jumping on with Law?
Me?
This is some really early scouting. I think they might just be looking to get an outpost. You can see he's only got 1 energy drink booster.
Look how focused he looks as well.
Yeah, he's just chilling there, but they've scouted early, right? I think they're relying on the rest of the team to loot up for him, maybe? I'm not entirely sure.
I'm sure he can find a compound for himself and no one's going to try and lob themselves into it and he can loot it. If he makes like a lot of scary noises.
But it's something we haven't really seen too much of before, right? This solo early scouting coming through without any loot. I kind of like it, I have to say.
It's not bad.
After I've considered it for
It does kind of hurt my prediction a little bit.
Do you think?
When he does this thing where he could easily be knocked out the vehicle with no help.
Uh-oh, a little bit of a crash coming in from Futbolist. Do they spot the player? No, they do not. Power 888 pick up the point, but he's got a lot more to worry about. The rest of Futbolist starting to come through now, and they're going to trade it off.
It's caught by down. on the ground. Lovazin coming through, and he will be dropped out of this game. Futbolist, they lost loot in the process, but again, this is all about what I was talking about earlier, compound confidence, taking what you know you need, and honestly, it doesn't matter too much only having these 3 players if now Futbolist head back into that kind of quiet stage. You know what was quite, I know that Power Triple have just gone out, but they still have 2 players in the game. Sadly, Corpai went down. One thing that I just want to talk about really quickly is that I've seen on Instagram, I think Yuhai actually shared this video, is Corpai with his guitar singing some songs. This guy has got a ridiculously good, like, singing voice. Nice. Nice. I just wanted to bring that up. Corpai, keep at it. You're a talented little lad.
Get those 6 strings plucking. Get some funky tunes to see you to that victory. We'll see how much further they can go if that musical accompaniment will be their bolstering force.
Yeah. I mean, they bring the percussion in the game. And then the strings outside of the game.
A full orchestra.
A full orchestra, of course. Of course, John. Only the best for us.
Fantastic. 4 Angry Men are winners from the previous match. They've already managed to get themselves central, pretty close to Futbolist right now. RRQ a little bit further south. And of course, you've got players down below them, Team Secret as well. Bigetron have the longest rotation to make.
You know, the little picture-in-picture there, we see the guys together. It's pretty terrifying. They really do have like this camp to play from.
Yeah. I mean, that specific picture looked very much like leader of the Legion of Doom.
I know, right?
Under the big Bigetron logo. Just, yeah, you can see, look, he looks like he's about to take over the world. And to be fair, 2-time world champions, who's going to stop him?
I mean, that's definitely Zuxi calling him for that big logo on the back wall. He's like, I will have this. I will be looking cool.
I'm going to steal the moon.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm going to place it 2 centimeters out.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I'm going to make minor disturbances in the tide.
Nice. Nice. All right, well, Klas Digital Athletics right now, they started in pretty much where they are right now in Krichas. And they've got themselves a pretty decent spot. No one's really going to be rotating past them. They might see some activity coming in from the south side if Bluebees decide to move up from Movatra and Vihar on the western edge. Bigetron may be looking to swing out wide, but in general, no one's really going to look to push into them for quite a while now.
Yeah, I think most teams here have... Now, this is what I'm talking about, is it's a lot of the early game skirmishes where you take those compounds, and I think that time has now passed. That time has now passed. A lot of these teams who are out on the eastern side towards the south, they'll be coming into the circle and they will be looking for a spot to stay. Unless you do what Alpha 7 did, which is what send a law out very early, you can loot up in relative safety outside of the circle and then make your way in afterwards.
And it looks like he's managed to actually get a little bit of loot on board as well. Level 2s across the board, 2 first aids, some boosters, some bandages. He's been okay. I just worry that maybe he hasn't got the ammo on board, but we'll have to wait and see for that one. Has a Tommy gun on his back as well, so not the best of weaponry, but still the SMGs, especially on Vikendi, very, very important in these close-range fights.
Huge. You see Silence here, even with the mini Uzi in hand, which is pretty important. That little micro boy is good. Micro boy's on BTR. Can't say that. I wish I could just say the micro Uzi in future. Huh?
Yeah. Micro lad.
Micro
geezer.
Micro man.
Oh dear. Alpha 7, they, as you said before, they've regrouped now with Law, with the rest of their team. And they're just to the southwest of Zabava, just to the northeast of 4 Angry Men. You can see that on the mini-map. And beyond them, you've got Klas Digital Athletics on the south side and Futbolist on the west as well. So this is what we were talking about, right? Compound interest, exponential growth. Let's go. As everyone heads central, finds some buildings and chills out.
I do like making predictions at the start of the games because it's me a bit of an adrenaline rush whenever I see things invested. It makes me invested. I'm like, Alpha 7, don't take the fight with 4 AM, you might die.
Bluebees are moving up on the western edge towards the east side of Dobromesto. So they're going to be looking to move on up. Bigetron have Team Secret Jin at their back to worry about because they are leaving this move quite late. Konina Power deciding to send straight on in towards Aerowolf Limax.
I think pretty much everyone's been through this area now. It seems to be a pretty common scouting zone just underneath Podvosto, around Mount Kresnik. Can you isolate those sight lines whilst you take a look out towards the western side to the south side without worrying anyone shooting from the north? I mean, we saw Alpha 7 pass through there. We've seen Abrupt Slayers just pass through there. And now we've got Aerowolf Limax as well as Konina Power coming through. So a really hot spot on our screen at the moment. You're just vibing.
I was vibing. I was indeed vibing. Having a little cat jam all to myself.
Yeah. Happy for you.
Me too. Aerowolf Limax are starting to mount up and send away just before Konina Power are fully established on the compound to their southwest. I imagine they will have spotted it, but will they be able to find anyone on that rotate? Will they be able to catch the players from Konina Power as they move through the tundra? Not too sure. Not too sure just yet. 400 men, they're right slap bang in the middle of things as everybody's looking their way. However, everybody's looking everyone's way. It is Vikendi after all.
Stop it.
Oh dear. Stop it! Loops are looking Alpha 7's way.
Wow, that's swagging down. Oh, a little bit sad. It's not the worst thing in the world. To be fair, it kind of is the worst thing in the world because I'm pretty sure Swagman's like one of their best players.
Look at this south grouping though. Bigetron and Secret Jin still yet to move out the blue.
Circle?
The second circle pops.
Never heard of it.
Circle? Being moved by the circle on Vikendi? Nah, I don't think so.
We're going to go in the ocean, mate.
We'll give that a miss. Let's go and zone on top of pretty much everyone who's already in the circle, except for Aerowolf Limax, but they were moving anyway. On the western edge of Mount Kreshnik for them. And out in the blue, let's tune in with this fight. Let's see what's going down here, because I think they know of each other's presence.
Yeah. I reckon BTR are intent to actually swim out into the ocean and go to a wrangle.
Uh-oh. Cosmos jumps in and jumps out pretty swiftly as well. That's a Darcia as well left behind for Secret Jin. I don't think Bigetron are going to be able to stop the rest of the team from getting away, but they do manage to maintain a vehicle. Zuxi has one as well, so they're going to be a 2-2 split potentially on this rotate.
Okay. I'm okay with this.
Hang on a minute, Secret Jin are coming back.
We're swinging back in, boys.
They're going back for the fight.
I mean, Bigetron are still on this 2-2 split. They need to make something happen. I like how Team Secret Jin, they went out.
That was the flush, not another.
No, they're going away again.
It's like, yeah, we'll have it. Oh, no, I'll leave it again. Saving Private Ryan. Oh, no, wait, it's Forrest Gump. Let's run.
Wrong movie. Apologies.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, so they are going to send out to the west. They're going to be expending a lot of meds as well, both of these teams, because they've been out in the blue now for quite a while, and we're actually not too far away from the third circle coming into pop.
Have you seen that like video of the two dogs, and they're both being held by two owners?
Better have a pointer to
They're
this.
barking at one another. Okay. And then you put them down, and they just go about their own business. That was definitely Bigetron and Team Secret Jin right there. Like, actually, we'll leave it.
All right,
We'll
I'll allow
leave
it.
it for now.
I'll allow it as a reference. Okay, well, Konina Power starting to move on the south edge of the circle, struggling to find their way in. Of course, one of the late movers towards this central cluster, and it's going to be very, very tricky for them to move in. Just look at how densely packed this area around Gorokka is.
I really hate this part of the map, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Frozen Lake.
I've
so
seen
difficult.
so many circles end here as well, and I mean, it just causes a lot of problems because if you get caught on one side of it, it's over for you.
It's all over. It's all over.
Come on, Mad Toy, don't go out first again.
He's trying to force the peak there. But Mad Toy gets in a vehicle reposition, sends it towards the back, and they're going to be all right for now. We'll be able to heal that one up. They're right in the middle of the circle, so they don't have to move. And it's just damage. It's just armor. It's just meds being used there, which is still pretty impactful.
It is. Very impactful. You can survive towards that late game. Less impactful, though, because then you'll start to make those jumps onto... Stop it! Stop moving my chair. I can't finish my point because I'm so worried about my chair right now.
What was your point?
My point is that it's less impactful towards that that late game. Get your cheeky hands away from my chair.
Oh dear.
It's less impactful towards
One of the great joys in life.
the late game, because then you can start to actually crash people, and people crash you, and then you get that resupply from the dead bodies and the loot boxes. Next circle comes in again. Again, it's not impactful.
Have you ever heard of being moved by a circle on Vikendi?
No, I actually haven't.
Me neither.
I rang up and I was like, "Hey guys, I need a move. I need to be moved here on Vikendi, please. I need a mover service." And they were like, "Well, what do you need it for?" I said, "I want to change compounds." Like, you don't need us for that.
The circle on Vikendi is like that friend who, when you're moving house and you're like, "Oh, can you come and help me move some stuff?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then you ask them when they'll be over, and they'll be like, "So probably next week."
Sometime next week.
Sometime next week.
You don't need me right now.
That's all right. You're fine. It's fine. Aerowolf Limax, though, not so fine as Team Secret find themselves delivered a couple of kills. Madtoy, though, does go down in the fray and is flushed as well, so they lose one for their trouble. However, Aerowolf Limax really feeling the pain right now. Oh, that's not where you want to be. Gets knocked out as well, right on the roadside. Laid bare, U-High Boy sends back around for some hard cover and will be able to escape with his health bar.
Team Secret, I was going to say, a little bit quiet from that last game, but here, you know, get a little bit louder. Pumping the music, getting that bass on. You like to see it. I mean, from how well they did on that initial day, I'm enjoying seeing it again. There's Beer 11 taking down Aerowolf Limax. That is the first team to fall here on Vikendi. 15 minutes in.
Yeah, not a great result for them. They got 2 points in the first game. So going down first here on Vikendi, not going to play well for their points overall. However, they are going to be able to have plenty more opportunities this weekend, during the Super Weekend, to try and step on up for their region. See what they're able to do.
I think RRQ is a team that, like, if you've been watching the scrims, first of all, well done. You are a dedicated viewer. We love you. But RRQ have been doing fantastically in the scrims, actually. And it's good to see them stepping up here again. I mean, they are a really good team. They're a really good team, John. I just don't know what happened during league play. Of course, they got into the Super Weekend itself, but it's here I want to see a similar thing to what we just saw from 4am on our angle. I want to see them bring it up a little bit, pump up the music, shift that volume from a solid 9 to a solid 11.
All right, Spinal Tap, we'll get right on that. But something we were tracking, speaking of doing well and stepping up, is the Abrupt Slayers. You know, they had a really strong performance in the first game, getting 19 points overall. And of course, as the representative for South Asia, they're going to be looking to break that top 6 barrier, right? That's what they're looking for that mission, to complete the super mission as it comes through. Was the top 6. I did make a prediction as well here. I went and I ran the numbers again, and 66 is going to be the threshold for 6th place in this setup.
You can't call
66 points.
You can't call it a prediction when it's going to be true.
Well, actually, no, you can. That is exactly what a prediction is supposed to be.
No, because it's already true. You're making a statement. Be confident in yourself.
Depends what time frame you're looking at.
all believe in you.
We'll see. But yeah, 66 points is going to be around where 6th place falls here in this lobby.
It's going to be, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure. Exactly on the nose. There's no other option. So they're going to be looking to continue that, because obviously only 19 points, that's not all the way there. They've made it about a third, a little bit less than that, but they still have plenty more games to go. So hopefully if they can just keep on trucking, getting solid 8-point averages across the board, they will be okay. We'll see how far they can go here on Vikendi. Currently on the eastern side for the Abrupt Slayers, near a loot crate, so they have been able to level up their gear just a little bit. A lot of teams on their south side, though, around that Goroka cluster. Fortunately for us, we're moving away from Goroka, which means that we won't get that frozen lake as a player in the final circle.
And there won't be any slip-ups on that ice, which is the main thing that I'm looking to avoid, to be honest with you, because it is just a ridiculously gross area to play around. But most teams will have to push up against one another at this point, because there's a lot of open ground here. Sure, there's some trees available to teams to play around, but getting up towards another compound from this southeast side, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be very, very tricky, John. RRQ, they will want to at least clear some of these southeastern angles, but they've got to go up against Team Secret and Loops and Abrupt Slayers, like you were just saying, who've been doing pretty damn good for the South Asia region.
Execute, not quite landing the bolty. Swaps back to the G36C, but no sprays to be found just yet. Blue Bee's very, very close to this, and I think Konina Power might have an inkling that this is happening. Reiji moving up in the vehicle. Hasn't been spotted just yet, but Lufa and Divine looking to mount up as well. I think they want to go out west. You can see they are starting to move away and disengage. Can Konina Power catch one or two of them in this rotation? I don't think they're going to be able to do it as the terrain is covering.
I don't think you'd even want to take shots here. And again, like I was saying before, there are so many teams in this area. As soon as you start shooting, you are basically trumpeting a horn to everyone saying, I'm here. Please come kill me.
I am ready put to be killed. I have prepared myself, and I've decided that now is the time. Next circle is going to pop, and it sends out east. Okay, now the friend has come over, and he is going to help you move. Because that is a lot of teams actually left out in the cold here. RRQ on the south side are going to have their work cut out for them to guard on this edge. Do they want to send more central, or are they going to try and hold strong?
Exactly. I mean, he's whisked into the building. He started moving boxes into the back of the van. It's good to go. Unfortunately, your friend is RRQ, and what he's going to have to do next is take out the trash on this southeastern side if he wants to continue this going forward. RRQ can have a tough time because there's a lot of bin bags down in this area.
Certainly is. We'll be able to pop those in the refuse. Make sure you separate the recycling
That's
first.
True. Very true.
Always good to look after our planet. Konina Power have found Execute now, as they do start to clash, but the Blue Bees are here as well. They do want to actually come back into this. They rotated back in. Okay, the shots did come through, and as you said, they roll up almost immediately, and they're so fervent to be able to get a part of this pie. They even crash into each other, but Axa hiding behind the tree, multiple angles being covered off right now. And Sconzo falls, so does Axa, and Robdini now left wondering where his team's gone. Two of them down on the Blue Bees side though, as they echo with a volley of fire. The bullets sent back towards the Japanese representatives, and Aita-chan going low.
I'm very confused by this fight. Blue Bees completely deserve to go out there. I mean, there's no cover in that situation apart from the vehicles. They went for a full crash, but here's RRQ versus Team Secret.
This is the headland of the team that we were going to look at. RRQ holding people out from the south side right now. They seem to be struggling. Beer 11 does fall. 3 players alive for RRQ as Ernie is low on the outside. D2E taken down a peg as well. Ernie heals up out the side. It's G9 to take the fight with U-High Boy, but it's U-High Boy to win it. And now Ernie looking to try and get his team back alive. There's all 4 of them alive, but it's only Ernie standing. U-High Boy now stuck in this 1 versus 1. And it's Team Secret who go down. Not only that, but 3 players from RRQ are still alive. Who's going to try and capitalize on this situation?
Loops are already in the area. They're very close by, and they are in vehicles. They will have definitely heard this fight, but it has stopped the time being. Here's Nova XQF Powerboy taking a few cheeky shots over towards Execute, but now they're taking shots in return from Bigetron outside the way. Remember, this is the team that's taken so long to get into the circle, and now they have to heal up, but they've already made their presence known to these teams. Was this a mistake? Here's the next circle popping onto the screen. There's your boy Blank coming in with the big predictions, of course.
He knew. He saw through the veil of reality and decided to pluck the truth from the future. But of course, there's still plenty of teams left in it. 13 teams as Execute mount up. Go for this push. Straight towards Power 888, by the way. Look at these switches coming in from Kill Switch. He's bipping and bopping all around the shop. And Fate takes a lot of damage, but survives, just does not go down just yet. Unfortunately, though, it's Klas Digital Athletics who have the sight lines. And they're looking every which way, apparently, as well, spotting out Secret Jin.
It is chaos right now. Kengzo taking damage from Zuxi. They will try and clean up that kill, not able to do it. And Zuxi will fall to the floor for trying to confirm that kill, trying to get some more points on board. And bullets are just flowing through this smoke right now.
Like liquid quicksilver. Sending damage every which way. Klas Digital Athletics will have to move in. Alpha 7, as you said, have a dominant position right now, but 4 Angry Men have managed to swing out all the way on the northern edge with a good spot on the terrain.
Well, we know how well Alpha 7 can do when they get a compound to themselves on these maps. I mean, Vikendi, this is why I predicted at the beginning, is because generally they've done well on Vikendi before, and I know that once they get that compound that they'd like to have, they do fantastically well going from there. They're very good at holding things down. My only worry is they've lost a member, and Alpha 7, they love to have 4 guys on board towards the end of the game. It gets a little bit hairy when they don't, so my confidence is a little bit less in them right now.
See if they're able to get it done as the Abrupt Slayers, they're pushing into the compound that Alpha 7 holds. That's Secret Jin eliminated in the meantime. Loop scouting out. They've just crashed into the compound. Here's Klas Digital Athletics to receive. 2 players go down fast and a 3rd soon to follow.
What?
Kayovsky is the last to fall down, but it's not going to matter. They just get wiped.
I'm not even really sure what happened there, but it felt like Salim just like flew around the corner and just absolutely ruined everyone. Ernie is down on the floor. RQ is out in the blue. I don't think Beer 11 can pick him up there. It is ticking too fast on that blue damage. Beer 11 is just going to try and get out, try and secure a position within the zone, but he is flying right up on Bigetron. And look at this, the mad dash.
Okay, Beer 11 looking to try and get a little bit of cover behind the rock, but there's so many players right down, knocking his door. Luxy as well gets rolled up on by Proxy, but 2 players have gone down. Luxy managed to find the knocks. He's still got some HP to go as Raze is last to fall. And my goodness me, Luxy pops off.
And you expect him to. This is the guy that during the global finals in Malaysia, he was stepping up most of the time. Recently it's been Ryzen and Zuxi have been putting in most of the hard work, and I've been wondering, Luxi's been a little bit quiet, but no, showing us that he still has the chops on it.
Back in he goes. Futbolist really suffering on the eastern side. The Abrupt Slayers working wonders right now as they wipe Futbolist out. 8 teams remain now, Blank. 5 kills for Bigetron, 4 for Execute, with only 1 player remaining. As you got 4 angry men, with all 4 of those very angry men.
Power 888 though. On this western side, relatively quiet, remember. They lost a player in the beginning and they've just been playing it safe. Now they've got 3 players towards these end zones in zone 7, but it's 4 AM creeping in from the north side, John.
Been silent so far in the lobby. No kills to their name. They're just biding. They're biding their time, you know?
Yeah.
They're chilled out right now. They're going to start to ramp up the anger moving forwards as they have to come in from the northern side. 7 teams remain, make that 6 as the nade finds the kill onto kill switch. Execute eliminated 7th place. They did get a decent chunk of kills though, so that's a decent chunk of change on their scoreline.
I guess you could say that 4 AM are really biding their time here as they transition from the northern side.
Bigetron 6 kills now. They've managed to find yet another. And on the south edge, they are in the zone. A really good spot for them right now. They've managed to move on forwards. We'll see what more they can get done into this game. Power 888 on the western side. They've only got 2 kills so far, and it looks like 4 angry men have ideas about dismounting this spot. The micro Uzi not quite getting the knock, but the nade will do the job.
What is that?
Sook does fall, but the 4 angry men, all 4 of them there, will be able... Maybe not. No way! Okay, another nade bobbles over the top, and Power 888 just lay down the hurt. 4 angry men down to 3.
KPS with the meteoric grenade just dropping from the sky. Oh, he's just ducking and diving away from there as their own flashbang comes over the top, trying to provide a little bit of time here to KPS. A blast out behind the tree, so that's definitely going to have 4 AM a little bit blind.
Bigetron taking a fight as well across the way with the Abrupt Slayers, who are trying to move in with their current duo. Another flashbang to try and cover the push up over the ridgeline, and Hasakir is going to be just fine for now.
D2E's still alive though.
Oh, hang on a minute, yeah.
I think he's probably going to go down, tries to get some kill points, but that will be it. Top 6 place though, good job lad, good job indeed. Alpha 7 now in a really good spot to move down from the northeast side, whereas all these teams are all fighting at the same time. Abrupt Slayers still have a player in with Joker just trying to heal it up, but it's Bigetron here with still 3 members.
4 angry men going for the run down. No way! Did he just run over 2? Sitting here, you madman! Another. His teammate goes down in the meantime and he's going to fall. Only 1 player for Power 888 is left standing and 4 angry men. Well, it's all of a sudden just down to 1. My goodness me, way to stand tall, but it's going to be 4 angry men coming off the worst of that trade. I don't know how that happened, but Power at 888 get wiped. I think Bigetron came in to just put the final nail in there, and 4 angry men go down as well. That was chaos, Blank.
It was chaos. Joker also is now spotted. Luxy taking shots towards Alpha 7. Law in a really bad spot. Has to duck behind the rock and use some healing. But Bigetron, they've been so quiet in this game. They've retained a lot of utility despite that with 8 kills on board. Really good stuff from them being able to clean up some of these fights. Zuxi takes a good battering there though. Right now, Alpha 7, they do have the circle, and this is where it gets tricky for Bigetron.
Absolutely, and I mean, you might think Bigetron can do it, but unfortunately Blank predicted Alpha 7, and that must be the truth as it was spoken. You could see the damage being poured in. He saw this, ladies and gentlemen. In the future, he gazed into the crystal ball and out popped Alpha 7 as the winners. 4 kills so far, but they're looking for more. They rack it up to 5 as Bigetron down to 2.
Luxy trying to move through the smoke here, diving side to side, takes
look
a
how low
good
they
lot
are.
of shots. Alpha 7 just making it happen, making it look easy.
Oh,
and that right there, John, is a statement.
That is how you predict, ladies and gentlemen. Take notes. Alpha 7 come out the victors here on Vikendi. Blank's pretty chuffed with himself. Alpha 7 pretty chuffed with themselves. A great result.
Absolute look, guys, 100%. Look, I had a feeling, I went with it, but absolute look at the end of the day. But really good stuff from Alpha 7. They got some great compounds in the game. They had some good circle look too, but they made it happen. And what I really liked is that when all that chaos started coming through, all they did was really try and position themselves in the best position to see where these teams were coming from and make sure that they had that hard cover to hold behind. None of this smoke malarkey. They wanted real rocks. They didn't want soft cover whatsoever. And it was really good. You scout it out. You don't want any of that chaos that ensued on that west side. I think Alpha 7, like, taking their time about it was the smart choice.
To be honest, I think the thing that won it for them is the fact that 4 Angry Men chose to go for that fight. A double rundown, by the way.
Yeah, it was fast and furious.
Nuts, certainly. But unfortunately, it left the rest of his team a little bit too exposed to the sprays. And then it was a 1 versus 1 across the way. And then Bigetron were like, I get the kill? And they sort of took that one for themselves. I think that if 4 Angry Men had gone the other direction and actually tried to challenge Alpha 7, there might have gone a lot of it. The game might have gone a lot differently there.
Yeah, I think so. I think 4AM had a really good spot to move down, but like you said, you just got Tokyo Drift left stick. Let's get it in there. But I was very, very confused by the actual move. I don't really think I've seen like many double rundowns, but to have the confidence to try and get the triple rundown. All right, mate, you do you.
Fair enough. I mean, 4 Angry Men, they're sat at the top of the tables. They had a really good result in the last game. They're looking to try and keep that one alive.
22-point average.
They did do pretty well. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And what a crazy game indeed. I've been saying this ever since PMPL Season 2, watching Alpha 7 play. I said time and time again, they are a team who can play without 4 members in these final zones and still come out with wins. And they lost Swagwin so early on there. Don't give me that head shake. They can do it. They just proved it.
No, they can. And, honestly, they've had a win every day. I would say, though, they were the only ones with the compound and the circle went to them. So it's one of those games that you kind of...
Potato.
Yeah, I know. But as a team, you know, if that's the case, you have to be the team that comes out on top in that situation.
Yeah, 100%. Like, they had such a good position, and also just the simple fact that it was very flat terrain, and the fact that they were in a compound that they didn't have to move from for like such a long period of time. That means that all the utility they wanted, smokes, grenades, molotovs, they had everything, and that just facilitated their rotation inside the late game circle to take that fight versus Bigetron, secure strong position, and take the win.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at their stats as well here for Alpha 7. A little bit of info on what's been going on, but we have to, talk about the 1100 damage done, the 6 kills. Again, it's nothing crazy in terms of stats, but I think it gives them the momentum, I'd say. Again, the clarity of they've already won a chicken dinner every day, like you said, Demon. But like, hey, we just fought Bigetron 3-on-3 in the last zone, and we beat them, right? It just makes that whole facade of them being the best team in the world, even though they still are, not a big deal anymore, right? Because they have the confidence.
Absolutely, it gives them massive confidence, and that, like you say, the fact that they are consistently getting those wins every day, which is nobody else has done that yet. But they have a win. They had a win on both days of league play. They even had a win on the scrim day yesterday, and they had a win today in the Super League. That's where it really counts, to get those points on the board. 15 placement points every time. If you can keep that consistency up, it's fantastic.
Well, speaking of consistency, let's take a look at our map rankings here, so you guys get an idea of where the other teams did place. And I'm mentioning consistency in particular, Max, because 4AM, 4th place. We had Bigetron, 2nd place. We had Abrupt Slayers, 3rd place again.
I mean, it's really nice to see some teams being consistent, especially Abrupt Slayers. Like, even though it did go down to the final player, that was Joker just snaking his way through and able to survive until 3rd position. So still big ups to them. But like 4 Angry Men, the team that had the northern position, I was like, we even mentioned it into the late game stage. Like, is this going to be an actual back-to-back chicken dinner? You actually mentioned it, Jason. And there was a big chance for them to happen, but because there was such an influx of teams coming from the south, I think it was just too much for 4 Angry Men to deal with. And then they just went for the full send it push at one time. Those are the kind of things where like it breaks or it happens and it works out for you. Unfortunately, then it did break for 4 Angry Men.
And you can see from the kill spread there, just like how much of a difference. Obviously, we had a very top-heavy game on Aaron Goal with 4 Angry Men cleaning the board with 19 kills, wherever it was. Obviously, it's much more spread this time. Very few people hitting double figures because, as you mentioned, it pulled north a couple of times and it causes this bottleneck in the south. And with Vikendi being naturally a heavy third-party map, there's going to be a very even kill spread across the board. So I think we saw like 10 points all the way down to like 6th or 7th place there.
Yeah, and obviously for Power AAA KPS, I've been wondering to myself, what we saw in day 2 of league play this week, was that a mystery? Was that like, a one-off kind of day? But hey, they didn't perform too well in the first match here. They get 11 points, so we're seeing some sort of consistency come back into them as well. But Execute as well on our front page. I think they had it last time, and they're just continuing to build up these points. If you not take a look at the second page, and I'm going to bring it up again, Demon. I mean, Secret, they got 3 kills, but they did go out in 15th place, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up crashing against RRQ, and it was very close. Highboy almost clutched it out there, but I think it was Ernie that came out on top for RRQ. And then obviously we saw RRQ getting into the placement. We see them in the top 8. That's because they ditched all their first aid onto D2E. D2E that was sat there. I think he had 19 first aid kits out in the blue. And they just like sent it in there. We saw Loops do the same. 4 in a vehicle. That, you know, that's pretty much suicide when you're doing 4 in a vehicle. They tried it. They pulled up. Didn't work out. They got wiped out by DA.
They got mowed down.
Yeah, they got mowed down.
Absolutely decimated. Just take a look at our do the do moments, and I'm assuming we should have it there. So if you guys missed out on it, don't worry. Just wait a couple of seconds, and we'll be able to see it yet again. But I'm really proud to see, though, Power AAA KPS like have this kind of performance. Futbolist, on the other hand, they had a rough game, and their consistency that we saw in League Play Max is starting to slip away.
Yeah, it's falling off just a little bit. That early game crash, like even that, like they had no information on who was in the compound. They could be just one player, no one on the entire squad, and they just went crashing one by one, which unfortunately caused them to lose a very early player. And then we're going to be seeing the fight where Bluebees actually went out extremely early. Like it really seemed like that first day wasn't one-off day, and the second day of the league stage and also this first day today, they have not been performing to the level I really set up for them. And so I'm hoping to see Bluebees, you know, wake up into the next 3 games today.
Yeah, Bigetron just slowly going about the business. Again, once again, very slow on the rotate. Actually camped out a kill on Secret Jin. Well aware. They camped out. They purposely left the vehicle knowing that Secret Jin may come and get it and stole the vehicle away. But that's what sort of brought them in slowly but surely. And, you know, just going about their business. But Power AAA here against 4AM. It was a really tight fight, if I'm honest. You know, it could have gone either way. But again, it was 4AM that do come out on top. Power AAA would have come out on that. We'd be talking about them in possibly second place.
Yeah, they still had a pretty hard rotation to actually make it inside the circle, where it would have given them a little bit of a better edge into that one. As then Bigetron starting to be a little bit more proactive, starting to get involved into those fights, entering from the southern western edge. And they got themselves a half-decent position, I do have to mention, but then once again, the amount of utility that Alpha 7 were able to store, just like a squirrel having nuts in their mouth, just able to keep it and just chuck in the final moment.
I mean, it's the fact is, you know, you're going to have all that utility. I think we saw where they had like 360 damage taken because they're in a compound.
Yeah.
Everybody around them is fighting. They're just sat there peeking out the windows now and again, taking shots. So obviously they're not taking damage. So means they're not using smokes, grenades, everything's sat ready to go for that final circle. Generally, they're going to come out on top.
I mean, you have to also give credit to them to hold their composure of like, we could go out, we hear shots, we want kills, we want points, but they play smart, right? They play for the late game, they play for the points. It's also now an interesting graphic we're going to have for you. It's going to be our top teams by kills in the Super Weekend. Hopefully I said that correctly. We're going to take a look at obviously how many kills teams are able to pull off so far, but I think maybe one surprising one here for me personally is going to be Klas Digital Athletics, because they haven't really placed too high in placements, but 11 kills is pretty solid here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, especially into the second game on Vikendi, they had like the central compound was like next to the road trifecta, and they were just having so much information fed their way, and if teams had just had the unlucky intention, like we had Loops at one point rotating very close to their position with a 4-man car rotation.
Well, they crashed into
they crashed right
building,
into it, a little bit too close actually, and then they just like got completely squad wiped and like mowed down by the entirety of DA. So overall, I think Klas know the importance of having a really strong compound. Like John mentions it many times when it comes down to playing on these Vikendi games. If you have a central compound, it's like the worth of it is exponential. And there they just got a 4-man crash and easily picked up 4 kills. It really shows how important it is to know the worth of your compounds.
And we were talking about consistency. We said it at the top of the show about Bigetron. You know, they had a hot and a cold day. They've been consistent. I think it's 2 second places now for them running. So they're looking golden like they always do.
I'm getting a little bit scared though.
It's
start like, all right, guys.
They haven't popped off yet. I mean, they've had pretty quiet second places. So it's.
I mean, to be fair, I think to have the same kind of results they had 2 days ago in our day 2 of League Play with 3 chicken dinners at 4 matches total, I would be quiet as well. It's hard to kind of live up to that hype. But I think they're showing, like you said, right? They're a world-class team. They don't need to win games necessarily to still be consistently doing well. And we've also seen them, I'd say, kind of get comfortable so far within these lobbies. Like the fact that they can play so slow, play so far into the blue with Team Secret Jin, and then able to rotate back in and be fine. I think it shows like their kind of confidence and how at ease they are.
They're not chasing kills. They're not like, we're seeing some teams that are going hunting for the kills. They're a team that's just going about and playing their own style. Like we said at the start, they set the trap for Secret Jin, and they got a kill. I think it was Cosmos, right? They caught out right at the start. And then Secret Jin almost turned back to them, and then they were like, wait, what are we doing? Let's think about this. We know it's Bigetron. We're going to go out 16th place if we lose this fight. Let's just go back north. And Bigetron, again, as we saw in the first map, they're very slow to come in out of Circle 1. They're happy to just pull in almost when Circle 2 is about to pop, so they can just be in the vehicles ready to rotate the second it moves.
Yeah, and I'm curious, is that a like factor for them that's going to consistently happen? Are they going to continue to play slow? Because I know metas do change, right, Max? They change over the course of an entire tournament, especially with teams getting used to each other. We've seen things shift of like everyone playing center, everyone playing gatekeeping, like outside. Do you think they're going to change things up over the next few days? Or is this kind of, if it ain't broken, why fix it?
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that because I remember casting PMWR East Season 0. Bigetron were playing like this all the time. Very slow rotation. They tick down on phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 blue zone. They stay there because it doesn't do that much damage. And one thing that really surprises me about Bigetron specifically is the fact that they are so good at reading circles. Every single time they find the circle rotating late, even if it's a hard circle shift, they're like, okay, so teams are coming out from this direction, the circle went up northwest, we can easily rotate around Dobro Mesto, which is exactly like the idea they had in mind at least, and they got just a good entry point because once again, their IGLing is so clean, and even if they rotate late and they're the last team to make it in the circle, they always find a decent spot because once again, their shot calling is so good.
Yeah, and they just seem to be so good in general. We are going to be heading to a break here. But I want to remind you guys at home, there is a new lightweight installation mode coming in for PUBG Mobile. You guys, if you don't have space on your phone, I think Max said earlier on, he watches a lot of animes, so he needs to have that extra space. He doesn't have a 1+8T yet. Take a look, and we'll see you guys for match 3.
Lightweight installation function available now.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back, everyone. I know you're probably asking, Jason, you've been talking about Southeast Asia, you've been talking about South Asia and their missions and what they can win. EMEA, you're lucky. We're going to talk about you right now so you guys can see what you can win as well based off of the teams. You can obviously see your representatives as well. Unfortunately, not doing too well at the moment, but luckily, it's just the start of the day. We're only two matches in. We still have 2 days left to go. Demon, always the Debbie Downer, the Demon Downer.
No. I'm building them up. Klas Digital Athletics just did good. They just had a good game.
Sorry, I could hear Blake back there.
No. But no, Digital Athletics just had a good game. We just saw they got 11 kills already out of 2 games. That's a good start for them. I mean, that's averaging 5 kills a game. That's sort of what you need to keep the pace.
Yeah, good start for them so far. After, like, can they consistently remain consistent? Like, that's what we keep mentioning. We're going to sound like a broken record
You're
eventually.
being consistent at bringing up teams being consistent.
Exactly.
Consistent.
I mean, I have
like
to.
that.
There you go. It's like a little, it's done on purpose. I'm big brain. No, I'm not. I'm trying.
Well, you can see there our schedule coming up, obviously, with our third match ready to go in just a few moments of time. I do want to talk about a certain team. You talk about consistency, Max. There's consistency in being good, and there's consistency, unfortunately, being not so good. And right now, one of those teams is Bluebees, and we have to talk about them a little bit here because they are definitely struggling.
Yeah, I mean, on the first day of the league stage, they're a team that they really pumped me up. I was like, wow, Japan actually, like, they only got one team, and they're actually doing so good, like around 40 points on their first day.
Divine was the kill leader.
Yeah, Divine was doing so good. He was like on the top 10 kill leaders overall, and I was like, maybe Japan can be like the new champions of this global championship. Well, second day, they almost got taken out of the top 16, almost taken over by Na'Vi in that final Vikendi game, and into today, like, they're leaning into those weaker performances. They can still make it happen. They have that potential, especially with Divine and Lufa on their end, but it's just once, like, consistency. Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta mention it again. Like,
you get a tally for
every single time. It's a drinking game. Every time I say consistency, you take a shot.
I think we're gonna run out of Mountain Dew here if we make a drinking game out of that. Demon, I want to ask you this though.
220 damage done in 2 games. That's nothing.
Okay, see, I'm gonna turn this negative into potentially a positive. Okay, because you have to remember, they are one of the 16 teams who qualified for the first Super Weekend.
And they qualified the 16th.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, if they keep qualifying, like, they shouldn't worry about being like towards the bottom of the table now. They should just be thinking, all right, we're building up points.
Let's get that top 16,
right? You only need to make top 16 at the very end of this whole league to get it into the finals over in the beginning of next year.
I mean,
it's not where you want to be.
You got to say that, but as a player, they're 100% going to be looking at, we want to win this. That's like every player taking part will be doing that. And for them, they know it's going to annoy them because they know they can do it because they did on day one. They'll be thinking, okay, what can we do to get back into that form that won us in day one? And at the moment, I feel like they're picking fights almost for the sake of picking fights rather than,
rather than having like meaning behind it.
Yeah. I mean, they went into the fight. I think it was Konina Power this game, right? That they went up against and got wiped out.
Yeah, they got Gonzo down.
And it's almost like they picked a fight early, which really wouldn't gain them anything. There was no compound there. There was nothing to be had other than simply kill points. Well, at that stage, you got to be thinking, I want to be in the late game rather than possibly getting knocked out in 16th place.
Well, maybe we'll find out actually why they are going for the early fights. We had an interview with Reiji Osio coming in from Bluebees. So why don't we take a look and get this next match ready to go.
Hello, my name is John Allen and we are catching up with Reiji of the Bluebees from the Japanese region. Pleasure to have you here. How are you doing?
はい、気持ちはいいです。
So after fighting your way through the regional stages to make it to the PMGC, how are you and your team looking to up your game to take on the rest of the teams at the Global Championship?
強くなるためには連携の強化と個々の打ち合い能力の強化と、あとは海外チームを研究して作戦面でも火力面でもムーブ面でも勝つということです。
So looking at the rest of the teams as well, how do you feel about how strong the rest of the tournament is going to be? Are you worried about it or are you feeling a little bit confident?
もちろん打ち合い能力とか本当海外選手はトップレベルですけど、僕たちも負けてないと思って強気に挑みます。
And now that you have the full list of teams after the announcement, is there any particular team that you're thinking are your particular rivals moving into the tournament?
ライバル意識してるチームはやっぱり世界王者のノバ XQF とビゲトロン。
So you're looking outside of your region, obviously, for those rivalries, because you are the Japanese representatives. You are the only team coming through from Japan. Do you feel any pressure because of that, or do you think that you're going to be able to use that as a way to bolster your confidence, to draw strength from the support of your region?
緊張は全くしてなくて、初めての世界大会なんで、楽しみな気持ちと今の自分たちの実力を試せる機会というか、世界一を取るチャンスなので緊張とかは全くなくて、でも日本を背負ってる、日本の e スポーツを背負ってるんで、出るからには世界一を取るつもりでいきます。
Fantastic. Well, you know, there's a lot of Japanese fans out there, as well as maybe some others as well from across the world. Is there anything you'd like to say to them before the start of the Global Championship to, you know, thank them for their support?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。応援が力になっているので、その応援を生かして世界一を取るので、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
And just like Lee said on the desk, they won't settle for second best. No, they want to be number 1 in the world. The Blue Bees looking to try and take everyone else.
Well, exactly. It's the way it needs to go. And look, the Blue Bees with Blue Blee at their back, there's no way they can lose. Gambate. Never give up.
That was good. I like that. That's fair enough. We'll see how many more team names we can fit Lee into as time goes on. But we're going to be looking at the Blue Bees this time around, see if they can be that number 1. And, of course, we're headed over to Miramar for our next battlefield.
Yes.
Oh, that's a word.
That's a map.
That is a word.
Also a battlefield, a battleground, an area of which these terrifically epic battles take place.
Yeah.
Aye.
That's what happens, especially on Miramar. It's a lot longer of range.
I'm just giving you a lot of room to work right now.
Just like Miramar, exactly, right? You've got a lot of room to work with, and you're going to be able to use those rotational parts a lot more, a lot better. And we're going to be heading into game in just a moment. Of course, on Miramar, vehicles, DMRs, long-range fights, that's what you're going to be seeing towards the start, and then terrain-based play towards the end. That's what we look forward to. It's what we love. But we have seen, a couple of urban finishes, Los Leones, a little bit of Picardo. We'll see where we end up this time around as the plane heads from Minas del Sur up to Torre Ahumada.
Yeah, look at the boys over there. We're going over to a nice hot little map. We've got the aircon turned all the way down, keeping these guys nice and warm as we head over onto Miramar, and they are big chilling right now. Plane path is going to be down from Minas del Sur all the way up to Torre Ahumada, so this is a little nice plane path for most people. Will provide a lot of these areas to cover and get to using that parachute. So I'm pretty happy with how this is going. And look, the major difference of going from Vikendi or going to Miramar now is in terms of elevation of the terrain itself. Don't touch my chair ever again, otherwise I will come over there and I will put you in Miramar underneath Picardo and I will surround you with 6 teams and it will be over for you, okay?
That's what you think. But I have the support of my fans to make me the number 1 in the world. So unfortunately for you, I win those.
Are you going to be the one?
I will be the one. I'm going to take aim, I'm going to be the one. Stand tall, don't you worry.
Look, going back to it, the elevation is very, very important in terms of where you place yourself on this map. And I mean, sometimes you do get yourself caught up when in one of these valleys, in which case you've got to find a compound and try and work it out from there. And a lot of times you have to have that passive nature of gameplay where you sit tight, you try and clear that angle behind you, and then you move into the circle when you're certain that other teams have left. For instance, if the circle moves away from power grid, you can't have a team who's looking up there shooting down into Death Valley for all the time, unless they're an absolutely crazy team that is hell-bent on getting killed. It's going to be a little bit weird. So here we're seeing on the map, execute, heading up to La Pobreria.
Nice.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And we've got Konina Power once again dropping here. Bigetron. So both teams deciding that they can coexist here in Picardo. And 100% you can. I mean, they just need to be a little bit wary of one another. I think that what Konina Power did wrong is that Bigetron kind of looted up, made their presence known, whereas Konina Power focused way too much on that fight, sending someone out, perching them on the side of the building. I think here it's just okay, just like, both loot up, find your vehicles and go from there. But it looks like Luxie's had enough of that and is going to throw nades through the window. It would be a crazy nade if he hit that. Black-White, though, he's quick on the little feet. He will run straight upstairs.
Those Tootsies need to hit the dance floor. They're certainly fancy enough. We'll see if he's going to have a second career after PUBG Mobile. We'll see. But
for
the moment, I don't think
pop star.
Fred Astaire is
going to be a dancer. Yeah,
exactly.
I love it.
Oh, yeah, we're starting to, we're a fully fledged group of people with talents.
Yeah.
That was weak, wasn't it?
It was a week.
Oh dear. Maybe I'm not one of them.
Go back to bed.
Maybe I'm not one of them. Nova, XQF close to Power 888. Well, at least one of the members from each of these teams are pretty close. Cool Boy has got the scar.
Come on now. Peek out.
He's just waiting.
You know you want to leave. Make it happen.
He's put his gun away as well. Headed over to the other building. Actually, might see him safe. Has got the weaponry to take a fight, but the question is, does he know the Cowboy's there? I just don't think he does. Oh, just managed to get behind cover in time. And wastes the time, a cool boy.
He's like, come on, why have you done that? That's just rude.
That's pretty rude. That is pretty rude indeed, but gets away with it and managed to get out with the party bus as well. And now Cool Boy has to just go for the scraps on the loot. Has a teammate come and pick him up.
Yeah, they've got it down to attack here. I mean, they're absolutely fine. They'll get out of there and it'll be easy peasy. Alpha 7 towards Montenuevo, RRQ on El Pot. So I see RRQ, and you know the positions they're taking. I'm expecting them to do well each time, and it just feels like they just don't have that. I don't know. It feels like they're lacking a spearhead at the moment. Just like try and get into those later circles and use what we know is a very, very highly skilled mechanicals team to just get those fights underway. They've had some strange third parties coming through. They have actually come up against some of the most hottest teams in this lobby quite frequently. We saw them go up against Loops beforehand. Right now, we're just checking out this fight between Bigetron and Konina Power. And like I said, I really don't think it's going to go anywhere. There might be a knock, there might be a confirm, but other than that, I think it's absolutely fine. It is weird that they keep doing this, though.
I mean, the split loot on... I mean, as long as they get away with the resources that they need, then I don't see it as too much of a barrier. It's big enough, the city's big enough, there is enough loot for two teams, so they'll be all right for now. Oh, he's looking to throw it. He's getting ready for it. Obviously, not too, I say recent, but it's not too recent now.
Don't you come near me!
The throwable melee weapons.
I'll pan you! Right, I'm knocking.
Fry you up, serve you with bacon.
Absolutely. I'll do it well as well.
Crispy.
Yeah. And that'll turn you easy over.
That's eggs.
Send you back to the lobby.
Nice.
That's right.
Los Leones sole occupants right now, Aerowolf Limax. Spread out, they'll have plenty of loot on board. A little bit of a close positioning right now for Secret Jin and Abrupt Slayers on the southwestern edge, just near Chumacera. Alpha 7, though, they have got Montenuevo under their control, and that's a pretty central, it's a good position in this next circle. It controls the crossroads as well, which is going to be quite an important position moving forwards.
It also gives really, and I mean really good access down towards the hillsides, or like their peaks down towards Chumacera and Via de Mar, which is really, really good for them going forward. You can like shoot a lot of people who might want to rotate down from the western side, depending on where the next circle goes. It sets them up in good stead going forward. I think that if we want to look at some other teams though, John, it's probably Team Secret and Loops. I think that there's been a few times where like we've seen greatness come out with them very briefly in the last two games, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel like the Loops that we saw in league play. I know it's only 2 games, guys. I know it is only 2 games, but there seems to be a definite difference between league play and right now.
Given that they have only 5 points on 2 games, I would agree with you on that. I think that it's certainly something that they need to step up. We know they can. Question is when. Will they do it in time?
There's 15 games ahead of us. We're already chewed through 2 of them, so 13 games remaining. But again, we talked about this right at the beginning of the day. I mean, the desk harped on about it, and rightly so, is that, look, you lose some points right now. You want to try and gain as much as possible in the Super Weekend, but if you walk away and you've only got like 10 points off the Super Weekend, you're kind of back to square zero. Like, it's not too much better than 0 points.
Getting a little bit computer sciencey there, starting your indexing at 0 instead of 1. I like it.
That's right. I don't mess around. I'm not sending you back to square 1. I want you to really suffer. I'm going to send you all the way back to the very beginning.
Yeah, exactly. Starting computer science, you start counting at 0 because, of course, it means you can fit more numbers in the same amount of bits. It's great, isn't it?
I didn't know that, actually.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you for that knowledge.
That's why you do start at 0.
That's a nice little bit from you.
A bit of information. Bigetron gathering all the information they can about Konina Power's position. And they're going to be used to this, right? They're going to know the sort of buildings that they like to hang out in at this stage. They've played multiple games against each other, and with this drop spot getting pretty locked in,
It's pretty stale.
They'll be familiar with it. It's pretty stale. It's pretty stale.
It's pretty stale. It's like bread that's been left
4 days
on the
later.
side. Yeah.
The bag's been.
That's what I was going to say.
Didn't close it properly.
Yeah, someone's not done the old twist and spin and then put it on its top.
You've got to make sure there's no air in there first. You've got to like.
Oh, exactly. Squeeze it a little bit. Squeeze it a little bit.
Squeeze a little bit first. Twist and spin.
Twist
Fold
and
it
spin.
underneath itself so that it stays. It's great, honestly.
Yeah. Or you can be one of those really, I would say they're sociopaths actually. You know, the ones that actually, you know, you have the original little plastic bit, the plastic wire that goes round the top. Yeah, those people who actually put those back on, they're like sociopaths. Do you do that?
No.
I bet you do, don't you?
Don't do that.
That's weird.
I don't do that.
Throw it away. It's too much effort for bread.
Shut up, Mr. Cold Pizza. Oh dear. Loops have moved down now. They're on the northern hills just above Picardo. Of course, this is the engagement that we've been following for the start of this game. Bigetron, okay. Ryzen getting away with not quite murder, but the car is in flames for what he's just done.
There's your low rider over there.
Absolutely. Klas, digital athletics right now, moving on the northeastern point of Monte Nuevo. The next circle is going to push everyone a little bit closer, a little bit away from the hills near Chumacera. I really don't like those hills as a finishing location. I think it's far too chaotic. So moving up towards Monte Nuevo, a little bit more favorable in my mind.
Yeah, it's nice. It's 100% nice. And we can see here Execute moving down from the west side.
100% nice.
100% nice. Execute moving down from the west side on that road. This will put them in good stead to make their way up to the mountainside and then play from there. But right now, RRQ have immediately take position. I love this. Coming down from El Pozo so early to try and take that out of the hands of Alpha 7 before they even get there. I'm making there with little casualties. It's huge. Konina Power versus Bigetron still, though. There's a knock on either side.
Finally, it comes to a head, and it will be Bigetron who gets the point for it. 1 kill found. A lot of damage onto Rubdini as well. But Ryzen's been knocked in the meantime. They're looking to get him back up and back to full fighting form. Microboy will be the one to do so. And Konina Power, a tail between their legs.
I mean, this is it's not a bear that you want to punch the nose off. I'll tell you that now. If I was Konina Power, I'd probably just leave. It's not worth the time. You've already lost 1 member. You're in a fairly decent position, but sooner or later, people are going to start crunching upon you, and Bigetron can happily hold down a lot of these angles with the 4 players they currently have. Konina Power already at disadvantage. 3 members alive. Picardo, a pretty hot spot for people rotating through, but most people are now in front of them. But it leaves the question as, like, if this fight continues, I would say that Bigetron is now favoured to win it. And there's not really much of a places that Konina Power can go from here with so many teams to the west of them currently.
Loops, one of those teams as well, a team that we've wanted to see a little bit more from in the first 2 games. On Miramar, see if they have any better luck. Nova XQF down to their south as well as the Abrupt Slayers out to their west, though. It is a packed area of the map, Blank, as you mentioned.
Yep.
So we'll see if that fight through can indeed come to fruition.
Looking back to PMPL Americas though, John, honestly, Loops had some of their best games on Miramar. They are really good at holding down those hillsides when they're playing like outside of compounds and more playing for those angles. Right on the screen, you can see Power 888 taking some shots down towards Futbolist.
You've got Klas Digital Athletics as well, just on the other side there. So Power 888 do need to be a little bit careful. They need to be slightly worried. Well, if they can find a kill. I think it was just the knock over towards Futbolist for now, who are playing a 2-2 split.
You know, this is very, very saturated in terms of a circle. There are so many teams in here. Team Secret opting to hold on the northern side. Football is currently in a tricky spot because to leave this area, they will have to go into open ground. And there's Loops around here. There's Abrupt Slayer. Obviously, Digital Athletics are on the other side in a compound in of itself. So this place is locked down. This is what I'm talking about. Is just this eastern side of the circle is going to be really quite hard to leave. You're probably going to have to send it into an area where you can find some dips, some ditches to hold on to. Set up that those portable defilés with the vehicles.
Next circle going to be popping pretty soon once everyone is nice and safe and sound inside. No one leaving themselves out in the cold. We circle closer towards Monte Nuevo even further, and Alpha 7 once more have a shift towards them. Konina Power still fighting it off with Bigetron, however, as Axa takes a lot of damage up the top of the stairs. Did get a knock to slow down progress, but they want to keep going. Microboy looks for the fight, will go for the take, and Unfortunately, only finds one. 2 knocks, however, towards Bigetron, and that's going to put a little bit of a break on their fight. However, they've already done the damage to Konina Power, and you can see the rest of Konina Power are all the way away down south. They've left this fight completely.
Yeah, probably the smarter thing to do here. This is a really cool little circle, this game, though. So this should be an exciting Miramar for us, purely because we've got this X coming through the middle of the map in terms of the road. So this could go to 4 different quadrants of this circle, and each is as difficult as the last to get through, just because you've got to cross roads, fly over them, like try and get in, but you are very visible in those moments. So scouting is going to be very important, but not necessarily difficult to do.
Konina Power, they've run straight into Nova X Quest F on the fly from Bigetron. It's out the frying pan into the fire. There's Nova XQF finding yet another kill. Now it's just black-white left for Konina Power. They're down to 1.
Hiding behind vehicle. No one's currently in his vicinity, so he is slightly afraid for no reason. But honestly, they have been hounded at every single turn, so rightly so that he is a little bit panicked. Aerowolf Limax just pushing through Bluebees towards this southwest side of the map. This is a pretty key location if the zone did drop down here, but it's headed up towards the northeast instead. Bluebees, though, already taking a knock.
Aita-chan lost, standing for the squad. Maybe looking for a point or 2. Maybe just wanted to get his teammate up. Probably wiser, but Aerowolf Limax, they are looking to send over the top, over the ridge line, giving the game away a little bit in terms of position, but Aerowolf Limax being pressured by the blue. Does Potato come in and be that third party for his own team on the opposite angle? The res is allowed to happen, and Divine gets back to his feet.
So Bluebees still in this game. They would love to get some points on board. The Super Weekend is really important to them. Make sure they stay in it. There's Zuxi finishing off black-white. Damn! Wow. Bigetron come to finish the job on what they started.
They chase it down. They make it happen. All right, 3 kills found for Bigetron at the start. Of course, one of those was taken away by Nova XQF against Konina Power, but nonetheless, they'll still get plenty on board. And sat currently 2nd place on the tables. That's a really good start for their Miramar as well. Loops on the eastern side will need to move. Actually, well, they won't need to move for this circle. They'll need to move for the next one, but Bigetron are bearing down upon them.
Yeah, they're coming right over the hill here, trying to make their way into the edge of the zone. There's a beautiful spray coming through, and there's a replay.
Nice. Okay, that's the replay on the final kill there on Konina Power from Zuxi. But in the meantime, Bigetron really struggling with this push against Loops. However, they did manage to crack one off towards Kayovsky.
Yeah, circle moves once again though. Alpha 7. Actually, it might look like they're in a good spot here, but this is the reason they're moving right now, is because if they stayed there, crossing those 2 roads would have been really difficult in the late game. So they want to make sure they're above them so they can hold people out on the south side. Very well played, but it's once again 4AM playing from the northern side, as well as Team Secret. This could be either of these teams' games, but a lovely shot from Dadine. Damn, Ryzen's out.
Hey, you said you wanted to see more from Loops, Blank. How about that? How about wiping Bigetron? How's that go?
That feels good.
Good for you?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Like
let's count that as more from Loops so far. But they still got a way to go. 14 teams remain. Might be going a little bit lower now as Team Secret clash with Alpha 7. Alpha 7 around the wall, getting flooded from multiple angles. Look at that, the fire support line as Yuhai Boy just runs rings around Alpha 7. Beautiful stuff. 3 of them knocked, and Swagwin nowhere to be seen. That's going to be 3 easy points for Team Secret.
I'm not going to lie, Yuhai is unreal as a player. One of my favorite PUBG Mobile eSports.
Oh, the pans.
Just insanely good.
The pan to get the final blow there, but 4 Angry Men are right over the hill from Team Secret's position. It could be tricky.
You wonder how he could even see what he's doing with those curly locks right over his eyes, but it feels like he's psychic. He knows exactly where to put that crosshair.
Absolutely. The circle went to the northern side of Montenuevo, so it is on this hillside that is being fought over right now by plenty of different squads. Abrupt Slayers struggling to cross the road right now. Secret Jin have spotted them out. Looks like they're going to be able to get a kill. That's the duo from Bluebees sending on behind them. You saw them at the back there. Shari taking the aggro. Not quite going down just yet, as has to get the lineup just right.
Well, that's Carrillo actually taking a fight onto Power 888 from distance too. Damn, Loops really know how to hit these shots.
Okay, Divine. Fair enough, mate. Abrupt Slayers are eliminated in the meantime. And there's plenty of fights popping off. It's really on the western end of Montenuevo that's so clustered together. I'm expecting things to go pretty hairy right now. Aerowolf crashing in to execute.
4 teams are about to crunch together on this southwest side. You've got Aerowolf Limax, sorry, apologies, on to execute right now. Good stuff. Power Triple Eight still taking long-range shots now from Nova XQF.
Plenty of teams chiming into this fight. Fame Boys tries to regroup with Kill Switch right now. They jump in those vehicles. They don't want any part of this to go on with, and they'll send out wide to leave this compound. Oh dear, Loop's self-nade. That's unfortunate yet again.
And now it's just a Dean remaining. You see Hazelnuts there in the picture-in-picture, finishing that one off. Nice little spray from 2K over on Team Secret Jin.
Yeah, Loop's down to 1 now. It's not what you want to see. I think that's twice they've killed their own teammates with a grenade, which is something they will need to work on if they want to step it up.
Someone needs to put the handcuffs on Federal, to be honest with you, because
no nades for Federal. Disallowed.
Is throwing them at the moment.
Looks like Blue Bees have upgraded their bike into a pickup truck.
What I really like at the moment, though, is Team Secret currently have a 2-2 split. You can see it on the top side of the map here. It's beautiful because if the circle went off to the north, they can retreat to that north side by Rex and Ice Shots. But now that they get this new circle through, they have another option within one of the only compounds, I believe actually the only compound still within this circle. So great stuff from Team Secret. I would suggest they start to group up right now, though, because 4AM are going to be hot on their heels very shortly.
Will be pretty tricky to make it happen. Dadine, the last player for Loops there, getting guarded and will get shut down. Not by a team, by the play zone there. Nova XQF denied that point. Power Triple Eight on their northeastern flank, though, looking to maybe push onto their location with only 2 players. It's a tall order, but we've seen stranger things happen. Blank Paraboy lobs the nade up, drops the smokes as well as he is getting bombarded just a little bit. Drops into the buggy and wants to send away, regroup with the rest of his team.
Yeah, they are far from the circle, so they know they have to grab some vehicles and try and make their way in. Paraboy drops back out again, sees the terrain in front of him, checking for any players who might be still around.
Beautiful shot from Lovazin, though. Futbolist on the eastern flank, looking to find the players on that ridge line. Luckily, with the 2-2 split, you are going to be able to get that res, and 4 Angry Men not pushing around the sides to try and flush those players out. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that.
There's Yuhai taking some shots over to Corp. Hi, oh my goodness me.
Wow, all right. Execute eliminated. Team Secret holding down their compound against Nova XQF, who need to cross this road at some point. Maybe not right now, but in the next circle, almost certainly. Futbolist moving in as well. They need to push up to this roadside. RRQ struggling to lead Montenuevo now as they are hounded by Aerowolf Limax. But not only that, they're under the watchful gaze of 4 Angry Men atop the hill.
They are looking over towards a lot of players at the moment. Power of their down in the hay bales. RQ trying to make their way in. Here comes Aerowolf Limax.
1 down, 2 to follow. Beautiful spray down coming in there for 4 Angry Men. Keeping them alive as Aerowolf Limax eliminated. 8 teams remain. Oh, the shot onto one of the RRQ players. Now it's just Beer 11 alive in the shack. Drinks an energy drink, pops it in. Don't think he has the nade, otherwise he might send it forwards. And they want to just keep RRQ on their toes.
I don't know if this guy needs any more caffeine. He's playing like he's had 6 coffees already. This guy's on fire.
Ooh.
Nice one, Svan. Here comes the nade over the top. Come on.
Cook.
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, that would have been nutty, but it's the gun to actually finish the work here as Beer 11 gets tagged up. Not quite fragged up just yet. As the spray continues to go through, just a sliver of HP left. Has pumped the first aid already, I believe, but no, finally gets knocked there. Futbolist got eliminated on the eastern side in the meantime.
Yuhai was able to snag one of the kills there, and that's Power Triple Eight finally going down. Next up comes through, heavy shift down to the southwest. 4AM have a good position here, but they have to clear out RRQ. RRQ have been given a saving grace, but they are trapped within this small building. And 4AM, they are on them.
This is good news for the Southeast Asian fans, though. A lot of Southeast Asian teams here in the final circle getting points towards... Oh my goodness me, did that land inside?
Yes.
Wow, okay, managed to get a kill and a flush there. RRQ down to 2 as they return fire towards 4 Angry Men, who have taken a knock in the meantime. They are being challenged just a little bit, but RRQ, they are waning right now.
Nova XQF over on the eastern side. Both Chinese teams still within Miramar right now, but it's Team Secret who have opted to head towards their compound, leapfrog one another and try and get into a better position, but they still have to deal with Nova XQF, but they are pinned down behind a ridge and they have to cross this road. These smokes are hugely important, and now Madtoy dropping the nades, just stopping the push from coming through too soon, but in come Nova XQF. They are crashing right now.
Unfortunately, they're crashing out, and they are going to lose 2 on the knock. 2 players need to cross forwards. It's Cool Boy in the smokes and Power Boy at the back. But it's so difficult to find anything here. The road's just a wasteland. No cover for them. Even in the smokes, you're just going to get sprayed down. It's 4 Angry Men. It's Team Secret all looking your way right now.
Jimmy down within the building, just Power Boy remaining, hiding behind that loot crate, but he's soon for the blue. Team Secret, they can clear this. Then they have the eastern side to their own, but 4AM, they still have Hasaki off in the distance there. He does take a nasty little hit to the forehead though, so this will leave them slightly dizzy, but he still has eyes on, albeit them being blurred.
This is such a difficult push for Team Secret. 4 Angry Men have the ridgeline and the oversight on their compound completely. There is no cover around this compound, and they have to move for the next circle blank.
They do. It's going to be a tough move forward, so they will have to use the smokes. 4AM desperately want this position that RRQ are currently holding down. The circle blessing them this day. These nades are so close to going in, and they are not easy nades to hit either. U-High actually just about spots off Hasaki. Another knock coming through. Can RRQ hold this one down, John?
I think that was a flush as well, so 4 Angry Men are down to 3. RRQ striking back from the shack. Rex hits the deck behind the buggy, but out in the field will not provide enough cover. Asuk is going to be able to get the knock there, but the rest of Team Secret are moving across as well. Unfortunately, he's been spotted from another angle and the shots are landing. iShot's not quite there to get the res just yet, and I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Funnily enough, this loot crate actually provides a tiny little bit of cover for some of these teams if they can make it out to it.
Oh.
Svan definitely saw the head there of D2E for a second, but he's more preoccupied with something else. But that D2E actually taking a knock onto Hasaki.
Right.
RRQ with just the 2, John. Oh my goodness.
They're fighting back, and it's only 1 player left now standing for 4 Angry Men. They had such a strong spot, but they're being just peppered away from every angle, and no one's letting them lie. It's only 1 player. Sook has to hit the deck, has to heal. This is the chance for Team Secret to move. They haven't quite taken it just yet, but it is another player from 4 Angry Men to go down. I think they managed to get the res as well, so 3 players out in the field for Team Secret, and they can start to push in.
And this is what happens when you back a vicious SEA team into a corner. They start to bite back, but Ernie, he goes down. Sook still alive for this team. Rex spots out Team Secret Jin's Cosmos, and his back is to the blue. This is terrifying.
No one in the circle, but the crate is there. Team Secret yet to make that push. 4 Angry Men looking for the heal, but they aren't going to get it. We'll just go for the confirm onto Ernie. Get that point on board. Now there's 4 teams remaining, 7 alive, and it is no one with a full squad.
On this side, 4AM with the cat ears on side. Can they land on their feet here, though, on Miramar? That is the question. D2E still up, and now Cosmos, he has to drop through the first aid kits, but it's D2E all by himself, and that's 4 Angry Men out to the play zone. This should be Team Secret's game with 3 players still alive. It's going to be so difficult for D2E. But Team Secret might have just secured their place in first with a winner and a chicken dinner, just with some beautiful positioning this whole game.
Well, look at that, the triple up on the SEA teams in the final circle. D2E steps out wide, will have to go again. Has a little bit of terrain cover here as Cosmos runs out of first days. He's laddered up into second place. How much further can he get? Can he get another kill? Lands onto eye shots. That's a lot of damage found. Rex manages to get the heal. The nade not quite landing as U-High Boy continues to spot him out, continues to suppress him. Doesn't quite land the first spray, but looks for the second, and he finds it. It's Team Secret to take things home.
U-High might have been in that lower ground compound, but this guy was high as ever in this game. He has done some fantastic work. Jeez Louise. Honestly, that game for me was just the RRQ fight for 4AM and then U-High. That kid is crazy good.
Well, you talked about their position, about that 2-2 split, the compound and the ridgeline playing very well for them. And that's exactly how it panned out. They used that position really, really well. They regrouped when they needed to. They came back out swinging, and they absolutely deserved that victory.
They made sure they had that springboard at the end of the game, John, to move out from. Got rid of Nova XQF, knew that they're going forward, they could clear the hillside. U-High getting that kill onto Hasaki was so crucial. And with the M4 at range, no less, great stuff. Like, honestly, I'm such a he's high, but you high. I'm a fanboy right now. This is crazy. Fair enough. You've got cool boy, para boy, fanboy over here. Fantastic. You know, my co-caster he's blushing a little bit. He's queuing up for the autographs. You know, you love to see it. Love to see it. But we're going to be heading back over to the analyst desk for the breakdown on the Miramar game. Jason, take it away.
I feel like whenever I mention a team not doing well, they just seem to show up. It hasn't worked out for Bluebees yet. Team Secret, what a great finish for them as well. 4 a.m. This team, we talked about what word, Max?
Consistent. I think consistent.
Consistency.
I think it was that. Yeah.
And that's the epitome of 4 a.m. at the moment.
I mean, like every single game we had so far, and also like this is the day where your games are going to be following you for the entirety of the Global Championship, and they are delivering because they know how important every single game is actually going to be, and they've been performing in such big ways. Like I'm loving it. Like they're not too aggressive, they're not too passive. Like every single time they adjust to the situation, and it just rewards them with like so many points going their way. I'm loving how they're playing today. It's so clean.
I would say, I think they're actually going to be angry with themselves because that's the position you should be winning the game from. That hillside, they were in a perfect position. They're going to be really annoyed that they couldn't get rid of RRQ out of that the hay bale area, because then they can just move down and take control of the circle.
That was an extremely long fight that happened there, but we can see Nova XQF actually be sliding in second place with their 10 kills.
Kills again?
Yeah, exactly.
So they were obviously way down south. We had this crossroads situation with Monte Nuevo being in their set. Generally, anyone that's played this game will know that it does pull towards that compound or that hillside. So they're realizing, they're thinking, okay, we're on the far south side. How do we get into the best position? And what they did, the road that runs along the compound where the circle finished, there's a little ditch.
Yeah.
And they went straight in there, and that gave them the opportunity to take down Futbolist. I think it was Power 888 that were up there as well. You're generally not going to win the game from that situation, but you are going to get kills. And Nova love to get kills.
Yes, they do. Actually, I want to go back to the rankings there because I noticed something. The spread of points is very top heavy. I think like in what, 6th place? Yeah, 6th place it goes from 14 down to 5.
Yeah.
9-point difference, and that just shows how much was absorbed by these top teams.
Yeah, but once again, that high ground position from 4 Angry Men rewarded them with 6 kills total once again going their way. But I'm happy for RRQ, no, finally doing good on Miramar. I was like, I'm not crazy. I promise. They can do good on this map. I mean, a little bit, you know, but at least we did finish that puzzle yesterday, so I can do some stuff.
The 3 pieces you contributed.
A much needed win for Team Secret. That they've had 2 terrible first games, so that's instantly what they need to sort of bounce back effectively. But other teams that have had some pretty poor games, obviously EMEA had a pretty rough one there with Klas and Konina Power. Konina Power, I don't know. I mean, neither them or Bigetron came out strong in that one, right? Like both teams dropping into Picado, nobody comes out smelling of roses, and both teams got took down pretty early.
Yeah, and like I want to talk about Bigetron real quick because they dropped in Picado, you know, it was Konina Power. They actually picked up some kills on Konina Power, but we talked about that on the 2 first games, how they rotate really late. And sometimes if they read the circle properly, there's always going to be an entry point. Well, this time around, there was not an entry point, and it was Luke's line in their compound just waiting, and they saw Bigetron rotating late, and they were like, well, that's an easy shot.
And this is it, right? Because it finished up by Monte Nuevo. Well, what's right next to it? Picado, just over here. You just got to drive up the road. But because they're sat fighting each other for so long that there was no way to get in because they were that slow that people all the way on the other side of the map had already rotated ahead of them.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed push, I guess, there, or maybe delayed thinking. Let's take a look at our total damage, actually, and we can kind of see how we talked about with top heaviness that is in our results from that last match might translate into damage. And you can see here, so yeah, a lot of damage. Team Secret coming in first with about 2K at 1,980, and then we can see still 4 other teams within our top 5 with 1,000 plus.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, to have that many teams with 1,000 plus damage, it just shows that there was a lot of back and forward. It was a pretty rough circle for everybody that now still sort of gathered around. Like I say, once you have that crossroads, any road situation, it's going to cause a problem. So I expect probably most of these teams had a lot of damage taken as well.
Yeah, just like taking shots from above the road, like from those mountaintop positions, not mainly resulting in any knocks or any kills happening.
Big DMRs.
Yeah, just some big shots coming on through DMRs, Mini 14, Car 98, all that good stuff coming into the mix.
Yeah, it's, I think, really cool to see the versatility out of some of these players. Obviously, having that kind of like sniper role in your team is very important, especially on a map like Miramar that's so big and so vast. But I am a little bit sad to still see like Abrupt Slayers. We talk about, you know, high notes of teams. They had a very, very good couple of games, and then they go into this one and are at the bottom of the table. Obviously, they built up a little bit of a buffer, but when we talk about consistency, well, you can have a bad game. I understand.
I mean, we'll see in a moment, but obviously, you know, the fact is they tried to get the compound that Team Secret won from. And the fact is that High Boy just said no. no.
Alpha 7 tried also, yeah, and then it just didn't work out.
Just completely cut them down when they tried to get into that position. So it's a strong compound that most teams kind of knew. The problem is if you're not there, it's a very hard compound to take, especially with Secret's actual 2-2 split, because they had 2 on the hill as well to offer the cover fire.
I'm sure we might even see some of that actually in our do moments. So let's just pull it up. Let's just get in there. Let's get straight into it and start to break down what's all happening here, because we still have 2 matches left to go today. And we're starting off with Bigetron right off the bat. And well, speaking about snipers.
Yeah, that was a nice headshot on the Kar 98 from Luxy. But of course, this is the fight that UT Manu just keeps saying. It just doesn't make sense. It should not be happening so regularly over here on Miramar. And I 100% agree. So I would like to see maybe Konina or Bigetron maybe somewhat giving up on that location and going for future endeavors. Then of course, Konina Power, this is a time where Bigetron, they wanted to finish their job. They wanted to eliminate Konina Power, which maybe chasing Konina Power also really didn't help them out.
Well, by rights, Bigetron won the fight, so it's Konina Power that should move. That's generally how it would work. So that's how it kind of works. It's like the respect is there that, okay, we lost the fight. This is 4M. Like, this is the fight they need to win. You could see they were getting the knocks, but they couldn't confirm the kills, and it cost them in the end because they had to make this open push. And because they're so spread on that hillside, the circle was starting to collapse. And once the knocks come in, you can't support and can't get in to revive it because you need like so many smokes to get in close enough. So unfortunately for 4AM, they just couldn't confirm it. But you know, here's the push. This is what I was talking about. So this is High Boy. So they did make the push for the compound. If they'd have come out on top of that, we could have been seeing back-to-back winners.
Yeah, definitely. They could have took themselves a really, really strong win, but once again, High Boy he's just so good at the game.
He's so good.
He is so good at the game, defending that compound, not only up against them, but also Alpha 7, and then the finishing moments, they spot out the final player, D2E of RRQ Athena. They know exactly where he is. They go for widespread to make sure he can't find any cover whatsoever, and they just secure that win so cleanly. Like, really, this Miramar game was really fun, and he mentioned that compound of Team Secret was strong, and the moment the circle shifted away, they took it upon themselves to take that control and be proactive and aggressive.
I was very surprised to see that compound left open for so long as it was. That Team Secret finally just rolled up. And I think they were probably surprised because they stopped scouting it and went, wait, there's nobody there. Let's go into it.
And by the way, with D2E coming in for RRQ Athena, we saw just in a match prior, like they kind of gave him all the meds, he healed off with like 19 first aids, I think you were saying. But he's really just kind of being, not necessarily a snake, but that like long-lasting player to get those extra points, which again, we talk about those, 1, 2, 3 points could get you in a super weekend, but those same 1, 2, 3 points could get you a massive jump in prize money.
Yeah, like sometimes you just got to have that role of the survivalist, and you try and survive as long as possible and pick up a few extra kills if you potentially can, or just get a few extra positioning points. It's a viable strat, it works, and Team Secret there, I mean, it looked really good also, but RRQ Athena able to survive so long, even after the shots off 400 men, they were like taking those shots on high above. Like, I was surprised they survived for so long.
It's the irony of that spot that they've taken. It's like literally as a survival spot. You can't pop up and try and take shots. You will lose your head because you got obviously the overlook, you got people over here, you got people over here. Everybody has an angle on you, so they just had to keep their heads down, and it worked out well. They got 12 placement points.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to just sit there and just wait. All right, oh, more points. Oh, okay.
It's kind of how I play.
Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't work out well for us when we try it. Let's take a look, though, at our top players of the day sorted by MVP. Again, there's $10,000 on the line at the end of the entire event for MVP overall, and this looks very similar to our top 4 players that we had in our first match.
And like China is really coming in.
They're really good at this game.
I think they're really good at this game. I mean, people were speculating that to happen on the very first day of this tournament, and they are delivering in really good ways into the Super Weekend.
This blows my mind though to see High Boy there, not because like he doesn't deserve to be there, but because Team Secret today have not been performing well.
That's been one game, yeah.
Exactly, right? His survival time is super low compared to everyone else. Look at that, he's like 2 minutes behind Paraboy. He's 8 or 7 minutes behind the rest of 4AM. Like, this is rough times for Team Secret, and yet because of the damage he's put out and the kills, it's allowing him to be in top 5 and actually in second place.
Yeah, but like it really shows that like in the small amount, well, small, he's still 18 minutes, but like in the amount of time he's actually alive, he's converting so many kills every single time for his squad. So you high boys definitely, getting picked up by Team Secret was potentially a really good decision by Team Secret at
if
the
you
end.
think of the Vikendi game, he was the last one in a 1v1 with Ernie. So if it had come out on top of that, we'd have been talking about Team Secret even more because they would have took down RRQ, but he lost out in that fight. But he's always the guy to look for Team Secret.
Okay, I want to place you guys in an awkward spot here. I want to hear predictions of who currently is sitting at number 1. No, not Sandhawk. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Whoa.
Number one on our overall standings. Who do you have?
What, at the end of the day or
right now?
The entire tournament?
Right now.
Do you mean, right now?
Right now.
Oh,
so we're going to look at it. I want predictions.
4 a.m.
Okay.
And 4 a.m. too, like 100%.
Okay. Well, that didn't work out as fun as I thought it would.
Like,
Let's just go ahead and see it then. Let's just see our overall standings for the day so far. Remember, these points do accumulate throughout all 4 of our weeks until we are done with the entire event. And currently, we do have 4 a.m. What a surprise!
I mean, they got
number 1.
They got 31 points from the first game. So, like, I mean, that's what Alpha 7 are right now. So it's obviously they had such a big first match, but it's great to see them actually being very consistent today. Bigetron, though, look at that, second place for them, just consistently getting those points.
Yeah, a little bit of an opposite of what we saw in the 2 opening days of league play, right? They were just one bad day, one really good day. Here they're just like, you know what, we're going to take this a little bit more seriously and just trying to remain good throughout the entire tournament.
Look at Nova, man. I mean, double the kill points than placement points. It's just how they play.
Or Abrupt Slayers, 22 placement points and only 9 kills.
Yeah, the reverse,
You know, the opposite of that one. But obviously, you guys at home watching, you should be rooting for all these teams within your own region because it relates back to your missions. Remember, we still have 2 days to come and 2 matches to come up today before we get to that point. But it is a good start nonetheless.
So here's the big surprise package is obviously that we're now 3 maps in and Futbolist and Loops are still having very average performances. Obviously Loops were popping off over the last 2 games. Futbolist were consistent. They're never going to win, but they were always consistently placing. Just not been having it work their way today.
I think that Loops are just staying in a comfort zone. Like they've been doing similar rotations that worked for them on the 2 first days. Good, but like I think you want to try and be a little bit more adaptable going into these games. And sometimes you have some circles that don't really work in your favor. And I want to see them try and respond in different ways because sometimes being a bit too redundant makes you predictable, and that's when teams can maybe capitalize on the opportunity to strike and take you down.
Okay. I mean, it's only been 3 matches today. We still have 2 matches to come up later on today. But before we get to that, we obviously going to have to head to a short break. When we come back, we have Sandhawk coming. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave to bring you all the action.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Hey you! Yeah, you. Thanks for sticking around today for all the action for PMGC for our very first day of the Super Weekend. Now, we've been talking about missions all day long, and there is a region we have yet to talk about. We got to talk about the Americas and talk about what they can win when it comes to their teams and where they play. So you can see here the basic mission, the advanced mission, and the super mission, which right now is seeming a little bit rough because Alpha 7's having to carry the rest of this region on its back.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 really, like, you know, taking the spot of Loops that we saw them having and holding on to for the 2 first days, and Alpha 7, like, I just like how they've been aiming for these late game stages because they would be a little bit maybe not the most consistent team in the 2 first days, but they hit that chicken. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, again, ding once again. But like here, they just aim for those late game positions, even if it doesn't mean they take a chicken dinner every single time. Like they just try and like, okay, we know this game we can't win it from that position. We're just going to try and grab as many positioning points and kill points along the way, which is a strat that works, and it does put them in top 8 so far.
I think they'll be frustrated after that game though, because they drop in Monte Nuevo, and
True.
you know when you see the circle go your way, you're like, should have had more there.
Could have been a lot of points, indeed. But we are going to be going over to Sandhawk here as our next match. And this one's going to get interesting here, right? Because we talk about Bigetron doing decently well on this map. They've had hit and miss kind of day, I'd say, so far. They obviously had like a really good couple of place finishes, but they haven't been able to be as dominant as they were just a couple days ago in our day 2 of league play.
Not yet. I mean, and going into Sandhawk is the only place they have adjusted their drop. They're obviously normally in boot camp where Loops are dropping right now. So they've ended up going down to the sort of southwestern side. And again, the slow rotations often punish you on Sandhawk. They have obviously picked up a massive win on here in the league play. So we'll see how it adapts.
I'm curious, Max, in your professional career of placing dead last in PMCO out of 120,000 teams.
Thanks. Okay.
If you are Bigetron then, and you know Loops is having a very tough time today, do you just say, forget it, let's go back boot camp because we think we can fight them? Or do you just stick to your game plan?
Just like punish them even more? I mean, they've been rotating really strongly from like RERUN's area where they drop right now. I would say if it's not worth the risk, but after seeing how good Bigetron have been so far, I mean, no, I'm not going to say do it, but like it would be hella fun.
We just
it would be funny.
We just saw, yes, they took down Konina Power, but it cost them again, or even in Picado, so they'd be crazy to do it.
Do you see it as potentially BM for a team to drop on someone when they normally don't drop there because they feel like they're that far in the lead or they feel like they can take you?
I mean, it depends how strategically it's working in terms of table format. We're already in day 1 of the Super Weekend. I think it would be very risky is the probably best way I could phrase it.
I mean, because it could obviously set you off really badly where you players or you lose the fight.
If it works for you, great.
Oh yeah. The thing is, it makes me so sad to not see more teams do it, especially like towards the end of a tournament. Like for instance, when it was PMWO West, we had Cloud9. They didn't get hot drop per se, but like when a team found out where they were, everyone attacked them and everyone wanted that blood.
It was fun because in EMEA League, actually, it was Na'Vi in the final game that actually dropped on Konina Power to try and take them out. So something could be happening in this event too.
Well, you know, we're going to find out in just a few seconds. We head back to our commentators. This time, though, it's going to be Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
What's going on, world? How are you guys feeling today? Day number 1 of the Super Weekend. I'm Hot Jukes here with my amazing co-caster, Mustache Dave. Dave, are you as pumped up as I am?
I'm pumped, and I'm very interested in what the desk was kind of hinting at. Jason and Maxman, they want to see Bigetron. They want to see them take the fight to Loops while they are down there at the bottom having a rough day. So very interesting topic. Now, Jukes, will it happen? Probably not, but if you are Bigetron, I doubt it too, but if you are Bigetron and you want to really make a statement right now and like, just slap Loops real quick, give him a little slap, that would be the play.
But here's the problem, like that every single time, I mean, you can't really doubt Bigetron anymore. Last time we casted, it was game 3 of the last day, and Bigetron was in 20th place. Before that, there was a lot of doubters. End of the day, first place. So, I mean, they can literally do whatever the heck they want almost at this point. But to be honest, it's day number 1 of the Super Weekend. You want all the points you could possibly get, and I highly doubt that they're going to go for that kind of BM, but, you know, never know. You never know. Could happen, and I think it would be something really cool to see. That's for sure.
And it is Sandhawk. We already know. The blue zone, definitely the MVP. Last time we saw Sandhawk, a ton of players were caught off guard by how much damage it does. So maybe we shall see teams be a little more proactive here and try to avoid those zones as much as possible.
That's for sure. I mean, it is the map of toxicity, and that is for sure. It's where it's bred and born. So I think that especially with this kind of map, it's anybody's game. As long as you get the right position, right zone, you're going to take the big chicken dinner. And this is an essential one. This is a really, really big map. And here we go. We're getting into it, baby. Match number 4, Sandhawk, one of my favorite maps. Let's do this.
It's getting down. It's getting dirty. We got 12 more games to go. 12 more games to go when it comes to the weekend. Looking up there at the north. Okay, so a northern flight plan. It's going to cut off a lot of these desired drop spots all the way down there to the south.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an issue for these teams. Hopefully they don't drop the ball just like my buddy Jason Kaplan just did. But we'll have to see how these squads look to kind of fare right here. I'm literally looking right now at Boot Camp, of course, Paradise Resort. Those are the big 2 main drop locations inside of this map. And the issue when it comes to Sandhawk always is squads dropping on top of each other. Those early game fights, especially in this map, are so difficult. So we'll see if, you know, all these teams decide to really kind of bully each other or just kind of play it nice and chill.
I mean, some teams, they just can't afford to play nice and chill. I mean, I'm looking at Konina Power, I'm looking at Bluebees, and I'm looking at Aerowolf Limax. We see them already in a decent centralized position, but just like you hinted at, a lot of these teams are going to be dropping on top of each other. One thing to note, though, that kind of is in their favor is at least they don't have to deal with a crazy circle 1. For the most part, a lot of teams should be happy. They have a lot of time to loot. I'm looking at Loops up there. Big chillin'. They have all the time to loot every single room. But looking around, I mean, we're just talking about Aero, Bluebees, BTR. These teams are awfully close to each other.
Yeah, we could definitely start seeing some action pop off right here. Yeah, of course, Loops taking their boot camp location all to themselves. Digital Athletics as well, taking Paradise Resort and holding that down completely uncontested. You know they're going to be looted up to the teeth for this map. But as you can see, dead center, RRQ, Nova eSports, really close by. As we look at Bigetron, they're running a 3-1 split right now, just trying to get all looted up and prepared for this really important match.
It looks like they're trying to run near or at least towards that direction of Camp Charlie. And it looks like Divine already with some loot, a Tommy gun and a double barrel shotgun is going to be spotting them out running across that terrain and probably relaying that information back to the squad mates. The thing is though, Bluebees, do you take this early fight against BTR? Because they are down there at the bottom currently with only 4 kills altogether in the first 3 games today. So they could use a confidence boost for sure.
I mean, it could happen. I mean, especially if they play this really quietly, really sneaky. You saw Divine as soon as he even spotted them. And look at the range that he's at so early game. The second he saw that pixel spot, he instantly hit the deck and is just trying to play it really carefully. If they do spot one of those Bigetron players just out in the open, you know they have to take those shots. And if you could take out one of those members this early on, I think that'll be huge for almost the entire lobby, because when that whole squad is working together, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. But you got to catch them slipping, and they don't really make too many mistakes, that's for sure.
They say catch them slipping, or more like Loops, they're saying catch me outside right here. They're setting up here on the high ground. Yep, Cool Boy will be working their way on up this hill. We might have an early fight here, Jukes.
Definitely. You can see Lupskovsky throwing that grenade nice and early. Doesn't quite get the hit. Order G, though, getting that knock from Federal. He had the follow-up one back-to-back, and he's completely separated from the rest of his squad right here. So he is in quite a big of trouble. Yeah, Federal, you know for sure. He's like, nah, this is my kill. Good luck trying to get this guy. And Paraboy just looking at his teammate saying, I'm sorry, Fred. I don't think there's anything I can do from this position. And yeah, there's the confirm right there.
And the big difference right now, Loops, they have the better position, right? They got the high ground, they have the guard tower, they got a couple boulders, a couple rocks to work with. Getting that 1 point, they know exactly who they're up against right now. I believe Federal on that off angle, trying to take some shots over there. Will be connecting a couple. Let's see though, Kowalski cooking this molly.
I'll tell you what, Loops is definitely one of those squads that they don't care who they're going against. They're going to play it the same way every single time, and they do have a hill advantage here. Oh, but Paraboy with the great headshot right there on the Kowalski. That's going to kind of open up that fight. That nade right in front of the face of Cool Boy doesn't knock him, and he's got some nades of his own. It's really difficult, though, with this hill to throw those so perfectly, and it looks like those are going to be a little bit overthrown. And Loops may just get the reset right here with that little time.
Yeah, we see Federal kind of holding off Jimmy. Kowalski was able to get picked up. That's a huge pickup on the side of Loops right here. That Eden, you know they want this. You know they want to take out Cool Boy right in front of him. A 2-1. Here comes the push.
Got a couple shots off. He's already down to a quarter health and is going to get caught out. Yeah, Loops just recognizing that they had that one player out of position, and they're going to pick up the 2-piece on here to Nova. I think if you are Nova after that, you got to take off. Just cut your losses and try to live to fight another day.
I mean, I cannot stress how important Federal, their position, they allowed that 2v1 to pretty much happen because Jimmy and Pyro, they were in the warehouses thinking, you could see them, they were thinking about making that push out, but they couldn't. They just couldn't. Federal had such a great angle on them.
Yeah, too risky, especially considering that it's Loops. Those guys are just so aggressive, like I mentioned, against whoever squad it is, and they didn't give them any breathing room at all. We're able to take advantage of it, get 2 points on the board really quick. But moving on over to Cap Charlie, we got Bigetron eSports, yeah, and Bluebees really, really close to each other right now.
This is a huge fight. This is a huge fight if Bluebees can come out on top. And one thing that really stands out to me is Bluebees, at least compared to their previous games, they're taking this one a lot slower. Normally, at least what we've been noticing from the side of Bluebees, full-on aggression. And that's pretty much, that was their game plan when it comes back to looking at them in Japan League. They're a team, they like to catch teams off guard. They thrive in the controlled chaos, I'm going to say. But it has not been working out for them here in this lobby. They keep getting picked apart in that controlled chaos. So I believe now's the time that we start to see them kind of make that flip, as we can clearly see the leaderboards, they're there on there at the bottom. So that chaos is just not working in their favor, as we do see them all going to be spreading apart right here. Bigetron right on in between them.
That's a good point you just mentioned. You know, when you look at Bluebees, I'm sorry, you're seeing that they are getting picked apart, and just look at them right now. I mean, they're completely separated. Completely all apart. So if Bigetron, if they work together and just piece them up one by one, they could get it. But Bluebees need to start grouping up together right now if they want to take this engagement.
They definitely have the information. Divine can really play spoiler out there. Do not believe Bigetron have spotted out Divine quite yet, as Divine is going to be crawling. Oh, as I say that, Zuxi might have spotted out that little head over there. Yep, definitely here's the gunshots.
Oh, yeah, he knows now, that's for sure. The only issue is that Divine is so separated from his squad. If he gets knocked, there's no way he's getting picked up. And Bigetron are just playing this really, really carefully, as Bluebees is trying. This initial knock right here is so crucial. Whoever gets this first one is going to have a huge advantage going into this fight. And now Bluebees finally are able to work together as a team. You can see them both kind of rocking 3-1, and they're just trying to figure out who's going to be able to get that first shot on each other.
The game plan, honestly, Bluebees, they want to get Ito-chan, they want to get a knock, and then that will allow Divine to make the push up with that double barrel shotgun up close and personal and really inflict the damage. And here we go, the smokes will be blocking the sight lines. Here comes the push.
Yep, there they go, but just getting caught out a little too aggressive. Pushing in one by one. BTR was waiting for him to get the first knock. Here comes Zuxi with the Vector in his hand. Opening the doors, trying to get that catch, and they want to confirm this kill for sure. And that's exactly what he's going to do, but Zuxi is going to get knocked in the return of it. Bluebees have to push up right now.
They're making the push. They need to use this time. Divine still waiting back there in the tail end of this one. This is the moment. Zuxi currently bleeding on out. Luxy with the AKM. Let's see what they can do. Microboy actually getting that revive.
Perfectly played. Perfectly played. You can see Luxy just right now, all he's doing is just putting as many pre-fire shots just to buy time so that BTR could get this reset, and they are going to be able to pick Zuxi back up. Now it's a 4v3. If you're Bluebees, you're at a huge disadvantage here. I don't really know if you can still commit to this fight, but they're just holding this angle right now.
I want to say the fact that they are up against Bigetron might have caused a little hesitation right there. Divine still behind that concrete barrier, not really moving. Luxy knows that Divine is over here, though, in this general area, so it's not like they're going to catch him off guard.
That's a good point that you make too as well. Like that slight hesitation just because of the Bigetron name could just mean everything. But Divine, look at him. He has quite a big angle. When is he going to give up that position, take those shots? He does get up onto Zux. He gets two. It's going to pick up both the two brothers just like that. The tables have turned, and here comes Bluebeast to try and finish him off. You can see Micro Boy holding it on his own with the Tommy gun. 2v1, not gonna be enough. What a play right there from Divine. The snake in the grass, causing a havoc on the Bigetron.
Not over yet. RERUN, the last one up for Bigetron. Could they get a knockout? Could they get the 1v3?
Jump shot!
RERUN, onto Lufa with that jump shot.
And sit down, don't you be jumping on me, but he's still got two more to take on. Divine did a jump, was able to hit that lay down just in time. And they're each, oh wow, oh, Divine, still pushing out 1v1 against RERUN. Blue Bees are able to take down Bigetron eSports as the first squad out. What a play.
That was the play. I mean, I was questioning Divine, right? I was questioning that hesitation, but it paid off in the end. I mean, Divine at the end, taking out two, getting those knocks, forcing RERUN to kind of show their hand right there, because for a while, Blue Bees, I don't think they were exactly aware on where RERUN was located at, because Ito-chan was the one kind of keeping RERUN on that lockdown, but we saw Ito-chan on that push immediately knocked out, Thurston done, and dusted. Aerowolf, though, they heard the gunshots. They know exactly who is over here. They only got two up, though. Potato, they're going to be overlooking. They're going to be overlooking Camp Charlie. Maybe looking for a pick. But honestly, right now, I mean, I think they're just scouting out, just kind of surveying the area.
And a quick correction as well. I know that we're so focused on that fight, but there was a little engagement earlier. Nova was already taken out. They were the first team out of this lobby. So you got Nova, XQF out, Bigetron Esports out second. Two major squads here. So everybody in the lobby is going to be noticing that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they start playing this a little bit more loosely now that you got those major players out the game.
Great point right there. They were what the desk likes to say, I believe the point sponges, right at the top, soaking up all those points. They're going to be done.
Oh, baby!
Sakai, the car 98 right there to the dome. Team Secret, they should be able to get the pickup on you, high boy, and that's a pickup that they need to make sure to get.
You just see the player cam at the bottom of his face. He got so excited after that headshot. Yeah, here comes a replay really quickly, and you can just see, yeah, this was the fight that we missed. Nova going against Loops, or Paraboy, gets that really nice knock on the Federal, but it just looks like they were completely pinched, yeah, from two squads, RRQ and Loops Esports. So yeah, Nova taken out first. What a snipe, though.
What a snipe. At the end of the day, though, Loops, they came out on top because, remember, that was that first engagement very early on. We saw Loops. Fireboy just not able to get it. But over here, iShots, Team Secret, here comes the fight versus 4AM.
This is a huge fight between two major leaders right here. Team Secret really working really closely, but maybe just a little too loose as Sakilova there was able to get that knock. Mad Toy is going to have to go ahead and hold it back for just a second. Oh, man, saw that buggy, thought it was a head, but got to be able to get those shots. Oh, is he going to be able to hit this Car 9 shot as soon as he picks this nade? That would be insane. Nope. But he did see that nade coming. He's going to go ahead and back up just a little bit, show some respect for those grenades. And they might just opt to try and find another angle here for this fight.
This is a very important fight to note as well, because it is going to be right there on the edge of this new circle. So whoever wins this fight, I could predict easy top 5 finish. But they got to win it. That's the important factor here as Matt Tor takes some shots with the M4.
We're getting really, really clutch right here. Here comes Sook from 4 Angry Men. Going to try to help out his squad. Just take him on. And you can just see 33 Savan trying to get a big off angle right here on top of this hill. But it's so hard to see from this angle. There's fights going all over on the kill feed as well. Abrupt Slayers just taken out. A lot of major squads. I mean, this is Sandhawk, baby. This is one of the most tough maps to play in competitive PUBG Mobile. But you got to be able to make those plays and make it happen regardless.
Throwing out a little grenade there to keep them distracted for the time being will allow the much needed time to pull back, get this pickup, get this revive. But Mad Toy wants to get the finish over here on the hunt right here.
Yeah, he's trying to get it done. You can see 33 Savan trying to push up. might get a chance for a 1v1 against Highboy due to the split right now. And he's trying to go for it. Oh, and the Molotov. This might be really nice. Saw it coming. There goes Highboy. We're going to watch the replay really quickly. Oh, we can see it at the bottom. That 1v1, it looks like 33 Spawn is going to be able to take out Highboy. And the replay, yeah, we just saw RRQ Athena still putting in work. Soup getting pieced up a little bit. Great teamwork right there.
Great teamwork. And if I'm not mistaken, there's only one more member alive. Yep, for Team Secret. And they're going to be running out there just trying to survive and go for those placement points. Okay, there's actually two, Mad Toy and iShots, but they are really separated. And I don't think iShots will be able to get the Mad Toy in time. So solo mission confirmed. Survive as long as possible, Soldier. Get us as many placement points as you can. And looking on over here, Arrow, Robdini, gonna have a surprise. Oh, missed him.
Oh, how? Oh, there, yeah, he jumped up now with the jump shot of the Hog, but not able to get it done. But Robdini's in the blue, and he has to just apply bandages. And it looks like he may be able to get the heal off. Really clutch play from Robdini right there. And he's gonna pick up a beautiful ghillie suit.
Our 888, we see them working their way on uphill. This is also going to be on the edge versus Futbolist.
Oh!
But the angles, the grenades, just too strong.
What a grenade right there for Power 888. Lutz has a really good angle on top of this rock, though. But can he hit this next nade? Oh my god. Oh, it's so close. Put quite a bit of damage on him. Lutz is so low. Got pieced up again. The man is 1 HP. And he has no health. No first aids. Nothing. It's up for him to make a huge play right here. But good luck. He's going to probably have to buy as much time as he can to help that boost. Just give him as much health. But look at DP. He's on the corner just waiting for him.
Corpi has the plan down there. Power 888, they were able to get the reset. Doing a little flank maneuver. Little soft 2-2 over here, trying to wrap around, trying to take down Futbolists before it's too late, as the next blue zone does not favor them. And OP making the push, caught off guard.
Lutz with a great laydown, but Ice able to get another shot. But man, this shot's going all over the place. But Power 888 is able to come out on top. And it looks like right here, KPS was just like, hey, you know what? We're in this blue zone. I got to run. Unable to get that pickup. But man, huge fight against Futbolist.
Yeah, and we saw that pressure on the side of Power 888. Like, they had to ramp it up quickly. Like we said, during that fight, the blue zone is now starting to pop here. They're not favored in it, so they have to run across a large area and just hope and pray that RRQ and Pynam don't spot them out. Hope and pray that Execute don't spot them out, but pop it back on over into the Blue Bees. They are on fire after the Bigetron fight earlier on.
4 points to the name so far, trying to add more to the total as this next zone, like you mentioned, is really tough for all these squads. Ending near Painan, we'll see what they're deciding to do in this rotation. It looks like Blue Bees, they have that buggy. They may just have to send it on down with two of their members. Cosmos from Team Secret. Oh no!
Clutch.
Switched it over
Clutch.
to Loops. But he's gonna just be quiet as so many teammates are like that. Yeah, just go for placement. I guess that's your best bet right there.
I mean, Cosmos is the last one alive, so you kind of got to weigh it. Like, do you get that 1 point or do you continue to try to survive? Because if they get taken out in 10th place, that's only 1 point. So it would have been a fair, even trade. But they can definitely get a lot more points if they can just continue to survive a little longer. And here comes the blue zone. Papa Blue Zone taking out a couple members as they run across the fields over here. But Konina Power setting up a very strong position to the south.
Oh, Papa Blue Zone indeed, trying to teach some players some lessons, and he's doing it really well because look at this. It's fate left from Execute, and he's having to run wide on the open. Look down, you can see no first aids. It's only a matter of time right here. Just absolutely brutal rotation from Execute, but can he get on in? He's gonna hit the laydown right behind this rock. Gonna buy himself at least a few more seconds, but look at the clock, only 15 seconds left to go. And, oh man, yeah, I think it's only a matter of time here for its fate, because this circle rotation is just absolute chaos.
I mean, talk about luck
Look at the
right
zone.
there from its fate. Talk about luck. I mean, just stumbling across a huge boulder. And just to update you, Power Triple 8, Corpy still all the way out there in the blue. I complimented them on being proactive with that fight, but it's fate, though, trying to go out with a bang.
Was able to get one knock, but Divine was able to shut him down really quickly. So 9 teams remaining. There's a battle here by the river. You can see Lufa with that 6XM4 putting down some pressure fire all over the place. And he is going to have a spot underneath this bridge, but not for very long. Next zone is off of them, and they're going to have to sneak their way in piece by piece. I mean, for these squads having to rotate in, this is just so unfortunate. I mean, there's nothing you can do here.
So going back to the point about Cosmos, they should have definitely have taken out Divine, that solo member earlier on, because Cosmos did go out right then and there. That's going to be 1 point. They could have had 2. So that's going to be hopefully not losing too much sleep over there. 4 a.m. still up here on the edge. Nobody in the center of this next zone. We get the shift, and talk about loops. They have been praying to the Sandhawk gods. They're favored.
Asaki from 4 Angry Men with the Car 9 in Sandhawk, popping some heads onto Carrillo, one of the biggest fraggers in mobile esports here. And you can just see Loops. They are going to get favored in this next circle, so this could be another big game from them if they're able to hold down the rest of these teams. And you can just see right now, Loops putting a ton of pressure onto 4 Angry Men.
You see 4 a.m. trying to close the gap. They know there's some enemies over here. They kept Hasakai in the back just in case this plan does not work. But a molly, a grenade, talk about the gift right there from 4 a.m. Taking down a member from Loops. Burning alive.
Bird, baby, Bird. Yeah, I was able to take down Carrillo right there. You always want to confirm him among all the players in Loops because he can definitely make something happen. What is this? 4 a.m. just driving up. He gets shut down really quickly from Kaovsky, and Suk, he's with the laydown, just waiting for him to peek out. Yeah, Kaovsky, he is stuck in the open. Oh, but the return fire from Robdini forces him to turn around. And now Suk's in a huge predicament right here.
I mean, when it comes to 4 a.m., like, they really had no option but to push forward into the zone because Konina Power, they were down there in the south, still 4 alive, and they were pushing up on this east side anyway. So it was bound to happen, the sandwich action. But Konina Power, 3 kills so far. They kept Black White all the way down there in the south to assert their dominance and make sure to allow those 3 members up there to the north that they will not be backstabbed in this new zone.
Great point. And you can just see right now, with just the circle rotation alone, just wiped out everybody. I mean, there's only 3 teams remaining now. Konina Power seems to have the big dominant position. Obviously, still 4 members up. You still have 4 up from Digital Athletics, though, but they are outside of this circle in the wide open. They are in a really, really tough position. They're going to have to make some plays if they want to be able to possibly get the chicken dinner here.
Let's see what DA can do. They do have some cover, but it is no longer in the zone, so they have to push out just a little bit. Federal, though, from Loops, I mean, they got 8 kills. They started very early on, taking out Nova, so that's a feels-good moment. But Rob Dini trying to sneak up. They know that there might be some enemies down there to the south, the low ground of the hill. 1 grenade, a couple mollies could spell disaster for DA.
Oh, looks like we're going to see a big trade come out right there from Konina Power and Digital Athletics. And if this battle goes on, you never know. Federal could play spoiler and catch these squads slipping. We'll see how they opt to play this out. Robdini is going to try to get that res onto his teammate as the good pressure fire from the rest of his squad's coming down. Oh, look at Axer throwing down. Oh, that was almost a devastating grenade. Almost bounced back onto the rest of the team. Oh, look at this angle from Gonzo. He has it all set up. Great shots back and forth. Where's Federal? Here he comes to be able to get some confirms. And he's looking to play spoiler on both these teams.
With the Tommy gun, Federal will be spotted from Rob Dini, saving the day from the squad. Black White was able to get picked up. 2v1.
1v1, not enough. Konina Power able to get a huge chicken dinner here in match number 5. I mean, that zone was just devastating for so many of those teams. Konina Power is able to secure a dominant position in it and just take out everybody that they saw.
And like you said, I was waiting for Federal. We know Federal, really aggressive player. They're not going to sit back there. They're not going to snake it out and maybe get that second place finish. No, they're going to pop up. They're going to try to get additional kills, and that's exactly what we saw with that Tommy gun, almost playing spoiler to the KP win. But Robdini, the instincts were on point that game. The 360 spin was able to take down Federal, and that, in my opinion, was the game-winning play.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, you got to be able to shut him down really quickly. And as soon as he was, I mean, you got to give him credit at the same time to be able to steal away an extra point for his team. But regardless, Konina Power, they just knew where everybody was. They weren't worried. They figured, okay, this is a solo player. Let's just take him out and confirm the chicken dinner. And with Konina Power being able to do this in their first day of the Super Weekend, you know they got to be pumped up and hyped for the rest of this PMGC tournament.
Huge game, too. I just want to note, I mean, huge game for Bluebees. I mean, they were in a slump. I'm not going to put it lightly. They were in a slump when we look at their last day and then today's matches. So for them to take out such a strong contender very early on, they should be feeling fairly decent with themselves. But let's pass it on over to Jason and the boys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes, both looking extra cute today. But I do love, Dave, how he mentioned Bluebees, because this team has been able to finally step up here in this match. I mean, fighting Bigetron in that situation, head-to-head with Divine off towards the side by himself, I can't imagine the amount of pressure they had on them, or they put on themselves here in that fight, because that's scary.
And when you're in a fight like that, you look towards your best players, and Divine has been delivering. He delivered for them on day one and delivered right now, and he was the man that stepped up and took down what really actually looked like it was going to go against them for a moment, because I think it was, I can't remember, it was hopped over the wall that got spotted instantly, and we saw obviously Bigetron moving for it, and you were just thinking, oh no, we got spotted too soon, here we go again, Bluebees out in 16th place, but no.
And then you see Divine just like backwards crawl, like you guys didn't say anything. Let's take a look though. You can see on your screen Konina Power's stats in that last match. And again, for a team that did battle out against Bigetron on our last match, able to redeem themselves here. And like we were saying, EMEA, they get themselves a big win today, especially if you're out there looking on those missions.
I mean, yeah, Klas in second position. You also have that chicken dinner going the way of Konina Power. It feels good because also for maybe the viewers at home, though, that watch a lot of PUBG Mobile eSports in the EMEA League at the start, they were always dropping around this mountain area towards Painan, and they would dominate over on Sanhok. And they kind of gave up at the end of the EMEA League playing in that position, and here the circle brought them back onto the mountain that I now call Konina Mountain because they performed so good on that position, and it feels good to see them back on Sanhok dominating.
Also, big shout out to Loops here. I mean, taking the fight up against Nova XQF with the help of RRQ Athena. They've had a very rough start of the day here, Demon, but 19 points.
It was great to see. I mean, Loops taking on China. They took on Nova, and they took on 4AM on their hill. They were just taking them all on. A bit of a extension of what we saw yesterday in the scrims, wasn't it? Loops going huge against Nova XQF on Sanhok, so it's great to see. Obviously, RRQ Athena, they're going to be happy because they dropped in Painan, so it was a circle that dropped near them, and they confirmed themselves the placement points in there. But yeah, Loops were a team that absolutely needed the points, along with Bluebees. 11 points is going to be crucial for them at this stage.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Konina Power, considering where they were on the rankings, a massive step up for them. But it's, again, all about
consistency.
Exactly. You're going to win for that one. The thing is, like, one good game's great. But look what happened to Navi when it came to league play, right? One good game wasn't enough. And obviously we understand these games extend over the course of the next weeks, but still.
There's no one more consistent than 4AM right now. They have once again another. I think they've had a top 5 finish every single game so far.
It's been that. Like, they've been just looking good every single time. I'm not going to say consistently because otherwise I'm going to get in trouble with Jason. Oh, yeah, I did right there. Actually, no, good point. But like, yeah, here, big upset. Also, look at that. He's got Nova X-Quest definitely down below 0, unfortunately for them. Aerowolf Limax also in a similar fashion. And Bigetron went down. You just mentioned it, indeed, man. Like, going down to the Bluebees from Japan. I mean, I want to see more coming out from the Japanese team of Bluebees. This is like one good showing, but like it really comes down to it. Like, I want to see that happen a lot more from their side.
And unfortunately for Team Secret, they just had the win. Well, now they're straight back down to a 2-point finish.
Yeah, and Abrupt Slayers as well, from what we saw from the start of the day. The only South Asian team coming into this one having only, I think, 1 point at the very end. So kind of unfortunate, but again, early days, not a big deal. I am curious though, Loops, is that kind of their bounce back moment?
Oh, maybe. I mean, See, it's hard to judge because they do drop boot camp, and literally all they have to do is run over the hill.
Yeah.
And then they're in the circle. So and there's nobody challenging them for that position because everybody knows they're in boot camp and they know to stay away from that side of the hill because you're going to get shot by boot camp. So it's a tricky one to call, but they took on fights and they almost won. I mean, honestly, if Federal would have just maybe a little bit more trigger discipline at the end, he could have waited for the two Konina Power and DA to duel it out and then pop up and maybe get the win.
Well, speaking of that, it reminds me of Cosmos with his trigger discipline as well, which I'm sure we're going to see here in our do-the-do moments when he saw everyone just running by him saying, should I take the shot now? No, I'll wait. Should I take it now? No, I'll wait. And then, didn't work out in the end. I don't think he actually got anything from that. But you can see here, Paraboy, and this was like kind of the fight that like broke up the fight between him and Loops, and then RRQ Athena third partying in.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the danger when you're dropping and fighting around Pinedown. We were looking at the way the circle went. It was one of those horrible circles that split by the river. So you're thinking, okay, Pinedown's going to be a very, very busy area. And sure enough, it was. And this was obviously Team Secret going down 4 a.m. We're looking pretty dominant coming over the hills, really.
Yeah, really. Like, it's Team Secret, this is 2 times in a row towards the Cave Mountain that they struggle to hold on to that position. And I would like to see maybe a little bit of a better repositioning from them going into the later Sandhawk games. Then RRQ Athena, great defense versus the attack from the Nepali team of Abrupt Slayers. They only lost one player along the way. I believe it was potentially Ernie. And then they still remained strong as a 3-man team inside of Pinedown itself. But then Power 888, they were coming in hot from the western side in that huge engagement versus the side of Futbolist. The Futbolist at the end, they had a good opportunity, but weren't quite able to strike a good deal.
Yeah, Alpha 7. This was the big duel, really. That we were looking at it when we covered the game. Obviously, we were seeing it from 4M's perspective. We were like, wow, they've got a great view of Loops. You could see them all setting up, and all 4M they were a little slow to take the shot because they were trying to set up to get the perfect synchronized angle. And then by that time, Loops had already sent them up the hill and reversed it, and it kind of worked out. Obviously, then the third party came in with DA and Konina Power and everybody getting involved, and this was the final battle. And this is what I was saying, like, if Federal would have just waited and let them fight it out between themselves, there was a strong opportunity, but I think the blue was almost forcing him to go for the fight.
Yeah, especially because Konina Power in those final moments actually decided to push onto DA. And if he would have just waited, that trigger discipline would have been a little bit better. Like, he would have actually got a great backstab potential on the 2 remaining players of Konina. Just backstab onto it and just get it.
The problem is, can we really tell an MVP of PMPL Americas what to do? No, probably not.
I mean, from the safety of being here, not coming up to us like, what are you saying? I think we can. We were talking about the Blue Zone. I want to talk about Bluebies. We talked about them in the beginning of this segment because they played so much better today, or so much better in that match, I should say. Not today, necessarily. And we want to take a look at their stats from this last match compared to their stats in the 2 days of play in league play, because they've massively stepped up, and it kind of calls into question for me again, is this the true Bluebies that we should expect? Because they did have a very solid fight against Bigetron, and it makes me wonder, like, which is the off day for them, or which is the off match? Which is the true Bluebies?
I mean, I think the true Bluebies is the one we're seeing on the left. Like, this is what they can deliver. But it's just, once again, when it comes down to it, they struggle sometimes to get those fights. And I think that what they need to work on the most currently is that synergy in team fights. That's why I see them struggle quite a decent amount.
Yeah, just to describe this one for you guys, we do have our average stats. So comparing this match up against the 8 they had in league play, and you're seeing the damage numbers, it's doubled from just
as
this
the
one
average.
game.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big game, but I guess, you know, when you're involved in a big fight, they came out with 3 alive in a straight up head-to-head against Bigetron. Like, that's going to be such a huge boost for them, I think, after what has been a disastrous start to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and for me, looking at those numbers, another one stands out, the kills. They doubled their average amount of kills in that last match, which we talk about how the point structures changed back from PMWL till now. I mean, that's 7 points compared to 3. Like, that's a big jump up, and considering they were only ahead by 2 points when it came into their 16th place of league play, that's massive.
You only need to look at Nova to see how important kills are. That's basically what's keeping them in that top 8 the entire time. It's all about the kill potential they have.
Yeah, and it's about evolving as a team, just like PUBG Mobile is evolving, making it easier for your phone to handle. If you don't have a OnePlus 8T, I have to ask you, well, why don't you? You have a smaller installation file size so you can play the game easier. We'll take a look at this, and we'll obviously head to a break, and when we come back, we'll be here with our final match of the day.
lightweight installation function available now.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our fifth and final match of the day. Before we get to that, though, I need to remind you guys about what you can do to enter one of our contests. We have an art contest going on throughout this week related to PUBG Mobile. So anything you want to do, maybe a clay animation, maybe you want to draw your favorite host, who's clearly here on your screen right now with the glasses and the white and blue shirt. Maybe you want to draw your favorite player. Make sure you tweet to eSports PUBG with the hashtag PMGC. And at the end of the week, we'll be choosing our favorites, putting them over on Instagram for you guys to all vote. And our top winners will be receiving some UC credit to their account. Now, in the meantime, before we fully get into this next match, Max has something he wants to break down for us. What is it, Max?
I'm going to be entering the art contest and draw some really cool stuff over here. So, yeah, welcome to the Telestration segment. I'm going to try and break down a few little things for all of you guys at home. And I'm going to be talking specifically about the importance of scouting and getting some information before entering your late game stage. So we're going to be entering to this game. So this was game number 1, where it did, at the end of the day, get taken over by 4 Angry Men, the Chinese team. And we're going to be seeing so far, we do have a nice little team of Abrupt Slayers over here onto the more western side of the map, currently positioned on the west. They got a good compound. They did steal it away from RRQ Athena. And after that position, they were like, well, we got a decent spot that's really good in the circle on the western side, not going to get contested. What we need now is information. And because D-Man mentioned it earlier, the fact that this circle, it was not fun for the teams. It was not fun for the players to play around. So they knew a lot of players were potentially going to be holding on to the northern side, which is indeed going to be the case. The north was completely fulfilled with teams, which is what I enjoyed happening over here, was actually sending Chirion forward over in the Harry Potter Tower, gathering information on all of the teams up in this more northern edge. So now they got the information, they know where teams are going to try and potentially push upon their position, so they know what's happening. But afterwards, what I find is also really interesting from Abrupt Slayers is the fact that really there's an entire area from where they're positioned where they just don't get too much information, especially over here. They have no clue what's happening, mainly because of this ridge line on the side that is blocking visibility for them. And what they do to fix that is like, well, Everest is actually inside the circle. We're going to send one sneaky little Joker inside onto Everest's position, and what that offers to them right now is visibility on the entire position of not only Bigetron, but even potentially Regioko, even though he was currently positioned in the chapel, so pretty hard to spot out. But now they know and have information on the entirety of the circle, and they can react responsibly onto the next circle shift, which we're going to be seeing happening in a few seconds. The circle looks really good. And what that gives them as a potential is actually to just hold on to the ridgeline, which is exactly what they did at that point in time because of that extra information that was fed their way by Joker's position on top of Everest. So they push the entire team in that spot. They see Bigetron, they see all the teams coming up north. They pick up a few kills along the way. And what that allows them to do is actually to take a second position right behind 4 Angry Men.
All right, well, Max, you know what I will say? I'm going to use your own word against you. You were very consistent at doing a great job of breaking down these plays. Why don't you come on back over here? You're allowed to come back into the chair and sit and chat with us. If you ruin that, we were going to say no. Go sit over there. Go into one of the player areas. You're grounded for 10 minutes. All right, so going into... No, I'm just kidding. You're still here. Let's take a look at our schedule so you can see what match is coming up last. It's going to be over on Erangel, and it's going to be an interesting time. You wanted to break down Erangel for us with that replay, and now we get to see, will we have that same amount of information gathering out of more teams?
I think definitely going to be happening onto Erangel here. Like after you did mention it, I did say that circle was not really fun, but always when it comes down to it, every single team has got one scout, and that role is extremely important. Without information, you can't do much. You can't respond, you can't fight, you can't rotate, you can't do anything. So hopefully I'm going to be seeing some more predominant scouting in this final game.
It was such an interesting circle because if you speak to the players, they'll always say it's so much harder to go north than it is to come down to the south, which is why we saw so many teams locked up in that northern side. Going to be interested to see how the drops compare to this morning, how the circle goes, and how the rotations look.
One thing we can say is that one team will probably be consistent is going to be 4 Angry Men, but let's find out if they can with Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Last match here of day number 1 of the PMGC Season 0 Super Weekend, baby. This is it. This is it, Dave, for the day. What are your thoughts going into this last match?
My thoughts is, if I am a Futbolist fan, I am hoping that we get a Southern Circle number 1. We know they like to drop down there at Nova. The circles just have not been favoring that southern part of the map. So let's go Futbolist when it comes to the zones. And another thing, I mean, this is the last game of day number 1. Like, these are very important games. I mean, we can't stress enough because the points that these teams acquire in these games go right to those championship points. And that's how you make it to the finals. You need to be a top 16 at the end of this whole event.
That's where the big money is. And I'll tell you what, I remember hearing you last game. You were talking about how, like, you know, this team missed 1 point. Hopefully don't stress about it. But I'll tell you what, we've seen it happen already. We saw it happen in PMCO and PMPL, where a squad really almost didn't make it because of 1 point. I'll tell you what, if you miss a top 3 finish due to 1 point, you're gonna be crying, because right now, this is the PMGC, baby. We're talking a massive amount of money difference just between those places alone. But here, yeah, first day of the Super Weekend, last match, you gotta go and finish strong, so that way you're just, you know, feeling good going into tomorrow's matches.
You know who else is going to be feeling good? 4 a.m. They are at the top. I remember game number 1, they had Yesnaya all to themselves. Nobody's contesting that. So I believe D-Man was talking about this in the pre-show today. Like, teams, now that we have only 16 teams, these teams can really just get a drop spot and not be contested. If they contest someone else's drop spot, well, that's on them, Jukes.
Well, let's find out right here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We got the players in the plane. We're in Erangel, the map that all these players know and love. Let's do this. And as we can see here, to start things off here for the last match, playing path is going to be pretty much right down the center. So I think it's going to be a pretty fair one for all these squads. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah. So 4 a.m., Yesnaya, bam, easy. Secret Jin, Severny, also easy. RRQ, Pachinki, you already know. BTR going to their farm. Everybody is going to have their desired drop spot with this flight plan. So this flight plan is as easy as it gets.
Easy peasy, baby. You know that they're hyped up for this one. And I know you're talking about Futbolist. You know, we love to see them drop in the south. I can't lie. I love to see kind of like a military zone right here, because military zones are just complete chaos from start to finish. We'll have to see exactly where, you know, PUBG Mobile, where the game decides to put this circle. And we're starting to see a lot of separation from these teams right now. I don't really expect to see too many squads drop on each other.
Yeah, so Futbolist, just to kind of add on to your point, Futbolist and Aerowolf, they are both at the bottom when it comes to the overall championship points leaderboard. They both go down there to military base. They both want to have that southern shift. And, okay, hey, military base, you know, it's going to be in it. So this, to me, still a toss-up. It can go to the north. It can go to the south. If you are a Futbolist fan or a Aerowolf fan, cross your fingers. Now's the time. Now's the time to cross your fingers for this next zone. But what sticks out to you, Jukes? I mean, what do you see?
I mean, this first zone. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, like, where'd you get your crystal ball from? Could we get a Prophet Dave in the chat possibly? If this zone does go south, that's going to be a big thing because right now, that with this kind of circle, you're going to have Aerowolf Limax and, of course, Futbolist have a lot more time to be able to loot these zones. And then again, of course, if it does shift south, they're going to be hyped up, and it's going to be a pain in the butt for all these teams to try and get down there. But so far, you see pretty much every single squad pretty well separated, avoiding early engagements, just kind of looting up and getting ready for where the next zone decides to go.
So to answer your question, I got my crystal ball by logging in to PUBG Mobile, the Cyber Week login rewards. All right, the PUBG Mobile Cyber Week login rewards. I got that crystal ball and I got the piglet set half off. I mean, I've been sweating for that piglet set. You already know. So let's get on into the game. Rozhawk, Alpha 7. They had a decent day. I mean, Jukes, you and I, we've been watching Alpha 7 for the longest. They barely qualified to even make it here. But since then, they have been just on a steamroll. Currently, 6th place overall on the overall leaderboards, if I'm not mistaken. They've just been doing great. Oh, actually, they're in 4th place. Okay, so they're even higher. Yeah, like, what do you think? I mean, just comparing them to PMPL Americas, like, what have they changed? You know, what has really stuck out to you? Do you have any thoughts?
Honestly, I'm not too shocked. I mean, I actually predicted in a video that I thought that Alpha 7 was going to be one of the big underdogs going into this tournament because they're kind of like that squad that a lot of people sleep on. But if you look at their ability to adapt, I think that's something that they're very, very strong at. And when it comes to a tournament like PMGC, where we're seeing some of the top teams in the world fight each other for the first time, I think the ability to adapt is one of the strongest attributes you could possibly have on your squad. And you can see right here in the Super Weekend, Alpha 7, that's the team in Americas, really, that's kind of on top. So I'm really looking forward to see how they finish it. Last game, got to finish strong.
Pretty much if you are from the Americas, remember, we got the rewards going for your region as well. So you're cheering for them. Another thing to note for Alpha 7 that, you know, we cannot ignore, at least comparing them back to the PMPL Americas, is that their drop spots no longer contested either. Remember, Rozhawk was always a fight between them and Tribe Gaming. So I got to say, that kind of helps, you know, that kind of helps limit the RNG early on. So you love to see it. You love to see it.
Especially in a map like Erangel, you know, this is a map that you want to be able to kind of have your way with and do what you normally do. And if you're having to fight for honestly, a town like Rozhawk, which doesn't have a ton of loot as it is, it makes it very difficult. And I think that's why, especially with this much money on the line, we're seeing a lot of respect come out from these teams early on. You really do want to avoid early engagements as much as you possibly can. Just because even if you do win that early engagement and get those 4 kills, I think almost every single time we've seen it, at least 1 player or 2 players gets taken out. And to be stuck with the 3-man or duo towards endgame, I mean, how often do we really see those kind of squads or duos actually, you know, end up in the top 3 at the end? It's pretty rare, in my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a lot more challenging. And just looking at the map as a whole, Futbolist, Nova, Aerowolf down their military base, honestly, I don't think they should rush to reposition up there to the north. I don't think there's any rush at all. And when it comes to teams possibly thinking about, you know, okay, we got some time. The zone kind of favors us. Maybe we could set up a bridge camp. If I am DA, that might be the game plan, because all you have to do is go back, watch the VODs, watch the reviews from Erangel, and you know for a fact at least 2 teams drop down there. So that could be an interesting little storyline to follow here if any of these squads do decide to set up the good old-fashioned bridge camp arena.
That's totally possible. I'll tell you what, though. I think that every single one of these players, I think they're hoping to have a crystal ball in front of them like you. I mean, that's really it. I mean, they're just trying to figure out, will this zone go to military base? I think that's the big fear right now, because if it does, they're going to have to change their strategies completely. They're going to have to either look for a boat or start heading down that bridge really, really quickly here. And I think we're starting to see a lot of teams start at least position themselves kind of just in case that does happen.
Not only do I have a crystal ball, Hot Jukes, but I got 3 state-of-the-art Aqua Marine Green, ultra fast charging, ultra smooth Qualcomm Snapdragon 1+ ATs. All right, I got it on.
That's
I
all
got
you
it
need
going
right
on.
there.
I got it going on.
You're gaming. You are gaming, sir. That is quite the. Can we get a poggers in the chat from Mustache Dave, ladies and gentlemen? As we're looking right here at the. It's still early on. The teams I think right now are just still positioning themselves. Digital Athletics, I really love them in this spot right here because they're kind of securing that bridge. I'm really kind of wondering though what their thought process is on this positioning here, because I think that if I were them, I would love to kind of hold that bridge just in case the circle does go south, but it looks like they're opting to go for a different location here and give that up.
Solus looking to hold some trees from falling over with the buggy. So, yeah, no, I agree. All jokes aside, I would have most definitely have held that bridge. That would have been the game plan. But Bluebees, they had a pretty decent last game. Getting caught off in rotations. Woo!
Rob Didi with the quick shots right there. They get that confirmed. He got pieced up really good too. Idochan, is he going to be able to possibly save his teammate? I don't think so. I think that that's going to be one down for Bluebees, especially considering their position. You got Black-White right over here from Konina Power, has a perfect angle on him. I think, yeah, just a tough rotation for Bluebees right here, losing a member early on.
Yeah, and if we had to compare the Black-White. If we had to compare the two teams, it's kind of not fair on the Bluebees side of things because Konina Power, they are all set up. They have the safety and comfort of these buildings, of these compounds. Meanwhile, Bluebees on the outskirts, all they have is a couple trees, maybe even their vehicles. They can use them as hard cover, but you do not want to blow up your cars this early on in the game. We're only 8 minutes in the game. Like, you need to have those vehicles in the playbook in order to survive, continue on pushing forward. So we'll see what they can do here.
Absolutely, especially if that circle does shift south. But I think Bluebees may be a little bit pissed off that they lost a member early because this rotation from them, it looks like they're trying to possibly pick off a member from Konina Power on top of this hill right now. We'll see what they ought to do. Power 888, they heard all that action down there, and they said, like, okay, sorry, really quick, next zone does go on up. And it's still pretty darn split. I think that instincts would tell me that the zone will shift up north, but still, I mean, you just never know.
Bluebees need to let it be, Hot Jukes.
I like it.
Don't go for the revenge. Don't go for the revenge. You got to have your eye on the bigger prize.
Hold on. So, since we did see one of the members from Bluebees get taken out in that fashion,
yeah,
would that, for Konina Power, would that be considered a freebie?
Oh, wow. For a second, it almost went over my head, but then I heard it. Dude, okay. Okay. Hey, 1 point, Jukes. You got it. You got it. Ding. That was, oh, man, that is art right there. Talking about art. Beer, though. RRQ trying to make some art with this canvas out here. And Aerowolf 2.0, the new update. We have new dips. We have new terrain. And Law from Alpha 7 taking full advantage of just that.
And Law, he's just laying down because right now RRQ is kind of laying down the Law onto him, and especially where his position, look at his buggy. He just looked back at it. He's like, yep, tires are gone. This is going to be a tough one right here. So you know that he's going to be stuck in this position unless, of course, his squad can give him a little bit of assistance. Then again, if the zone does shift off, I wouldn't be surprised to see RRQ give up on this kill. But Law, he's just going to be laying right down right where he is for now.
So you stated, you're betting all the UC you have right now that the next zone is going to go to the north. I think the next zone is going to be a 50-50 still. I still believe it's going to be 50-50 mainland, military base. I still think we're going to have that water play a crucial factor in the next zone. Beer, though, yeah, I am toxic. Beer taking some shots with a DP, but we see squads, Power, 888 on the rotate.
Oh, and they're rotating indeed. Hitting the gas at full speed ahead. Serpentine trying to get away. And man, PTOP getting pieced up really bad. I mean, you can just see, from Alpha 7 on top. Yeah, he had to jump out his vehicle. Tried his best to get away. Unfortunately, not going to be able to. So that's going to be one down for Power 888. Ice able to just barely make it out by the skin of his teeth.
Ice baby.
You
might have jinxed them. You might have jinxed them.
Never mind.
They're gone.
Sorry, Ice.
Explosion. Oh, the fire. Oh, the mayhem. Power 888 losing 2 on the convoy. The rotate to try to get into a better position. And that just goes to show you, I mean, we talk about this a lot. driving, such an underrated skill that these players, and I'm not saying that they didn't do a good job, it was just unlucky that they drove past, 5 different teams, but driving, such a underrated skill that every player, they need to know. They need to know when to hit the brakes, they need to know when to hit that swerve, they need to know when to just gas it, full-blown momentum. Checking on in, we're at the beach. We're getting a suntan.
I couldn't agree more. When it comes to driving right here, especially like of the role of whoever scouts. It's just so huge to be able to pick that perfect, vehicle pathing through squads. But I mean, especially at this high level where everybody is just stacked on all the main locations, even if you do kind of drive right in between them all, if they're all looking at you, there's not much you can do. Next zone, though, is going to head on up, baby, to Pachinki. Potato Hill still in play right here. This is going to be, I think, a really solid zone for a lot of squads. Of course, every single one of these players know this zone like the back of their hand. So we'll have to see how it plays out for all these teams.
Another point going to the side of Hot Jukes over there. He's on a roll. Looking at this zone, though, some things that stand out to me. Futbolist driving on in through that farm area. Will they opt to send it all the way to the north and kind of come in from that school? Or will they just straight up YOLO send it on into Bigetron and the Blue Bees? So we'll have to pay attention to that. Looking on over Zuxi. Yeah, talk about some scouting. Like, not going there.
Just kind of backing it up slowly, just in case. He's like, there is a squad at this compound. And of course, you would expect there to be a team there, but they don't know yet that it is Nova. Oh, cool boy. Tried to get on the roof, and Zuxi, that sneakiness from, not sneaky enough as Dadine from Loops happened to be holding that tree right there. Is going to be able to get the knock. The rest of BTR is going to have to go and possibly drive their vehicles on them. But at the same time, if they do take that position, oh, never mind. Yeah, Zuxi just take it out right then and there.
We have to note, Dadine was a lone wolf out there as well. Like, Dadine is not with their squad. So very interesting to see them opt to take those shots and potentially give away their position out here.
I mean, what else can you expect from the player who has like pretty much some of the highest damage in this whole tournament? Kowalski! Oh, now we're starting to see a whole bunch of rotations come out from a lot of squads. Konina Power, they're going to be rolling up onto Bigetron eSports. Ryzen has that grenade. This would be a really huge one if he's able to get the confirm. Not able to do so just yet. And Bigetron, they're hurting. They're already down a member, pretty separated. And Konina Power, right now Ryzen has to hit this grenade if he wants to save his team. Oh, Rob Dini naded himself!
Oh no. Mistakes happen out here. Oh, okay, at least they get the trade though, so that should buy them some time to potentially pick up Rob Dini. That is exactly what they needed, but Blue Bees, oh no, having such a phenomenal last game, taking out first this game. Oh!
A tough one, but a good one for Ryzen, as he is going to be able to get the nade onto Black-White. The only issue is, though, that the rest of his team was only one other member now, is completely far away from him. So now it's pretty much Ryzen on his lonesome. Luxy, wow, you saw Micro Boys crawl all the way to the building in the back, but not able to crawl fast enough, as Rob Dini is going to be able to get that confirmed. So now it's a 4v2. Konina Power versus Bigetron eSports.
Yeah, so close right there. And I'm glad that's working out for Konina Power, but they sent it. They're on the edge, but it's not going to be favored. And Luxy dropping an early Christmas present right there.
Ryzen's holding some really nice angles on top of this roof. Definitely causing a little bit of a thorn in the side of Konina Power. But Konina Power is playing this very, very slowly. They do not want to make any mistakes here. But Luxy, with this nade, could definitely cause some trouble. Gets a bad bounce. Unfortunately, not able to get through that window for him. But this is still circle number 4. This blue zone's doing some damage. It is going to re-knock Rob Dini, and now there's only 2 members up. It's a 2v2 between these 2 squads.
Yeah, and very challenging kind of window for Luxy to try to weave that grenade right on into there. And this is gonna be something else over here. Luxy getting up close and personal here. Wants to get aggressive.
I think Konina Power's in trouble right now, especially Luxy with a great pre-fire. Is going to get that knock. I think that is only 1 member. Konina Power eliminated. Bigetron able to take them out. The blue zone helping out Bigetron eSports right when they needed it the most.
I mean, that was a big fight. But the whole time, who has the bigger brain? Loops. They heard the gunshots. Instead of just crashing the fight, they opted to drive around the fight and set up a gatekeep right here. And that's why we see 2 of their members from Loops. They're actually going to be outside the next zone. They're trying to do some scouting, trying to see if they can spot out a pixel, take a knock right there. They're going to be calling that one off, but regardless, they're still going to be in a position where they could potentially gatekeep Bigetron in this new circle.
Yeah, Bigetron's still in a lot of trouble. They did get that kill on Konina Power, which is huge for them, but they got to get into this next circle, and it's going to be tough. As you can see, all these teams have set up pretty well into this next zone. Look at this. This is Air Gale 2.0. This new a spot right here for Aerowolf Limax. Back in the day, this was just nothing but open field. This was Death Valley. But now with this new update, this is a very, very good location. Those sandbags providing really excellent cover for Aerowolf Limax.
And we have to give compliments where they're due. Aerowolf, they were in military base. So they somehow managed to wrap around every single buddy, sneak their way on into a fairly decent centralized position, and they have cover while keeping the whole team alive. So, I mean, give credit to them for just maintaining that, all their members up. That's a huge thing to note.
Absolutely. That is not an easy rotation, especially like you mentioned, coming all the way from military. We saw how many teams tried to rotate that were already in this circle that got taken out. So for them to be in that position right now, that's going to be huge for them. They still have to finish it off, though. A lot of big names, a lot of big teams. Of course, I mean, this is the PMGC. Every single player here is no joke. We'll have to see who's going to be able to get the chicken dinner here, though. Loops over here in the center did end up getting one player knocked. But due to this circle, they're going to be able to, looks like, to get this res and just kind of buy some more time waiting for this where this next zone's going to go.
Yeah, you can tell, Loops, they're so thirsty to put the final nail in the coffin of Bigetron. The thing is, how much thirst is too much thirst? Because they might get sandwiched between Nova and RRQ, and that is not a sandwich that Loops want to find themselves in between.
Yeah, look at this last member, Luxy from Bigetron. Just driving at the edge of the zone, just trying to find a position where he can just kind of sneak on in. Got to be real careful, though. I hear some gunshots. So far, so good, but he's maybe just driving into another squad. Oh, the zone ended up shifting into his direction, but, I mean, landed right on a big squad of Nova. And Nova right now, look at with this next circle, they are in prime position to get the chicken dinner with a ton of kills.
Yeah, I mean, Nova, they have the safety and comfort of the compounds. Pretty much the only compounds in this new zone. And then, to make matters worse for everybody else, 4 a.m. right there on that northern end of the zone. They can stay up in that position and just take out everybody making their way on into the new zone. Alpha 7, though, trying to make the approach, trying to make the pull-up, but Futbolist put in a halt to it.
Got that DP from Rom, just putting in some work. Solkay laying down right next to that dossier. Swagwin is going to be able to throw a nade right into that direction. So I think he heard that bounce. Hasn't gone off yet. Doesn't get the knock. 1v1. Lutz able to get the confirm. Futbolist eliminating Alpha 7 eSports in 13th place.
Yeah, I mean, Swagwin also accidentally stepping into the flames as well, so that's not gonna help in that fight. But popping down here to the south, Loops versus RRQ.
More battles going on all over the place. Like you mentioned, Federal trying to shoot some shots with the smoke, switching to FPP. Able to get a great couple of knocks. And now here comes Loops trying to get the finish. Beer 11 with that tree, though, providing a little bit too much. Carrillo, 1 HP, is able to get the knock. Only one remaining member left from RRQ. Can he be able to get this huge clutch?
And here comes Execute rolling up right behind him as well, trying to get that third party. They hear the gunshots. They know who it is, as we see Zute in the kill feed trying to clean them on up. And Loops, they are done by the hands of RRQ.
What a beautiful nade from G9 there to shut down that insane plays coming out from Carrillo right there. But man, this is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Still a lot of squads up, 9 teams remaining. And with this circle, I mean, it is just absolute chaos right now.
Eager Jin on the outskirts of this new zone. They have a couple smokes. They got Futbolists in front of them. If they want to take the fight with Futbolists, they can run straight ahead. If they want to try to wide rotate, they will run into 4 a.m. 2K using the smokes to just push up a little closer, but Kill Switch burning alive over here. I believe this is Execute versus DA.
Yeah, and you can just see them pretty separated right now. Every team right now is just laying down, trying to survive. Futbolist not able to do it. Zute with a great angle on the edge of circle. Not going to be able to get enough shots into Digital Athletics as they are really set up well as a full squad. But with this next zone, oh, it does a southern shift onto a really big opportunity for Execute here to possibly pick up kill switch and survive a little bit longer with their duo. Because I think right now with this next circle, I wouldn't mind if Digital Athletics is just happy with this and just kind of waiting for this zone to close.
Yeah, I mean, these smokes are providing such great cover for both these teams. And DA, it looks like they're going to be pushing up just a little further. They want to take out Kill Switch. They want to take out Fanboys. There's only 2 more up for Execute. If they can take them out, that will eliminate that backstab potential.
Yeah, they said, you know what? I'm not going to be happy just sitting here. I'm going to go ahead and push the issue, but you got to be careful because Execute's throwing some pretty darn good nades right here. That Molotov almost catching Ray Z, doesn't quite do it though. And now I think with all that pressure, Digital Athletics can be like, all right, we'll respect you just for a little while longer. But you gotta watch your backs, because look at this. Aerowolf Limax and 4 Angry Men. They have to finish this fight right now. Zook switching to FPP, trying to get those knocks, but they gotta prioritize circle right now. This is zone 6. You gotta get in there.
Aerowolf saying, nope, we don't want to take this fight. We're going to be tossing out some smokes. We're going to try to reposition on into the new play zone and then take the fight. Will they be able to do so? Power 888. 1 member down.
Renare able to get some really good shots right there with that M46X. Sook in FPP, grabbing all the smokes. You know he's going to try to make a line on in, but they're just getting pieced up by every single team, gatekeeping them. Digital Athletics, they didn't want to get pushed up like that. Kill Switch, able to get 1 knock, not able to get the second. And that's Execute eliminated in 7th place as DA is going to try to get their squad up.
I mean, we got 4AM just in the smokes, getting shot at from multiple angles, trying to dodge these bullets. We're going to get a very clutch revive on both sides of Aerowolf and 4AM. That might allow them to get a nice little reset going on. Nova, they've been chilling in that compound. Finally, I mean, they could opt to stay in the compounds because it is in this next zone, but instead they're gonna be pushing uphill, trying to assert their dominance.
I like that. They're trying to get some more kills on the leaderboard and apply more pressure. The more zone that they can cover right here, the better. And 4 Angry Men just, refusing to go down for so long, just not able to hold on as the pressure was just too much from so many dominant squads. Still 5 squads here. You got G9 from RRQ opting to play this very, very quiet. Doesn't want to give his position away. Doesn't want to put too much attention onto them as they are still in this next circle and hoping it does shift their way. We'll have to see though. Look at Nova putting a ton of pressure on these last 2 remaining members from Aerowolf Limax.
Dude, that Uzi is from Order. I mean, 5 kills, 7 kills all together from Nova. They will get the next circle, so yeah, they're gonna start to fan out. Here comes Jimmy, do a little bit of investigating and spotted, tagged the bag.
Yeah, Jimmy did some investigating and he found something all right. This right there trying to be able to survive with that big laydown. And just look at all the pressure, so many shots, grenades on to himself, and Power 888 as well, putting some more kills. Oh, look at this! You'll be able to steal away a point right there. Does get it from Jimmy, picks up another one. Can he get the last remaining member, Paraboy? Oh my goodness! KPS absolutely dominating right now.
Not only that, in between the 2 knocks, he had enough time to put on a scope. He had enough time to put on a scope real quick. That's actually insane. Power 888 right on the edge of the zone. Let's see if KPS can get the 1v4 on DA. Maybe 1 grenade, maybe 1 molly could spell disaster for DA. They have some vehicles to work with. They're being very careful right here. They don't want to throw this one away. This could be an easy chicken dinner for DA since they have the numbers advantage compared to everybody else still alive.
Well, here we go. Last match of the evening. And it seems to be a battle of the solo members. You got 1 member from RRQ, Aerowolf Limax, and Power 888, all running solos right now. You got Nova, XQF. They did get the res onto Paraboy, rocking a duo. And of course, dead center, Digital Athletics. set up looking pretty with their full squad. At the same time, though, they are completely surrounded by these solo members. Oh, never mind. They did end up spotting one member. That is going to be RRQ out. 4 teams remaining.
Yeah, and that was a very important knock, too. Oh, no. KPS is not done. KPS on to 2.
Hey, I mean, wow. I mean, you got to give this man some mad props right there. Almost basically took out Nova almost by himself. And right there getting 2-piece onto Digital Athletics, but just so much pressure from all sides. But with those knocks, Paraboy tried to sneak on by. Solus was waiting for that, though. Does get that confirmed. Now it's just Cool Boy there. Oh, this nade. Can't he hit it? Cool Boy, 4-3. A little too far. Oh, he could get next to the Razy. Perfectly placed.
That's actually insane. Cool Boy will be attempting to toss out some smokes to get the pickup onto Paraboy. Soul is still going to be holding down this angle behind the crate to make sure no more grenades get tossed in their area. And DA, they have been able to get revive after revive after revive. They should be able to get the full team up, heal on up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of the members from DA pop in his US and go for some crazy run over plays and maybe even that distraction tactic to distract these solos and kind of see where they are currently just snaking it on out.
He is going to get into that US because the circle does shift onto the last member from Aerowolf Limax. And you're right, Jordan, they just sended it. Red Array is going to get the confirm on 1. Paraboy getting another. And with 1 HP, holding on just a little bit longer right here. Does get taken out. And now here we go. It is going to be a 1v2. Red Array has the zone, though. Does he have any grenades? Doesn't look like it. Playing as sneaky as possible. Does get caught out, baby. It's Digital Athletics winning the last match here of day number 1 of the Super Weekend.
What a confidence booster right there for DA. And Jukes, I mean, we've seen that play in the book so many times from other squads. Like, you have 4 up, you got the numbers, you have the potential to maybe throw away one of your players. I'm going to say throw away because they're most certainly going to die in that maneuver, but that allows them to gather the much needed information and kind of bait out those snakes and pinpoint exactly where they are instead of playing that guessing game.
It's like a game of chess. Sometimes you got to make some sacrifices. And like you mentioned, instantly, you got to recognize when you're in that type of position, you're looking at the player lobby. You know for a fact, all right, we got a full squad up. There's only 2 members remaining. We are allowed to sacrifice 1 player. With that drive up caused a great distraction, and they were still able to get a very, very clutch finish. Got to give it up, though. A lot of solo members still alive there at the end. And that member from Power AAA, he was crushing it right there, putting in a whole bunch of work by himself.
KPS, MVP of that game? I don't know. We'll let the desk decide with that one. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it on over to the experts.
Thank you very much, guys. And what a crazy 2 games it's been now for Klas Digital Athletics. They have massively stepped up when they needed to. EMEA as a whole, I'd say, in these last couple of games have massively done well.
Yeah, but then Konina Power also when you go back to that Vikendi game, there was also a really good showing also from Klas Digital Athletics. So, you know what? Maybe the kickoff of a really good showing into these games, and hopefully they can just keep that ball rolling, because like we saw in the EMEA League, like Klas, they had some potential. They showed it the entire tournament. They can get some 20 kill games too, and they showed here that they are like worthy of being in this tournament.
You know, one team I feel bad for though, Demon. Novex QF. They had the zone so many times. I thought this was going to be it. This was going to be their chicken dinner.
If it wasn't for that pesky kid. KPS just lying in the grass, gets up and sprays 2 down out of nowhere. They were by literally taking the fight to Aerowolf Limax, and it was like, oh god, this is a great position. They got 4 alive. Could this be the first chicken dinner for Nova?
Yeah.
No.
Well, you can see here our results from that last match. Klas Digital Athletics taking 7 kills, but 22 points overall. But at least Novex QF, 18 points, 8 kills. Again, so consistent when it comes to that. And Futbolist, I think one of their best showings today.
For Angry Men with another 10 points. Another 10 points. They have been so good today, but that's the first time they've been outside the top 5.
Also, like, not very top heavy in terms of kills. We got a pretty nice spread, actually. Like, everyone able to get a piece of that cake today into this final game on Erangel. But Execute, a team that really has not really been shown, for me today at least. And with also, I believe, for them, just like Futbolist, potentially they're better showing today.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, that's a great performance from Power 88, Triple Eight, sorry, to get that 12 points on the board. That has helped them so much from KPS there. He very nearly managed to squeak as well into second place. Like that, well, that was close for him. Obviously, unfortunately, Digital Athletics did manage to get all four. It was close though.
Very, yeah.
We saw Coolboy come in with the nade and he thought, ooh, is that going to hit all three, the cluster? But it's just a little wide. And then obviously DA managed to get all four back on their feet, which is obviously their prime position.
I looked at their push at the end though with the US, right? I feel like if the last player came in to help fight against them with Nova XQF, that actually could have been Klas Digital Athletics losing the game.
Yep. I mean, it's that risky play, right? Obviously, Dave hit the nail on the head there. We've seen it a number of times. That's what you do when you have the numbers advantage. You send that guy in effectively to flush out the opposition, find their sneaky snake spots that they're going to shoot on you and get straight on them. But, I mean, I hate to see it, but Bluebees back down the bottom there. Loops down the bottom as well. It's not been a good day for Loops, unfortunately. The Brazilians, who obviously shone through in league play, are yet to deliver what they showed here in the Super Weekend.
And then, Max, you have Konina Power there on 2 points. So they get themselves a chicken dinner. They go into the next match and unfortunately not really rise to the occasion. Bigetron as well towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Team Secret.
Yeah, right? Exactly. That's what's kind of confusing after we saw Secret do well earlier on today. I think it's time, though, to take a look at our top 4 players in that last match. I know what you're saying, Jason. We're probably going to see Klas Digital Athletics going to be in there. I mean, come on. They won the game. I can tell you right now because I am so smart. I did all the calculations live in my head while watching the game. I'm not going to have a single player there in top 4. Not because production told me that. We see Raynare going to be number 1 for Aerowolf Limax. You see Order again coming in. He seems to be one of their massive fraggers.
That's it, right? Obviously, Powerboy gets all the limelight. Yeah, Order's the one that's quietly going about doing the business. So it's been working out very well for him. Obviously, Hasaki in there once again for 4 AM. What a day it has been for them. But yeah,
I think that every single game we had like at least minimum 1 Chinese player in the top 4. Like every single game.
Probably 4 AM.
Yeah, probably 4 AM also
day,
specifically. They've been just so good the entirety of this day, and also that clutch move in the final moments from Power 88 player Gary. Like it looks really good from them. Power 88, they show some true potential. Like they're very explosive in their results. Like they get one good game, then they fizzle out slowly, come back up, fizzle out. So I want to try and see them remain up there. To not say the word that Jason told me to not say. Just one word. I will not say it. I'm gonna get in trouble.
I will tell you this before we came back on air. I said every time you say consistency, it's 1 extra punch we get to add to the tally. So far, he's on 3. We'll see if we can add any more tomorrow. Don't worry. So we've got plenty of Super Weekend left. Let's take a look at our do-the-do moments, though, in that last match, and maybe even start to look towards the very end of the game, right, where we did see that clutch pay out of Dewey. You can see here, Ravdini off the bat. I mean, Konina Power, a little unfortunate. They didn't have like the back-to-back solid performance to really start to stack up some points, but then again, they got revenge at least a little bit.
This was a big fight there between Bigetron obviously having that big old fight there, and again they lost out. It's another fight that they lost out in. It hasn't been a good day for them in terms of taking up the straight duels between 2 teams, but there was a little bit of third party in that came into it. Loops came and had a little peek and finished the job for them.
Yeah, it was RRQ Athena fighting versus this fight, and really it was Loops. They tried their best to really hold on to the southern side. If there was really only RRQ Athena bothering them in the south, and unfortunately they were not able to take that fight. RRQ Athena did come out on top at the end of the day, but yeah, the grenades, like despite having very little information, they were like pinpoint precise every single time, and you love to see it. But then of course Nova, that's the time when they started moving away from that compound, which is not great to hold on to. It doesn't give you a lot of information inside the circle. They had a good spread in the mid game stage, it was good, but late game they lost a few players, especially against that one-man army coming out from the side of Power 88.
DA's repositioning was really good. I mean, when it's one of these fights, it can always be tricky, and it does often go down to the numbers because it's one of those hillside areas that has this really nice bowl around it, effectively the summit. And that's kind of how they all played it. You can see they're finally trying to find the snakes in the grass to finish the game, and it was Aerowolf that went down. The Digital Athletics is a really strong performance for them.
I feel so bad right there as well. Oh man, I just forgot the name off the top of my head, who was kind of lying behind.
Been there, done that.
No, Raynare. There we go. I recovered. Because he had, I think it was Jimmy, like right in front of him as he was being chased. He got the down onto him, and you could see he just wanted to peek back up to confirm that because he knew he was going to die in the end, right? But every time he would try to go for that, there was so many shots coming his way, and he couldn't didn't confirm it in the end, I believe. Let's take a look now, maybe at our total damage, and we can talk about the numbers that were put up by these teams here. Again, Klas Digital Athletics, I'm not expecting to be seen too high considering what we did have for some of these other teams, and you can see exactly why. Aerowolf Limax is going to be taking that #1
Look
position.
at that. 6 teams over 1,000. That just shows how fairly even it was as a battle overall in simply case of the numbers. And that's why we harp back to the Power 888 guy, because he basically ruined it for Nova. The second they lost those 2 guys, and he confirmed them straight away. It wasn't hanging about because he knew he was probably going to die there, but he was probably surprised he actually managed to get down and carry on snaking.
And I also think like most of that damage came out from grenades, because like everyone was hiding behind trees, behind rocks. It was really predictable on where players could actually be positioned. So like, well, I know exactly where you're hiding, just chuck that grenade and they're going to get knock after knock after knock. And I think that here the usage of utility in this one game was a really good showing from these teams. And even like the nerf, like we talked at it the first day, I don't see it. I don't see the nerf.
That's because like I think when you're one of the higher echelon players when it comes to PUBG Mobile, a nerf like that's not going to affect you too much because you're going to want to hit a bullseye every single time, right? It's players like yourself, as well, that are like, why can't I seem to get a single knock with a grenade? It's probably because we're missing it.
That was right on top of him.
Yeah,
I swear.
totally.
I tell you, I got him.
Let's in the meantime not talk about how bad we are at the game. Let's talk about our daily report here as we give you a little update of what happened across some different categories in this entire day. And of course,
Oh my
you're going to see 4 AM there. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, they have had a dominant day from the 19 kill game, 31 pointer, big start for them. It shows obviously why they're up there. And as I say, I think that was the first game that they finished outside of the top 5 all day long. You know, we were talking about consistency at the top of the show. That is the ultimate right there when it counts in the Super Weekend.
I'm seeing them like actually taking 5,200 damage. Like they've been bodying a lot of these teams in this lobby again for aggressive fights, but every single time they almost got like the full team res back up after the fight. So overall, they've been looking really good today, and hopefully it's just not a one-off. No, hopefully they can do also really good into the next few days. But like China, not only just for Angry Men, but also like Novex Quest F, like today was a great day for them.
Yeah, I think is going into this, Novex UF have obviously played more against international teams than For Angry Men, and I was kind of worried, like, are they going to be able to actually learn and adapt quick enough? And I think 4AM just proved, yeah, we can.
Yeah, they're even above like Novex Quest F so far. Like they're really showing like, oh no, we're not just a good team because also coming out from China. We're actually maybe better than Novex Quest F. Was like, it's a huge statement going into this because a lot of people were saying, you know, Nova, they're going to be #1, they're going to dominate it, easy peasy. Well, actually, no. Like, it actually might be Fangry Men being like the underdog team coming out from the Chinese region.
I love their positional play in that one because they came down from Potato, and as soon as they saw the circle pull away, they knew there was going to be all of these teams trying to come out of the barns and everything from the fields. So they just cut off the position, and I think it was Futbolists that were fighting Team Secret, and they just came up behind them and just rolled through both of them. There was nothing they could do. It was really well played. Yeah, and it's all about obviously knowing the positioning as an IGL to say, okay, the circle shifted this way, there's going to be teams here, let's get in a position to cut them off, and they had this really nice spread, and there's nothing that the other teams could do.
And then just step 3, question mark, step 4, Profit. As we're now going to take a look at their results across the entire day here on all the maps we had played. A new little graphic to show you guys some cool information about 4 AM, because they really have had a phenomenal performance. I think you said only like one time, at least before this match, were they outside of top 4. And I think that really shows how strong of a team they've really been. Again, thinking back to the C word,
consistent.
Yes, that's number 4.
Yeah, okay.
We have to wonder though, is this the actual 4 AM? Are they going to continue to play like this over the next few days?
I mean, hopefully they will be able to. Like, these stats are absolutely mind-boggling. Sure, Vikendi may be a little bit of a lower one, but it is also, Vikendi is the one map where you're trying to avoid fights as much as possible.
And,
so,
if you think of the game on Vikendi, it was a bit messy because it pulled north twice, and then everybody got caught in this horrible south shift, and sort of that's happened. Obviously, Erangel was played twice as well, so it was kind of double the points, which is, you know, speaking of double the points, they had such a big start on the day. But then obviously look at Sanhok, they had a really great fight on the hillside with Loops. You think of Miramar, obviously how well it went for them there. It really has been a tremendous day, and a lot of the teams are going to be looking at this. Remember, these are the points that they're going to carry through all the global championships, these points. Yep. What a massive start, a boost from, you know, I hate to say it's going to put them into that top 16 before we even get there, because we've got 4 weeks to go. We've got a long way to go, but that is a great, great start.
I mean, if you think about it, the teams who are at the bottom of leaderboards are teams who are typically getting like 0, 1, 2, 3 points. So it could actually be enough after just 3 days of Super Weekend for them to be safe.
I'll be
if they can continue this.
I'm not going to say in one day someone can get there when we've got how many days ahead of us in terms of Super Weekend plays. 3, 6, 9, 12 is the things. Obviously, we have 11 left.
Yeah. We didn't have John here to do the stats for me, so I kind of like froze right there. Let's take a look, though, at our overalls now and see where all the teams do stand. Obviously, 4AM probably going to be in that #1 position, but I'm curious where the other team's going to be. Bigetron, where are they going to be? And I can tell you, as I can see on your screens, not on that first page. Very reminiscent of that first day of League play.
So let's just get it clear. Obviously, this is in 5 matches, and I want to just put it across how strong a Bigetron's day was on the last day of League play. They got 90 points in 4 games. So 4 Angry Men have dominated today, and yet they've got 79 points. So we know that these teams can do it. They all have it in their locker to pull out these massive performances. But look at that, second place now. Klas Digital Athletics, EMEA being represented really strongly now.
Yeah, the only EMEA team actually up there in the top 8 position of these leaderboards after 1 day of action. I mean, Klas, they've really shown here that they are a stable team when it comes down to European gameplay and PUBG Mobile eSports. And, you know, of course, you've got to remain, like, okay, I'm not going to say, you've got to remain good over all of your games. RRQ Athena still standing in 3rd position. Even though they haven't been really able to hit that threshold I was expecting from them, they were lingering in the shadows and stole away that 3rd spot.
I mean, they finished 3rd in the World League, if you remember as well, and for the East, RRQ Athena in there, just behind Orange Rock and Bigetron. So I think they're going to want to go one step further, but considering they've had a relatively average day, it's not been a great day for them. In fairness, they had like 1 or 2 good games, but I think they're going to be very happy with being in 3rd place.
But what worries me, if we go back to it, is that you can see they only have 15 kills.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair to them, they're not the only one with low kills. I mean, you have Abrupt on 11, you have Bigetron on 16. Sorry, Bigetron is on the first page, just correcting myself. But Nova XQF, they're the ones with the kills.
The only
they
team
just don't have the placements.
The only team with more kills than placement points. That was because they just pop off. They really do. That was actually probably their best placement finish, I think, actually, in the last game. I think throughout all the games we've had so far.
Let's take a look, though, at the second page. Also, real quick shout out, Power AAA KPS. Nice to see them there after they clawed their way in a top 16 on our last day of League play. But Team Secret with a chicken dinner on the second page. Konina Power with a chicken dinner on the second page. And unfortunately, Bluebees, that one game they had was good, but it wasn't enough to keep them out of being last.
And Aerowolf Limax, obviously, were in that tough fight in that game against Nova. So if they'd come out on top of that, it may well have put them on that first page, and unfortunately it wasn't to be because of that third party from their Southeast Asian Power 888. They got involved and they ruined everyone's day.
Yeah, Futbolist is the one that stands out to me here. Like, into the 2 opening days, we're like, wow, this team, like, you know, big surprise. They come back into this one, and now here 23 points into this one. Like, this currently standing in 14th. Like, I was expecting them to be, like, you know, top 5 potentially at the end of the day, but it just didn't happen here.
Team Secret had one good game today, and it put them in 9th place. So what you need that one good game to sort of carry you through, a couple of average games to go along with it, to make sure you keep solidifying those points.
Yeah, I think one good game a day isn't terrible, but it's not going to win you $300,000.
No.
That's the unfortunate part, right? I think you're going to be looking at, you know, but sub 50 grand.
If you have a bad day and you still manage to keep average points, that's when you can keep consistent with the points.
Don't worry.
I started a trend. I'm sorry.
Say the word. It's all right. I think Max going to sit down as thesaurus, like, okay, what other words can I say?
What else can I say? Yeah.
You can look through the dictionary and find other words like, okay,
thesaurus. Thesaurus, Max.
That is true. That is true. Anyways, we're taking a look now at our ONE+ MVP of the day. Keep in mind, the MVP overall at the end of the entire league will be getting themselves $10,000 extra. So let's see who it's going to be today. And it's almost certainly has to be someone from 4AM.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hasaki's going to be great. Like 2,000 damage also. Like, reminder of what happened for you, High Boy, for the Team Secret squad. Like, look at that overall. He's looking extremely good. And he, like, kills overall, like 13 kills over all of these games. Like, he's been really helping his team tremendously to remain in those top positions. And they're #1 so far, like, really deserving a lot of respect.
Is he doing, like, claws there? I think he's getting, like, claws.
It's like he's, like, guns. It's like he's sitting at a weird angle.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, you're right. It might be the angle.
Yeah, just like that.
He takes no prison.
I don't know.
He takes no prisoners. He's not Max. I think if you're never shot, and that one's going to be trying to stab someone in the back. I don't know. I guess that's a butter knife in your hand. But no, still, I think it's well deserved. And again, for AM, they didn't massively impress, I think, me or you guys when it came to league play. But like here, day one, they've shown how stable they can be as a team. And I think maybe they've shown kind of power the team has of adapting quickly to any metas, adapting to drop spots, and obviously the coaching staff and the analysts behind that really helping out.
I think, and they're very quick to spot the rotation and the position to get into. It's just not always worked out for them in the league play. But now we've obviously hit the Super Weekend. They've clearly spotted the mistakes they are making and obviously made those adjustments really well today.
What I enjoy the most on them is that like they find always really good positions and spots in a circle, but they don't just find it, they use it. Like, we remember that first game on Erangel, they came in from the northern side, big cluster of teams, and they had a really good position. They're like, well, we see all the teams down below, we're going to pick up all the kills, and they came out with like, what was it, 18 kills? Like the
realization that people are going to bottleneck at the bridge, so they realize, okay, let's go further down the river, and we're going to get a clean shot down, and they came out with massive points, 31 points in one game.
Ridiculous stuff, and obviously we hope they can continue to do so tomorrow, but that obviously does mean we have to wrap up the show today. So Demon and Max, thank you very much for joining me here on our little lounge. We'll get some tangerines for all of us to juggle tomorrow, and we're going to find out if Max can do just that. But ladies and gentlemen, that does mean we are wrapped up for today, but keep in mind tomorrow, the exact same time, the exact same matches, the exact same place, we'll be here for day 2 of the Super Weekend of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship.